It's election night 2024. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump looking to secure 270 electoral college votes, the number required to take the White House. Polls already closing across the nation as we begin a long journey through this evening and quite possibly through the week. Following months of campaigning, it all comes down to this. 7 battleground states deciding the future of this country, and a handful of incredibly tight congressional races helping to shape the outlook for policy, the economy and financial markets worldwide. Guiding you through the evening, the Bloomberg team at the wall, Kenny Lyons. Following the House and Senate, Joe Matthew. On the markets this hour, Lisa Abramowitz alongside our chief political correspondent, Anne-Marie Jourdain. At 7 p.m. on the East Coast, here's Kenny Lyons.
Well, John, there are 8 states that have had poll closures at this hour, including the majority of Florida on the eastern parts of the state, as well as Virginia, South Carolina, and most crucially at this hour, Georgia, one of the key battlegrounds we are watching this evening that carries with it 16 electoral votes. Remember, 538 electoral votes are up for grabs this evening. It takes 270 of them to win the presidency. Now, based on historic data, the polling we have seen coming into tonight, 226 of those votes are seen as likely or safely Democratic, 219 expected to go Republican. That leaves just 93 up for grabs across the 7 swing states that ultimately could decide this election. For Kamala Harris, her easiest path to victory runs through 3 of them: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The so-called blue wall. If she wins all 3, she wins the presidency. If she doesn't, she does have some options. Basically, she either needs to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia, because if she loses Pennsylvania, she can either win both of those others or one of them, plus a western state to get to 270. Now, for Donald Trump, his path really runs through the Sun Belt. He needs to win Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and 1 blue wall state to win this thing most easily, but he must win one of those 3 blue wall states. If he's able to win Pennsylvania, all he would need to do in addition to that is to win Georgia and North Carolina. Now, already at this hour, John, we are having some race calls come in from the Associated Press. They have called the state of Kentucky, which was expected to be safely red for Donald Trump. It, of course, carries with it 8 electoral votes. They have called that race with about 6% of the votes counted. There's also another race call for Trump in Indiana, which just had polls close at this hour. Trump has indeed won Indiana, which brings with it 11 electoral votes. There is one call for Harris as well. She has won Vermont, according to the Associated Press. Vermont is, of course, a smaller state. It brings with it just 3 electoral votes. So right now at this hour, that would be 3 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Reminding everyone we are set to get to 270 here, while Donald Trump has had 2 pickups this evening, John.
Kenny, thank you. Stay close early in the evening, and those results widely expected. The balance of power up for grabs also this evening with your congressional roadmap. Here's Joe Matthew.
Yeah, Jonathan, no matter who wins the presidency, their agenda will be at the mercy of who controls Congress. And tonight we're facing the prospect of an historic shift in the 2 chambers here, having the House and Senate both switch to opposite parties. First time we've seen that in a presidential cycle in over a century. If it takes place, let's start in the Senate, where Democrats have a steep climb here, a difficult map to defend their thin majority, with about 10 races we're going to be following here, some of which are in the presidential swing states we've been talking about so much. Think Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan will likely key off of what happens at the top of the ticket. But we could also see some ticket splitting in states like Ohio, where Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who chairs the Senate Banking Committee, is holding a slight lead in his race against Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. That's a state that Donald Trump is expected to win. We could see a similar scenario in Arizona, where Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego has been holding a pretty steady lead against Republican Kerry Lake in the Senate race there, a state, again, that Donald Trump is supposed to win. Republicans, again, only need to flip 2 seats in the Senate, and it is the opposite scenario in the House, the reverse, where Republicans are defending a razor-thin majority here. Democrats only need to pick up 4 seats to make the difference in the House, and we're going to be watching the states, blue states of New York and California specifically, where there are many Republicans serving in districts that Joe Biden won 4 years ago. But, Jonathan, it's going to take some time. It could, in fact, be days before we know who controls the House.
Hey, Joe, thank you, sir. We'll catch up with you again in about 30 minutes' time. 2 sets of scores to watch this evening. One, the race to 270. The other, the financial markets. Equity futures on the S&P 500. Early days up by 1/10%. Let's set the table. Anne-Marie Jourdain, Lisa Abramowitz, and our guest host for the next hour, Ed Mills of Raymond James. Deep breath. Anne-Marie, this could be a long one.
This can be a long one. It's finally here, the most important poll we've been waiting for. But I think it's important to remember you have to take a deep breath. breath and also not get freaked out. We are going to see things like red mirages, maybe coming from a rural county, but then you're going to see a data dump from maybe a big blue city in maybe a red state, and that's going to start to freak some people out. Take a deep breath. We need the totality of data when it comes to all the polls being submitted, and that potentially means we're not going to get a result this evening. But that is the surprises that really we should expect, because this election cycle has been unprecedented in nature. Where we were over the summer, the top of the ticket flipping for the Democratic side, a sitting incumbent president dropping out, ascending Kamala Harris to the top, and then 2 attempted assassination attempts on the former president, the Republican candidate. This cycle has been unmatched for surprises, and you can maybe expect some this evening or the next few days.
I think a lot of people on Wall Street are certainly expecting that. There are a lot of people, welcome, who are going to be hunkered down, who probably have their camping gear at their desks, and we welcome you. I will say, as Anne Marie has talked about extensively, this is the Oprah Winfrey election. It is the Oprah Winfrey market right now. If you pick a trade, there is a Trump or a Harris win baked into each of them. You can see right now that real lift and outperformance today in the Russell 2000 at the same time that you see people piling into treasuries. 10-year treasuries, 30-year treasuries just opened for cash trading. You can see a bid come in after a successful auction. This, to me, is the litmus test. It is going to be driven by the debt markets and the currency markets at a time where the Trump trade is higher yields, stronger dollar. Do we get a significant reversal? Should there be some other victory?
Ed Mills, I'm reminded of a quote: democracy, it's not in the voting, it's in the counting. How long is the counting going to take?
Well, if we go back to 2020, it took a couple of weeks before we were fully done. I think the question that I've been getting asked is, when will we know the outcome of the election? I think that it's going to not be tonight, probably not tomorrow, for an official AP call or other decision desk calls for this election. I do think it's highly probable by the time the markets open up tomorrow morning, we have a pretty good idea of who's won this election.
So what states hold us back to knowing potentially this evening or early hours tomorrow?
So, Anne-Marie, you talked about the different mirage states. The blue mirage states are out there are Arizona, Florida. I don't think Florida is going to Kamala Harris. I think it's actually could be something that we could get a bit of a head fake early on, where if it goes overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, that's not necessarily a bad sign for Harris. It's a sign of just how Republican the state of Florida has gone. The red mirage states where Donald Trump could look like he's ahead before Harris could ultimately win it are the blue wall states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. The big question for me is, if he's ahead in those states and leading in other states, does he declare victory?
Who is still your base case right now, especially after that Ann Seltzer poll over the weekend?
I think that it is almost impossible to know exactly who is going to win this race, because when we go back to 2020, it was about 45,000 votes that were decided in 3 swing states. Going back to 2016, it was 107,000 swing votes. So if I was sitting here and out of probably more than 150 million people voting, knowing exactly what 10,000 people do in the state of Georgia, you know, it's not really knowable until we start getting some of these data that's coming in. I'm looking at a couple of counties in Indiana. We only have 65% in Hamilton County in Indiana, but Harris is up. That's a county that Donald Trump won by 7 percentage points back in 2020. Is that an early indicator? We're going to have to wait until we get a little bit more out of Virginia, out of North Carolina, out of Georgia, before we can kind of see if there's a trend that is being established here.
Ed, for months, there was this consensus on Wall Street that Donald Trump would win. We have seen that baked into a lot of markets. We've seen that with the dollar. We've seen that with respect to small caps, and some people would say financials. What has been the tone of the people who you speak to in markets heading into this election as it gets a bit tighter, and then, frankly, as you get a lot of people saying, wait a second, maybe we missed something?
Yeah, Lisa, I was marketing in Boston last week. I was here in New York last week. In saying that Harris had a chance and saying that this could be a 50-50 election that could go in either direction was a bigger call than I thought it was, because it was hard to find any investor who had not been betting on a pretty sizable election by Donald Trump. And most investors were betting on the fact that it was going to be a Republican sweep. So we'll see what the election results are tonight. But part of the pushback I had was, look, this is a lot closer than you think it is. they can decisively break in one direction. So after there's going to be this revisionist history, of course this person was going to win. If Harris wins, I'm sure I'm going to get plenty of emails saying, here's all the reason. It was so clear that she was always going to win. If Trump wins, I'm going to get a different set of emails. It was so clear he was always going to win. But when we look at all of the data, look at all of the information that's available to us at Raymond James, we think it's a toss-up election at the presidential level. We give Democrats a bit of an edge in the House, Republicans more of an edge in the Senate, but we have to wait to see what these votes actually say.
If it's any consolation, we'll be playing precisely the same game around this table for weeks. I have no doubt about it. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. Some early projections and no surprises. Trump wins Kentucky, Harris wins Vermont, Trump wins Indiana. The scores so far 19-3. With an update on how the two candidates are spending election night, let's bring in Bloomberg's Kayla Gardner and Tyler Kendall with the details. Hey, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, John, the energy is high here at former President Donald Trump's election night watch party. You can probably see the stage behind me. We are expecting him to deliver remarks a little later tonight. We are also expecting thousands of supporters to flood into this convention center here in Palm Beach. Now, as the excitement builds, the votes start to come in, it is important to remember that this race could rest on the candidate that made the best case to American voters that they are the best bet when it comes to the economy. I just spoke to a Trump campaign official who told me that they think that is the issue that will propel him, particularly when it comes to those blue wall states that we have been speaking about. Now, whether or not that happens remains to be seen, but I can tell you that our most recent Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll shows us that former President Donald Trump is leading Vice President Kamala Harris by 5 percentage points when it comes to likely voters in some of these key battleground states when it comes to voter confidence on handling the economy. These are the types of statistics that the Trump campaign is banking on tonight. John, just quickly, it is important to note that Vice President Kamala Harris has made double-digit inroads when it comes to this very issue of voter confidence on the economy. But whether or not that is enough remains to be seen.
Tyler Kendall, thank you. Kayla, let's bring you into the conversation. Does the Harris campaign like what they're hearing on the ground this evening?
Yeah, Jonathan, well, we're on the campus of Howard University where there's a few thousand supporters starting to file in here. You can probably hear the music starting behind me, but let's talk about the energy from Democrats coming into tonight. Democrats have really been energized by the numbers in early voting. They feel like they've seen strong turnout from women, young voters, black voters, but tonight the Harris campaign is saying they're seeing strong numbers from college students, specifically talking about a college in the swing county of Northampton County, Pennsylvania, Lehigh University, where they're saying there's a 7-hour wait there. They're also seeing high turnout from Puerto Rican voters in Philadelphia. And Harris specifically has a plan for the island where she wants to build up climate resilience there and build economic opportunities. And this comes after those controversial remarks we saw from that comedian at the Trump rally just a few days ago. And so the Harris campaign has really tried to double in on this group, specifically touting endorsements from Bad Bunny and Jennifer Lopez.
Trying to make a difference. Kayla, Tyler, to the both of you, thank you. Voting already closing in a number of critical locations, including the battleground state of Georgia. Let's get to Bloomberg's Brett Pulley in Atlanta with the latest. Hey, Brett.
Hi there. Yes, polls closed about, a little over 10 minutes ago. But there are some precincts that are staying open. In vote-rich Fulton County, I should note, about 5 precincts are staying open 15 to 45 minutes past the 7 o'clock closing time. And also there are some requests out there for some precincts to stay open later due to earlier bomb threats today, which of course were discredited. And in fact, the feds and the Secretary of State said that those were the result of some Russian hoax. So nonetheless, the Secretary of State has said that by 8 o'clock tonight, 1 hour after the polls have closed, that 99% of the 4 million votes that were counted early will be counted. And he said that also before the evening's over, the remaining about 1 million votes that were expected today will also be counted. So we could very well have a very good indication before the end of the night who has won the state of Georgia. They'd like to avoid what we experienced 4 years ago in 2020 when, of course, hand counting led to a delay of about 7 or 8 days. The Secretary of State has said that no matter what lawsuits, no matter what kind of things are contended, that the state of Georgia is battle tested and ready. So We'll see.
Brett, I hope you're right, and we can catch up again soon. Thank you, sir. Anne-Marie, certain states will get this done much more quickly than others.
Absolutely. And the one state that everyone wants to know about, the one state that everyone says, even the former president saying if he could have any result immediately, it would be Pennsylvania. People I'm talking to are saying, settle down. We might not know Pennsylvania until Friday, because the way they count ballots, some of them can't even begin counting those mail-in ballots till after the polls close. So it's going to take a while, especially if it's anything like 2016 and 2020, where you're winning by just tens of thousands of votes.
I think you're going to hear that on repeat this evening, aren't you? Settle down.
Yeah.
On repeat.
All I can say is people are not going to be listening. They'll say, and I just say that right now I'm getting a number of messages, including from European trading desks, about a Kobasi poll as well as a Reuters poll about Wisconsin. So, basically the granularity that people over in Tokyo, that people over in Berlin are focusing on is notable.
Coming up next on the program, we'll catch up with JP Morgan's Priya Misra on the markets, plus another key poll closing in North Carolina. That's at the bottom of the hour. Election night 2024 continues.
Season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sports is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones. I can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie.
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
Do you need a clap?
No, I think we're...
do it for fun.
Ready? Go.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024 with some early projections for you. Trump wins Kentucky. Harris wins Vermont. Trump wins Indiana. The score, 19-3. After months of campaigning, election night is finally here.
Election-related volatility.
The election volatility that we've got coming.
Everyone just got their volatility exposure now.
Equity volatility very low, fixed income volatility very high.
There's definitely some huge risks here around the election.
Driving ourselves mad here.
Huge uncertainty in the election.
The election is causing uncertainty.
The election is all that people are talking about.
When there's volatility, that's good for our markets business.
Almost every hedge fund that we speak to, they're calling it a coin flip.
With more on the markets, let's get to Lisa. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, John. Let's talk about where the volatility is expected to be. It is squarely in the bond market. When you take a look at implied volatility in the bond market as measured by the MOVE index, you can see it has absolutely surged over the past couple of weeks versus the implied volatility across assets in the VIX. You can see it's gotten to the widest levels that we've seen going back to the beginning of the year. Why? Because it's all about the deficit. We'll get to that later. This question about the supply of treasuries that could be issued up to markets. When you take a look at other asset classes and in terms of what the Trump trade is, what the Harris trade is, I want to just say everything is a Trump trade. Very few things are Harris trades. One thing that I've really noticed is that Bitcoin and the U.S. dollar seem to have very much traded in tandem with where people think that Donald Trump is going to land, whether he is going to be victorious. And you can see they've been bouncing around, but then they've decidedly surged over the past couple of weeks until tapering out. You can also see this in DJT, the Trump Entertainment and Technology stock. You can also see this in the U.S. dollar versus the Mexican peso. As for a Harris trade, what does that look like? I will just say solar stocks are the place to look. Renewable energies, in which you can see they kind of went flat on their back at the same time that you saw Donald Trump really gain in the market's mind that he was the definitive victor. And recently you've seen just a little bit of a creep up, John, throughout the evening. Really keep your eyes trained on the bond market, because obviously I care about that, and I know that you care about that too. But some of these stocks are the ones people are looking at, baskets that they can really use as proxies, John.
Lisa, if you care, we all care. Let's continue the conversation and welcome in JP Morgan's Priya Misra alongside Ed Mills of Raymond James. Priya, good evening. I was very close to saying good morning because I'm used to seeing you every single morning, but good evening and potentially good night a little bit later as well. I want to understand from your perspective, if this is just a clearing event that once we get past, we get back to normal, get back to business, or whether you consider tonight to be something quite defining for the outlook.
I think it could be very defining if we have essentially a Republican sweep, because in that case, you've got all three parts of government. We've got significant, the choices are very stark here in this election. So if you do have a Trump sweep, I think it could be a very defining moment in the sense we'll be talking about fiscal expansion, as much as $7 trillion over the next 10 years. We'll be talking about tariffs, deregulation. There's a lot in here. If you have a Harris win, and again, I don't know if you're going to know this today, tomorrow, in the next few weeks, whenever we know it, I think if you have a Harris win, the chance of a divided government is higher. That's when we take a step back. We look at the economy, we look at Fed policy. I think it'll be a little bit back to status quo. It's that sweep scenario that I think could be pretty defining for markets.
Priya, for weeks, the bond market was pricing in a Trump trade. Everything you just discussed, the reason why yields were going higher. What is the bond market telling you now?
I think the bond market's trying to take some risk off the table. We had that Iowa-Seltzer poll over the weekend. So I think there's a little bit of concern. Now, here's the issue. We've been in a 50-50 on a knife's edge race, I would say, for a few months. But I think the market reaction is asymmetric, meaning in a sweep, you get such a big move that the market, almost from risk management standpoint, had to price some of it in. I would say the move in 10-year treasuries, the last 20, 30 basis points, is that Trump trade, which makes sense because if you're talking about a 100 basis point move, which is what we saw in 2016 on a Trump sweep, you start to price some of that in. And I think in the last week, people have said, hold on, this is a 50-50 race. Let's just take some risk off and then reassess. And I think, but you're still going to get a big market reaction, I think, either way.
What's your advice to investors when they see potentially blue mirages or red mirages, but full tallies haven't been submitted for big states?
I would say take a deep breath. I know you've been saying it all evening and you will keep saying it all night, which I think we should all hear. I mean, there's politics, there's obviously the market's going to be volatile. There is going to be, and night trading, overnight trading is never that liquid. You're going to see big reactions. We saw it in 2016 and the market entirely reversed it in 2016. It's quite possible. I would say let's take a deep breath. There is, even in the sweep scenario, I think this idea that rates can just rise and stocks can keep rising, I think we should still see, there's a lot they say in campaigns. What can actually get done? What will the market allow? The fiscal space, the inflation space is so much different today compared to 2016. I think we have to be careful drawing too many conclusions from what's happened in the past.
We all read the same research, or at least similar research, and I think we've all been told the same thing over the last few months. It doesn't matter who's in power, stocks go up and to the right. I just wonder, Ed Mills, from the people you speak to, whether they believe it is different this time, that there's something unique about this election cycle.
So I think what's unique about this election cycles is two things. Number one, when we look at the things that the market is most concerned about with Donald Trump, it is things that he can do through executive power. It is trade, tariff, immigration policy. And then the second thing is that we usually talk about a lot of tax policy that never gets implemented. But we have a tax bill that is expiring on December 31st of next year. So we are almost certain to need to at least have the debate and probably do something on tax policy. And so one of the things that I've been telling clients is that maybe the area we get the most certainty is there was a Harris victory with a Republican Senate. because you remove the trade, tariff, immigration policies that the market could be concerned with in a Trump victory, and you remove the concerns that the corporate tax rate or higher rates on high-income individuals go into play. And so I think that there's a sense that there is a lot of folks that want that Republican sweep for the markets, but do they really want to go through the trade, tariff, immigration, debt discussion over the next 4 years, or would you get far more certainty in that other scenario? And I think if it is a Harris victory with a Republican Senate, the Fed, Jay Powell's doing backflips because they know with about 99% certainty exactly what's going to happen on the fiscal side.
It's certainly position dependent. If you're bullish bonds, without a doubt, everyone in that position right now agrees with you. Do you agree with him?
I would agree. I would say that there's one scenario, and it is bullish bonds, but it is bearish risk, which is the debt ceiling. You're going to get the debt ceiling. There are no fiscal hawks, no bond vigilantes in Congress right now in either of the campaigns. The moment you become the opposition, you wake up and you say, well, there's this deficit, so we can't extend the debt ceiling. That's when I think the divided government will have to get used to a lot of headline risk. I don't think anyone wants to default, but do they put in a sequester? Do they put in some spending cuts which can then hurt?
And anytime we put in the sequester, we've actually never followed through with it. We're going to get the debt ceiling regardless. And I think what you're going to see in the debt limit is they're going to extend out permitting reform for energy products. That's going to unleash a lot of GDP, which is going to be a positive for the market. I don't see us defaulting. I think the debt limit actually, because of what we went through last year, is more of a bond market conversation when Treasury couldn't issue treasuries for 6 months and we had depressed yields, only to have a massive flood into the market and yields spiking before Treasury did their refunding changes.
Larry Summers was just on with David Weston, the former Treasury Secretary, saying the bond market is going to have to do some educating when it comes to lawmakers at some point. When is that point?
It could be next year, could be a decade away. Who knows? Equity futures right now on the S&P 500 are by 0.4%. Everyone around this table will be sticking with us. Coming up next on this program, just moments away. Polls closing in the Battleground state of North Carolina. That conversation is just around the corner. Some early projections for you already this evening. Trump wins Indiana. Harris wins Vermont. And Trump wins Kentucky. The scores 19-3. The race to 270 continues through this evening.
Things like making sure your account is private, right? When you sign up and you're a teenager, private by default, that you're focused on adding people you already know out in the real world, your real friends, that, our service doesn't have, public likes, these comparison metrics that we know, can make people feel bad about themselves. We moderate the content that we distribute on our platform to try to mitigate, the spread of harmful content. So we've tried to make a lot of choices to, make our service, a healthy and fun place with friends. And we hear that, when we do research, we find that people, rank Snapchat as the happiest platform. They say that it helps them feel closer to their friends. So I think we're really focused on what we can control in terms of improving the product experience. And then we always try to encourage parents, don't let your teenager, use Snapchat unless they're above the age of 13. And there are tools available today on your phone, iOS, Android, that are really easy to use to help limit, what teens can use on their phones.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We don't know what the policy reaction function is actually going to be off of what has been said. And for that reason, I think you have a number of investors that are actually just sort of continuing to plow forward on the view that the economy is in pretty good shape. So that when there is an election outcome, once there's a sense for whether new policy will actually get affected, then they can have a reaction.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024 at 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast, happening right now. Polls closing in 4 different states across the country: New Hampshire, West Virginia, Ohio, and a battleground state of North Carolina. 37 electoral college votes up for grabs in the race to 270. At the election wall, with more, here's Kenny Lights.
Well, John, we've already had 3 states called by the Associated Press at this hour. 2 for Donald Trump, Kentucky and Indiana, bringing him to 19 electoral votes. While Kamala Harris, according to the Associated Press, has won Vermont, which brings her score to 3 at this hour. Now, we've also had an important battleground that has had polling close within the last half an hour. That would be Georgia, which carries with it 16 electoral votes. Right now, only 6% of the votes are in, according to the Associated Press, but they do have Donald Trump with that share of votes, winning right now by 15 points, 57 to 42%. I would stress, though, that is a very small number of votes. We're talking less than 300,000, and more than 4 million people in Georgia voted early. We do have a fresh call coming right now from the Associated Press. That would be West Virginia, which they have called for Donald Trump. No surprise, those 4 electoral votes will go for Donald Trump, which will bring his score now to 23. Again, Kamala Harris is still at 3. But as you mentioned, John, we had a very important poll closure happen just moments ago. That would be North Carolina, which carries with it 16 electoral votes. As of right now, none have been reported, according to the Associated Press, but we're going to be keeping tabs on this state very closely, as well as 2 others that have polls closing 30 minutes from now: Pennsylvania and Michigan, among the 22 states with poll closures at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And again, we're talking just 7 battlegrounds here that ultimately could decide this race to 270, John.
Hey, Kaylee, thank you. I just want to draw your attention to a couple of things in the market. In fact, make it 3. Let's start with equities. Equity futures bouncing here. It's a little bit of a rally. Equity futures up by 0.4%. The Russell small caps up by 1 full percentage point. And check out the bond market. Bonds trading already a little bit softer this evening. I know we've got a long road ahead of us, but yields are higher now by 5 basis points. The 10-year 432.57. And off the back of that, some dollar strength. Euro dollar trading lower. Just keep an eye on these things as we work our way through the evening. Let's turn to Washington's balance of power at the analysis desk with more. Here's Joe Matthew.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. I'm joined, of course, by Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. You're going to be with us for the duration this evening with the perspective from the Democratic and Republican sides here. We just got a race call in West Virginia, guys. It's Jim Justice for Senate. Not a major surprise here after the retirement of Joe Manchin, who, of course, was a thorn in the side of the Biden administration. But this is important to mention only because of the baseline, Rick. This is the beginning of why it's going to be so tough for Democrats tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have this beginning in the Senate races that is solidly Republican. Everybody kind of banked this vote. The other eyes have all been on Montana with the Tester race. Probably too close to tell right now, but that'll be the next one that people think is most likely to fall.
Sure.
And then you start looking at some of these races that potentially we could lose a seat. And, everyone talks about Texas, right? Yep. Ted Cruz, he's not going to lose. We've got a bet on over this, and he probably won't. But that's a race that some Democrats thought they could put into play. So, hard to pick up a Republican seat, but right now, Republicans are on the trail to win the Senate.
State of Ohio, another good example where Sherrod Brown is in the fight of his political career against Bernie Moreno. This is a red state that could, in fact, see a Democrat hold on.
That's right. And you know, it's fascinating because if Sherrod Brown does hold on and Donald Trump takes this will say that these voters in Ohio are willing to go Trump at the top and Sherrod Brown to retain him in the Senate. But very, very tough for Sherrod Brown. This is his third race. The last 2 times he ran, he didn't have somebody at the top of the ticket like a Donald Trump working against him. So this is pretty tough for him. And of course, he is well known as a populist. Of course, he is in Ohio, the same state where vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance is from. So this is a state that Democrats really want to hold on to, and they've poured a lot of money into this state. And of course, Ohio voters, like many voters, they do support incumbents. In this country, our incumbency re-election rate is about 9 out of 10. So if Moreno does knock him off, that is a big victory for Republicans.
Funny to think that was a swing state at one point. Rick, we've got North Carolina falling into the fray here as well. Important on the presidential level as well as gubernatorial. Can you have one without the other?
Yeah, for sure. And that's looking like that's the most possible. I mean, Donald Trump, if he's going to reintroduce his wins from 2020. He's got to win North Carolina.
Mark Robinson
Democrats haven't won it yet, and Robinson has been a disaster as a candidate, right? Again, we keep talking about, candidates matter. In this case, he does, and it looks like the voters have moved away from him under Shapiro, and I think that's probably the way it's going to end. I mean, he's just never been able to recover from the scandals of some of his past, comments on these message boards. And so I think that you have a situation there where you're going to have a Democrat in the governorship in next year and still undecided as to which presidential candidate is going to win.
North Carolina is going to be key in helping us determine what happens next, isn't it?
That's right. And watch for Union County. It's a county of the banking industry. Really strong Republican county for years. But Donald Trump has been losing support. They're still winning it by big numbers. But what the Republicans are trying to see tonight, can they stop that bleeding in a place like Union County? Or does Kamala Harris start to pick up numbers in those suburbs with white, educated folks, particularly on the back of an issue like abortion? Because is this going to go economy? Then the Republicans have an advantage. Or does it go abortion? That gives Kamala Harris some more advantage there. So we're watching places like Union.
With Rick and Jeannie, we're just getting started here, Jonathan.
Hey, Joe, you might be there for a while. I'm looking forward to the coverage. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Joe, Rick and Jeannie there. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Just moments ago, another projection, this time from Trump, winning West Virginia, the latest from the Associated Press. So that takes us to 23-3 in the race to 270. No big surprises, Anne-Marie, at least so far.
No big surprises. Of course, we want to know what's going on, though, with North Carolina. They talked about it, Rick, Joe, and Jeannie. What's interesting there is North Carolina has this history, Jonathan, of split voting. So they're happy to send a Republican to Washington to be their president, but mostly they have Democrat governors. I spoke to one of them recently. It was Governor Cooper. It's probably going to be Josh Stein, and that race pretty much all but done. But what's interesting about North Carolina is you did see Kamala Harris feeling momentum there, but Donald Trump kept going there. Every single day he had the opportunity to. Potentially he was a little bit nervous.
Let's head over to North Carolina right now. We can catch up with Bloomberg's Anna Edgerton. Anna, what's the latest?
Well, we are seeing the polls close right about now in all but 2 precincts where very minor technical issues allowed for voters to have 30 extra minutes to vote in those 2 precincts. So we were hopeful that we were going to get results tonight, maybe before 1 a.m. as they've made projections for North Carolina in the past. But I just spoke with a very smart local strategist who said that we could be going into a recount. It could be so close, less than 30,000 votes between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris based on early voting, crunching some numbers from exit polls. So we'll see what happens going into tonight. But we are, of course, watching the presidential race for those important 16 electoral college counts and also those down ballot races, as you mentioned, the governor's race and a few other interesting races down ballot.
Anna, stay close. Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to keep taking you back to what financial markets are doing. Very early doors, I know, very early in the evening. But check this out. Equity futures with a real bounce. We're up by 1.5% on a Russell. The small caps are rallying here. Priya, I'll take your attention, draw your attention to what's developing in the bond market. Yields higher by anywhere between 5 to 6 basis points across the curve. What do you make of this morning, or rather this evening already?
So number one, I would say this is the overnight session. It's not that liquid. I think a few trades might have moved this market. The other point I'll say is if you look what happened today, we had a really strong ISM services number. Rates should have risen, but then we had an okay auction, and through the course of the day, interest rates fell. So is what we're seeing right now some offset to what we saw today? Is it starting to price in a Trump win? I think it's all of the above. It's such a close race. I think we would be looking to fade extreme moves. I wouldn't say this is an extreme move, but you start getting a really big rise in rates, that's going to not allow some of the crazy talk in terms of how much the debt can grow, but I don't think we're there yet. This is just the market trying to figure out in this incredibly close race who's winning.
Or some traders potentially overseas trying to understand exactly the Electoral College and why they need to care about specific counties in certain states. What on this map right now, Ed, is surprising that potentially the market's looking at?
Well, I think we're looking at some very early returns. You know, I was going through some of the key counties in Georgia. When I looked at Houston County, it's exactly where it was 4 years ago for Trump. Looking at Rockland County, Douglas County in Georgia, Harris is outperforming, but that's just kind of the early vote. We have still a decent number of votes to come in here. Yeah, as you look at North Carolina, as we go through the night, I'm going to be looking at Nash County, Caribous County. This was a state that was one of the narrowest election outcomes back in 2020. It was a state that was only won by Donald Trump by 75,000 votes. And when you have a gubernatorial race that is likely to be so decisive, is that something that can put Harris over the edge? That's what we're watching here.
Do you think there's a real chance she can win North Carolina? The only individual who's done that since Jimmy Carter days was Barack Obama, and only his first term.
Well, it was within 0.03% out of 5.4 million people who voted 4 years ago. And you've had a number of inflow individuals coming into North Carolina. You have more enthusiasm among Democrats. It was a state that Donald Trump went to, every last day of this rally. It was one of his last rallies in North Carolina. It shows me that they were concerned about North Carolina. So yes, can she win North Carolina? Absolutely. Is it the base case? Is it a must-win state for her? No. It is that blue wall that are the must-wins.
We'll keep this conversation going. Everyone's going to be sticking with us. Up next on the programme, a conversation with Ma McGuinness, the president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, as Election Night 2024 continues. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. No surprises so far. Trump 23, Harris 3, but we're seeing an early move in this bond market. Yields higher by close to 7 basis points on a 10-year, 433.74. The U.S. budget deficit hitting $1.8 trillion. It's at the epicenter of campaigning, and some are concerned the situation will only get worse.
What you should worry about is the deficit today is 7% of GDP.
You have to pay attention to deficits and national debt.
We're spending the next generation's money currently.
Our advice to the U.S. is that it should have smaller deficits.
The notion that we are spending $2 trillion in excess of what we take in peacetime with full employment does not bode well for the availability of capital.
We have a $6.5 trillion budget deficit. We have a $6.5 trillion budget. $2 trillion budget deficit.
Deficits, by their nature, are inflationary.
Regardless of who's going to be elected, we're going to have larger deficits.
With the latest on the markets, guess who? Lisa has more.
Hey, John, it's so interesting to hear all those people in the market who care very deeply about the deficit, and yet these candidates, either of them, they are not talking extensively about how to reduce the deficit. If anything, their plans will expand the deficit, and it is not a matter of which expands the deficit, but rather which expands the deficit more. Let's take a look at the Committee for a Responsible Budget, which is almost a misnomer, and just what the projections are going out of these two candidates, Harris and Trump. You can see the baseline is that over the 10 years through 2035, Kamala Harris's plans will expand the deficit by almost $4 trillion. That compares to a base case for Donald Trump over those 10 years to almost $8 trillion more. There are a lot scarier base cases. If you look at the high end, if you look at the low end, maybe you get some comfort. Here is the problem. The more people worry about the deficit, the more the expectation for yields to go up. Yields go up, it is more expensive to service this debt, and that is what we have seen over the past 4 years. You have seen a tripling in the interest payments that the U.S. government has been paying on its debt to $900 billion from $300 billion less than 4 years ago. Question of how much more does this climb if the U.S. is not only expanding the deficit, but also creating a whole host of vigilantes who are ready to pick that up and then charge more for it. Meanwhile, the debt to GDP ratio that people are so worried about is at about a quarter of federal spending right now. The quarter of the U.S. economy consists of federal spending. This is unheard of outside of wartime, except for 4 years since World War II. You can see that U.S. debt to GDP ratio has climbed above 120%. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, expects that if we are on this trajectory, John, we could go to 171% of the debt to GDP by 2050. And it doesn't seem like anyone, John, seems to want to campaign on reducing this deficit.
At least not yet. Lisa, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to draw your attention to what's developing in financial markets. I want to stress that we're only really an hour into this and we haven't seen any surprises whatsoever. But just take a look at this. Small caps running hard, up by 1.3%. Bonds selling off. Yields are higher across the curve. Check out the 10-year at the moment. Yields up almost 7 basis points, 434. And check out another trade in foreign exchange off the back of this. Dollar stronger. The peso weaker. Dollar MEX gapping higher by about 0.9%. Now, this is what you would describe the Trump trade to be. Long small caps, short bonds, and get long the US dollar, particularly against something like the Mexican peso on trade risk. And that's what's developing already this evening, Anne-Marie, in financial markets cross-asset.
One economist just messaged me saying way too early makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me either, because we still have dozens of counties to report in critical swing states, let alone the polls have yet to close in Pennsylvania. What we're hearing right now is that the former president is expected to call in to local radio stations in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, encouraging people that if you decide to stay home, maybe give it a second look and go out and vote. So not sure why the market thinks this election is done and dusted. It's far from over.
Priya, easy to sit here and say there's no liquidity. There's meant to be. I thought everyone was at their desk right now watching this program and getting ready for the results to drop. Surely there's liquidity.
When you're looking at binary outcomes like where we are right now, it's very hard to have a lot of conviction. I can see where the liquidity comes in is I have a little bit of a position. I'm getting nervous. As the night goes on, I get more nervous. I take it off. So there may be trading, but I think it's way too early to have any conviction. I still think this is 50-50. It's going to be determined by such few votes that you're not supposed to be trading here.
But we are.
The market's moving, and again, it may be moving based on a few trades. I think it's just going to be a long night of a lot of volatility. We should just take a deep breath, as you've been saying.
A long night and some early moves. Yields higher by 6 basis points on a 10-year, 433. To talk about the bond market and the deficit, let's continue that conversation with Maya McGuinness, the president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Maya, welcome back to the program. You framed it perfectly for 2025 and beyond. Can you do that again for our audience? How big are the numbers that we're talking about on the campaign trail? How much bigger could this issue be?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you started off with a great overview here, and I think the point is the numbers are so bad. There's been a wake-up call across people in the economy, with markets people, with the media, all paying attention, and the one place the wake-up call did not hit was in the candidates, the leading presidential candidates. So before we even deal with the candidates' promises, we're looking at a plan to borrow $22 trillion over the next decade just for the structural borrowing that's already built in. That assumes no economic downturn. That means our debt will be at a record level as a share of GDP. It means our interest payments will be the fastest growing part of the budget. And it means that unless we make some changes, we will be getting very close to the insolvency moments for both Social Security and Medicare. Yeah.
Well, at this moment, aren't our interest payments already higher than our U.S. national defense budget?
Yes, they are, which is not a good sign for any country. No country has ever gotten to that point and remained a leading superpower. So not only is this now a risk for our economics, for our economy, for our ability to respond to crises, for our ability to have a flexible budget, it is a national security risk at this point. And the fact is, it is the second largest component of our federal budget, growing faster than any others. Then you layer on what both candidates have promised. And as you've said, they both have put forward promises of trillions of dollars, about $4 trillion in Harris's case, almost $8 trillion in Trump's case. Of course, that's just what they've promised. It will depend what the makeup of Congress is, what they can actually get through. But we've seen that even while concerns are growing both domestically and across the globe about the U.S.'s fiscal situation, the two people running for president, one of them about to enter office, have not shown any real concern with this issue. They've made promises about what they wouldn't do to fix it. They haven't made any promises about what they would do to fix it. So when we get from campaigning to governing, there is a very dangerous mandate that either one of them will be starting with.
Well, Maya, there was a candidate in the primary, Nikki Haley, Governor Haley, who she wanted to talk about this. She was on our program on Bloomberg TV talking about the fact that, you know what, people need to work longer in life. They need to go down to Social Security. Potentially that's where we need to cut some of this spending. And guess what? The Trump campaign clipped that and played it in Iowa. Does polling on the deficit, does this basically resonate with anyone going out to vote?
Yeah, I mean, I will say as a political independent, when I heard Governor Haley talking about the realities of the fiscal situation, putting forth actually sensible solutions, I at least jumped out of my seat and applauded. It was great to hear somebody talking about it honestly. Of course, it doesn't appeal to voters when the other option is, hey, I promise you so many things and they'll all be free. Here's trillions of dollars in tax cuts. You don't have to pay for them. And on top of that, I'll give you trillions in new spending. So it's very hard to beat nothing, in fact, negative with something real. But what we've seen in the past is that when you have our political leaders backed up by people from markets and other trusted sources, and particularly when it's bipartisan, voters, citizens do start to understand nobody thinks you can actually borrow trillions of dollars. You can't borrow to economic growth. You can't borrow to prosperity. So once you have some truth tellers out there, it starts to change the entire concept of what we have to do, and people will come along. We actually saw that way back then with Ross Perot, when he's the person who put the issue on the agenda, and then the other candidates followed because people started to demand it. It's not a bottoms-up issue. There's not going to be a 1 million-person march on the mall, about the deficit and debt. But when you have real leaders talking about it, that's when people start to notice. And that's when members of Congress also hear from other people in the markets, business leaders, that they're worried about it. Then they start to take notice and start discussing some of those hard, real things that Haley was talking about and that we're going to need more politicians to talk about.
Maya, thank you. Appreciate your time this evening. Maya McGuinness there on the deficit and what it might mean for the bond market. Priya, yields can rise for a whole bunch of reasons. Higher inflation, better outlook for economic growth. And then there's that premium because of the deficit. Any evidence whatsoever that we're building in the latter?
I think we are. The fact that the Fed is cutting rates on the front end and yet the 10-year seems to be selling off is that term premium starting to get priced in. Now, I'll make a couple of points. I think the deficit we know is an unsustainable trajectory. The other point I'll make is the price insensitive buyers that we have been used to in the Treasury market for the last many decades, they're stepping away, meaning foreign buyers are the smallest share of essentially around auctions. We have auctions every other week. So I think you have these price clearing moments as the Treasury comes in, and the price sensitive buyers, asset managers, banks, hedge funds, insurance companies, they have to come in and buy. Then you think about how much more should you get paid for giving the government money for 10 years over 5 years. That's what can continue to rise. I hope Maya's right that people will convince whoever's president-elect.
Sure.
Maybe the bond market will force that conversation. That's what concerns me. I don't know what that level is. I think 4.5, 4.75, with the Fed telling you monetary policy is restrictive and the 10-year keeps going up, it's going to crowd out investments. It's going to make investors like us think about, well, if we're getting credit risk-free, there's still duration risk in treasuries, then I need to charge a little bit more for corporate debt. So everything reprices to a higher rate. And that's when this risk rally can stop. And I think the bond market might force this fiscal discipline if the candidates themselves don't bring it on.
Yields are higher this evening, up by 6 basis points. We're just moments away from the polls closing in Pennsylvania. Bloomberg's David Gura joins us now from Philadelphia with more. Hey, David.
Hey, John, and just an aside, nobody that I've spoken to has mentioned the debt or the deficits. I've talked to voters here in Philadelphia. But what I've been focusing on here is participation. Who's been coming to the polls, what that's looked like here in Philadelphia and across the state. Walking around this city, there were lines, but they were moving. I've been in touch with officials from both parties across the state who said turnout has been big, but no problems to report by and large. People have been able to vote as they've wanted to. And of course, you and I have talked a lot about mail-in balloting, early voting in this state, and how that's been something that both parties have targeted and encourage people to do. We've seen huge numbers in that regard as well. Coming into today, there was this concern about voting irregularity, and I just want to comment a little bit on that if I could. There are 2 counties in this state where voting is going to continue past 8 o'clock. The first is Cambria County. That's in the western part of the state, right outside of Pittsburgh. There were some delays at the beginning of the day getting ballots scanned. Those polls are going to remain open until 10 o'clock tonight. In another county, Lucerne, at one polling station, there were some other difficulties in the morning. They're going to stay open a little later as well. We have seen the former president raising the specter of there being some malfeasance here in Philadelphia. He said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. We've had a city commissioner here pushing back against that very vociferously on Twitter, saying that is not the case. He has fielded every request from the RNC. I should say he is a Republican commissioner here in Philadelphia. Guys?
David Gura, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I had a feeling that the deficit wasn't popular on the campaign trail, so I'm not surprised. We'll catch up with David again in about 15 minutes' time. Ed Mills, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time this evening. Could be a long night. Priya Misra, thanks to you as well. Coming up on this program, a number of notable states on deck, including Florida and the battleground state of Pennsylvania. A special coverage of election night 2024 continues, with equity futures right now on the S&P 500 rallying by 0.5%, and in the bond market, Treasury's trading soft, yields higher by 6 basis points. Your 10-year 4.33.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down.
Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea. But ultimately, you still have to do a lot of it. It just give you very superficial ideas, but at the end, you still have to customize it, how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I feel that, when the designer is doing, it's the spirit, it's the heart that the computer don't have.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, election night 2024 at 8 p.m. on the East Coast, happening this hour. Polls closing in 22 states across the country, 238 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 19 from the battleground state of Pennsylvania, as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump square off in a race to 270. With an update on where the voting currently stands at the election wall. With the details, here's Katie Lyons.
Well, John, it is very early in that race to 270. At this point in the night, Donald Trump has had 23 electoral votes called for him by the Associated Press, compared to just 3 for Kamala Harris. That comprises only 4 states, West Virginia, Indiana, Vermont, and Kentucky, and none of them have brought surprises. Of course, the states that we're really watching at this hour and all through the night are some of the battlegrounds, 2 of which have already closed. One being, of course, Georgia, which closed at 7 p.m. Eastern time. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, has said he did expect all of the early votes would be tabulated by 8 p.m. But at this time, according to the Associated Press, just 32% of those votes have been counted at this time, with roughly a third of the vote in. Trump is leading Harris by 12 points, 54 to 44%. We're also, of course, watching another battleground, North Carolina. That too remains too close to call, with only 4% of the votes in at this time. All the same, we are starting to get more calls from the Associated Press, including 3 for Donald Trump. I will read them out in order. Donald Trump having won Alabama, according to the AP, as well as Mississippi and Oklahoma. That will bring his total electoral votes at this time to 56. Kamala Harris has had another race called for her, the state of Maryland, which brings her total to 35 electoral votes. Again, none of these, John, are surprises. This is essentially how we expected all of these states to go, red and blue, respectively. We just had another call from Kamala Harris, the Associated Press, saying that she has won Connecticut, which brings with it a number of electoral votes that will take her tally higher as well. Now, as you mentioned, there are 22 states that just had polls closed roughly 90 seconds ago. They do include 2 of the battlegrounds we are watching, Pennsylvania and the majority of Michigan. The latter part of the Upper Peninsula will have polls closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time. But again, the scores as they stand right now, 35 Kamala Harris, 86 electoral votes for Donald Trump, according to the Associated Press, John.
Katie, thanks for the update. And another headline, Anne-Marie, Florida.
Winning to Donald Trump, according to the networks right now. That's really no surprise. This is a red state. It used to be purple. It's no longer purple. It is red. More interesting, what we're waiting to hear about Florida is how the abortion ballot turned out. That 6-week potential abortion ban Donald Trump would not weigh in on today when reporters asked him how he voted. He votes now in the state of Florida, even though he's from Queens, New York. Also, Senator Rick Scott defending his seat there, that Senate seat. A lot of money, a lot of time put into that. This is also a place that has a heavy Hispanic voting bloc, which is why Senator Rick Scott was one of the first Republicans to come out when Donald Trump held his rally at Madison Square Garden. That comedian made that not funny joke about Puerto Rico. Rick Scott wanted to make sure he's shoring up his voters to go to the polls.
No surprises just yet. Another projection, this time from the Associated Press. Trump wins South Carolina, 95-35, Donald Trump to Harris. But I should stress, Anne-Marie, we should repeat, no big surprises just yet.
No big surprises. We need to know the outcome of 7 states. Look, 2016, Donald Trump won, winning 6 of the 7 swing states. 2020, Joe Biden won, winning 6 of the 7 swing states. Unless there was something historic that flipped, this would be interesting. All of this is smooth sailing, what we all expect, which is why it's so interesting that the markets are actually moving off of news that is not actually news.
The news you wanted as well, Scott wins his Senate race, so he keeps that seat.
So this is where the Democrats were going to be trying to play offense. They tried to play offense here, trying to draw up the numbers, Miami-Dade County, trying to get individuals to come out with those Democrats. But look, in a state like Florida, there are 1.1 million registered Republicans. They tried, but Scott holds his seat. He has a ton of money. He's a former governor. He put a lot of his own capital into this, and that's going to be a seat the Republicans hold. One conviction you can really go into this evening is that the GOP flips the Senate.
Let's put this all together. Let's cross over for the balance of power on Capitol Hill. At the analysis desk, here's Joe Matthew. Hey, Joe.
Jonathan, we're clearing through some of the low-hanging fruit here. I will say that Rick Scott call is noteworthy. There were some polls just in the last couple of weeks showing that a lot closer than it has turned out to be, 55% to 43%, with more than 80% polling. Florida is ripping, by the way, on counting votes tonight. Now we're going to get into some of the bigger races, as we mentioned, that will help to decide the balance in the Senate. Look no further than Battleground, Pennsylvania, where Senator Bob Casey, the Democrat, trying to keep his seat after 3 terms in a very close contest with Republican David McCormick, who we know well on Bloomberg as the former CEO of Bridgewater. I'll remind everybody, Pennsylvania is one of the couple of states we have here that does not start counting early ballots until Election Day. They started the process at 7 a.m., 7 this morning, and if things stay close here, that's why it could take some time for Pennsylvania. Let's add Michigan now, where there's another dead heat between Congresswoman Elissa Slotkin and former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. Both of these races, Pennsylvania, Michigan, could key off of what happens at the top of the ticket. Already called, couple of them, no surprise. Jim Justice projected to win the West Virginia Senate race, according to the Associated Press. First Republican pickup of the night. Democratic Congressman, by the way, Andy Kim is the new senator, projected to be from the state of New Jersey. The seat left open by Bob Menendez. John?
Hey, Joe, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. We've got some early evening moves in this market. Bond yields are higher by 9 basis points on a 10-year. Let's cross over to Danny Berger for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John, the Trump trades are ripping. Even though these are early and expected results, small caps, one of the notable things, outperforming, up nearly 1.5%. This is the sector, this is the overall part of the market that's set to outperform in a Trump victory. Strong growth policy and some of the deregulation. Why is it happening so early? I was just catching up with Mark McCormick of TD Bank, who said basically traders know that there's going to be this red mirage, that things are going to look good until 9 p.m. when things could change, and they're happy to put short-term trades on to chase just that. Check out what's happening in the bond market. John, you mentioned this too. Same thing is happening. Currency market first for you. We are looking at some of both the trade proxies and rate differentials going in favor of the dollar. You can see it in the Mexican peso. Dollar stronger by 1 1/3%. That's that trade fear. You look at something like euro, that's going to be moving off of rate differentials weaker by 1%. So capping things off with the bond market, yields higher across the curve. Recall the setup into today. It was a bond rally, leaving us more primed for a jumpy result as those states start ticking in. One thing I will note is you are seeing some curve steepening. It is not extreme yet. John, Citrini research says that once you get more clarity and confidence, that is the thing to look for, that 2s, 10s should steepen very significantly.
Danny, thank you for the update on financial markets. Danny will be back with us in about 15 minutes' time. time. Some early moves in financial markets worldwide, cross-asset, across equities, bonds and foreign exchange. Joining us around the table, our guest host for the next hour, Tobin Marcus of Wolfe Research. Tobin, good evening. It's good to see you at night time for once instead of the morning. I keep saying good morning. I've got to shake my head and get used to this. Some early moves in this bond market. Let's just start with your view on how things are going so far and then just reflect on what's developing in financial markets worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, my gut coming into the night was slight edge for Trump. Skeptical that the edge was of the magnitude that was implied by betting markets. We're sort of confidently assuming a Trump victory to the tune of 2/3. But, I think what we're seeing so far is in line with that. It looks like we're headed for a close election. In the counties that have fully reported, we're seeing some slight shifts to the red side, some slight shifts to the blue side. At a very, very high level, we're seeing Trump outperforming a little bit in rural areas. Harris tending to outperform a little bit in suburban areas, although not everywhere. Definitely some warning signs for Democrats in Loudoun County, Virginia. Florida looks consistently redder, but I do think that it is pretty idiosyncratic state that has not been a great sign about how the national environment is going to shape up when it sort of reported on the early side in 2020 and 2022.
So, Tobin, no surprises. Why is the market picking up on a Trump win?
So, there's no surprises in terms of calls. To the extent that the market's actually reacting to news in a sophisticated way, my expectation would be that they're not, no one is shocked to see, Missouri, Kentucky, these states called for Trump that everyone knew he would win. The question is, as we get down to the county level, as we're starting to see relatively complete reports from some of these counties that give you the cleanest point of comparison in terms of how the environment looks overall in 2024 relative to 2020, to the extent that that reads across to the places that actually do matter. That's the question. Are we seeing incremental good news for Trump?
You've been giving Trump the edge. Why exactly?
I think that, coming into tonight, so look, the bear case for Trump a month ago, in my mind, was that he wouldn't necessarily see the strong turnout he was going to need from some of these lower propensity voters. You looked at his polling all year long. He was doing better with less consistent voters. He's doing better with, younger men, younger non-college men. This is not a consistently high turnout demographic, but in early voting to date, you never want to overread their early voting results. But I think the thing we did see is Republicans were not failing to show up. Like, you were seeing good turnout from Republicans, a little bit less clear for Democrats. So to my mind, coming into Election Day, Democrats had more things that needed to go right for them than Republicans did. And the polling, looked very, very, very close, maybe leaning very slightly towards Trump, if anything.
What's his path? Is it a repeat of 2016?
Look, I think that if he wins, my expectation, he's probably going to win all the Sun Belt states, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina. And then he just needs to pick off one of the three blue wall states. Pennsylvania has generally looked like the easiest pickup for Trump. Wisconsin, I think, also very well within reach. Michigan probably looks like the strongest of them for Harris. They haven't split those three states from each other since 1988, but there's no law of nature that says they all have to go one way or the other. So, does he exactly replicate sort of flipping all three of them by very narrow margins? Maybe, but he doesn't need to. He only needs to pick off one.
Tobin, stick with us. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program this evening. The latest in the race to 270, 105 to Trump, 38 to Harris, and I should stress absolutely no surprises whatsoever in the count so far. Some surprises in financial markets, though. We're already rallying in the equity market. Look at equity futures. The small caps up by 1.7%. Trump trade. Look at the bond market. Treasury's lower. Trump trade. Yields higher by 10 basis points, 437. Look at the FX market. Dollar MEX gapping out. That's a weaker peso. A move of 1.3%. Once again, Anne-Marie, Trump trade. It's early days, I get it. This started about 40 minutes ago, but it's worth looking at. It's notable.
It's worth looking at. It is notable, but it doesn't make sense if you're basing it off of the news that we're getting right now, because everything we're seeing across your screens in terms of the states that Trump is winning and the states that Harris is winning are not surprising. We need to know the outcome of 7 swing states, and that's how we're going to know who actually had the edge the whole time and who actually won this election. But potentially what we saw the past 24, 48 hours after that Ann Seltzer poll, potentially people were starting to dial back. They were concerned about the trades they put on for Trump, and maybe now they're feeling a little bit more conviction.
Let's get you the update. Votes coming to a close in Florida, as well as Pennsylvania. Bloomberg's David Gura joins us now from Philadelphia, alongside Anna Kaiser in Miami. Anna, you've got some results for us. What are they?
Yes, so Rick Scott won re-election for his Senate seat. We just found that out a few minutes ago. That was one seat that Democrats kind of had a long shot hope that maybe they would be able to flip. His challenger, Democrat Debbie Mursell-Powell, some polls had her within a couple points of Scott, but he won pretty decisively tonight. So Republicans are starting off very strong in Florida. Those few areas where Democrats thought that they could make some gains are really not panning out for them.
David, that's the latest out of Florida. What's the latest out of Pennsylvania?
So polls here closed at 8, and the numbers are going to trickle in. We're not going to get what we got out of Florida, which is this kind of immediate result or projection or sense of where things are headed there. But we are seeing some votes coming in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, here in Philadelphia as well. Kamala Harris has a slight edge thus far. But again, it is still early days, early hours yet in this process. And what I will say is, going into this election, all of these counties recognize the fact that there is a hunger and desire for more transparency in this process. So most of these election offices around the state are making available kind of a running tally of those votes thus far, both from mail-in ballots and ones that were counted today. So you're able to keep up with it as it goes. Just want to note here what I've kind of heard from people who've gone to the polls today. You know, coming into my reporting trip here, I thought everyone's going to be talking about the economy. That's going to be the marquee issue for voters here in Pennsylvania. I've actually been surprised how that hasn't been the case. Yes, there are those who say that or bring up tariffs, talk about some of these marquee economic issues, but it really is the Dobbs decision and reproductive rights I've heard coming up over and over again as I talk to people both by phone and on the streets here. That was kind of a signal moment. And looking back on what I heard last night at Kamala Harris's rally here in Philadelphia, it was something that she and her surrogate stressed over the course of that campaign event, that this is an issue that's important not just to women voters, whom they targeted very closely, of course, but male voters in these last few weeks as well. So it'll be interesting to see sort of as we get these results, yes, in the race itself, but also exit polls, sort of what were the issues that motivated people to go out and vote today or to send those mail-in ballots early. And I just, again, would say, I think that it's more varied than the polling led us to believe here going into this election.
David, thank you. We'll come back to you a little bit later on this evening. Anna Kaiser, thank you to you as well. It's been a busy evening already. It's about to get busier. Coming up on this programme, the former Deputy National Economic Director, Clete Williams, and later, a conversation with Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners. Election night 2024 continues.
Countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
Voters want to see legislation on market structure. They want to see standards enacted in legislation for stable coins. The Harris campaign, like the Trump campaign, understands that 52 million Americans want to see crypto in their future, and that it's critically important that any new administration address those concerns and proactively, productively engage with legislation that's now pending in the Congress and rulemaking that is long overdue to provide people with the stability and clarity that this market requires.
There's one thing I feel very confident about, and that is the Biden administration's approach to regulation of the crypto industry. That is coming to an end for sure. And I think no matter where this plays out at the presidential level, we'll have a more constructive engagement with this industry. It's a critical industry, it's an innovative technology, and I think the United States should be at the forefront and leading.
Don't miss the next Bloomberg Crypto.
Season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Mondelez reporting
Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. The scores so far, 105 to 38. Harris trailing Trump, and some big moves in this market already. Small caps up by 1.7%. With the latest, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Some big moves happening not just in markets, but there is something unique about this election, and that is the legality of betting markets. I want to look at Polymarket at this moment because you are seeing a big Trump trade being put on there. Look at the spike at the very end here. In the last hour, we went from 60% odds that Trump would be the president to over 70% odds. A big move notable in North Carolina in these betting markets too, his odds going to near 80%. Again, this is a unique feature of the market this time around, that you're not just having assets move, but you're having these betting markets move assets. Is it the dog? Is it the tail? Unclear at this moment, but some of the more retail type proxies for Trump are trading on this itself. You have DJT, that's up some 10.4% aftermarket. Look at Tesla, one that's even unclear whether it would benefit or not from a Trump presidency. He is close to Elon Musk, but of course, will he be good for EVs? That in itself has been ripping higher recently, up 3%. And of course, John, the final proxy for this, perhaps one of the more clean reads, it is crypto. Crypto also moving higher in the last hour, up some 3% for Bitcoin as of now, John.
Danny, quite a move. Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next guest now is Clete Williams of Aiken Partners. He's the former Deputy Director of the National Economic Council and joins us now. Clete, do you like what you see so far?
I do. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think there's reason for the Trump team to be excited about what they're seeing. And the one factor that you all haven't talked about yet, or at least I haven't heard you talk about, that a lot of us are seeing, is we're looking at the countywide data, and we're seeing that Trump is ahead of where he was in 2020 in a lot of these states. So no big surprises at the top level, but behind the scenes, the numbers generally look good, and I think that's what the markets are reacting to.
Clete, you worked a lot when it comes to trade in the former Trump administration, and potentially what we're seeing right now in the bond market is pricing in some of those tariffs. Can you walk the market through potentially what Trump 2.0 would mean for tariffs? Is this day one unilateral moves with putting rings around the United States in terms of tariff walls, or are these negotiating tactics?
Right. So I think it's clear that President Trump is going to raise tariffs. I don't think there's any question about that. My suspicion is that some of the early moves that he makes are going to be a little bit more surgical. He's going to be more targeted on China, trying to enforce his phase one deal, which the Biden administration pushed off to the side. He's going to look at digital services taxes in Europe. He may look at some specific things like European autos. And I think that's what you're going to get out of the gates. I think some of these across the board tariffs, that's going to require more consideration by the team. They're going to have to get together and figure out what's the best way to implement those kinds of policies. So I don't think that's day one. I think that's a longer term conversation and something that might ultimately get folded into the tax debate as well.
Well, if you're looking at potentially even putting tariffs on things like European autos, what about the repercussions for U.S. exports?
Look, I think that's clearly a factor. And I do think, though, one of the things President Trump is going to try to do with tariffs is use them as a mechanism to get other countries to open up markets. And as we've talked about before on your show, I don't think it's fair for anyone to just look at tariffs in a narrow sense. This is part of a holistic plan that includes tax cuts, deregulation, reductions in energy prices, and that needs to be looked at holistically. And then you also have to look at the tariffs in the context of what President Trump is trying to achieve, which includes opening up those other markets. And so if he's successful and able to achieve that, I do think that some of the downward impacts will be mitigated.
Clete, I'll say this up front. We've got no idea still who wins this election, but there has been a move in the FX market and the peso is a whole lot weaker. And as we're speaking to a guy yourself who's been in the administration before with Donald Trump, I want to talk about priorities. Will it be China or will it be Mexico, first of all, this time around?
I think both of those are relevant, right? I mean, the problems with China are well understood. You've got problems with intellectual property theft, forced technology transfer, excess capacity. So that clearly is going to be high on the list for Trump and the team. On Mexico, though, there still is some concern about the way that the USMCA agreement has been implemented. There's concern about Chinese investment going into Mexico and then Mexico able to export some of that into the United States. So I think those are not totally unrelated issues. I think both of them will be high on the list. And then the other two places I'm focused on are Europe, where I think the president is concerned about a lot of the things that Europe is doing. He's concerned about the trade deficit there. And then I'm also looking at Vietnam, where you've had a lot of production shifting out of China, going into Vietnam. Some of that may be totally legitimate, Vietnamese companies being able to take advantage of the U.S.-China trade tension. But some of that is also probably Chinese shell companies. And I think that's the kind of thing that the Trump team is going to want to root out.
Cleet, appreciate your time, sir. Cleet Williams, thank you. Tobin Marcus still with us. Tobin, I want to go back to the result out of Florida and just work through some information. I think it's probably still too early to start building a narrative, but I want your take on things. Senator Scott keeps his seat. There was potentially going to be a Latino problem after the Madison Square Garden rally of a week ago. There doesn't seem to be one for him this evening. Trump takes Florida. There was potentially going to be some kind of issue, maybe a close race because abortion was on the ballot. Is it too early to read into any of that stuff this evening? So look,
Florida, I think, is a very idiosyncratic state that has moved red very quickly. Republicans are very strong there. The Democratic organization is not strong. So I hesitate to overconclude from Florida in particular, but it is in keeping with the patterns that we're seeing elsewhere. I think Texas, we're getting results, still early, but looks quite good for Republicans. So, I mean, look, the overall pattern of results does seem to be favorable for Trump across at least the sort of southern and southeastern states. The question now, I think, is that going to translate in exactly the same manner to the blue wall states that are kind of Harris's minimal path to victory?
I'm getting messages that the reason why the market likes this so much is because the margins. She's not winning some of these strongholds that she should be by the level Biden was winning in 2020. What kind of counties are you looking at?
Yeah, look, I mean, that is the comparison to be doing. Again, none of the statewide calls are surprising. The thing to be doing now is looking at, in the rural counties, in the suburban counties, to some extent, the urban counties, where we have votes so far, both in terms of margin and in terms of turnout, are Democrats or Republicans trending stronger. So look, I mean, across rural counties, certainly looks like Republicans are doing pretty well. The suburban picture is kind of mixed. There's some suburban counties where Democrats are doing okay. But, you look, again, in Florida, in Texas, the suburban counties in Texas do not look good for Democrats. To some extent, in Virginia, there seem to be some trouble signs. So, it's still a picture that is coming together, but the totality of it looks pretty good for Trump.
As the market starts pricing this all in, there's been this idea that if there is a Trump win at the top of the ticket, it likely could potentially mean a Trump sweep. With that, good for corporates would be a lower tax rate. He's talking about 15% with conditions. But then the bad part of it people talk about is tariffs. How do you reconcile the two?
Yeah, so look, the tariff piece, there are big questions about what he'll actually go ahead and do. But the most important thing about tariffs in terms of thinking about the policy outlook in 2025 is that he can do what he wants to do there. So it's not constrained by Congress in the same way that tax policy is. It's not constrained by the fiscal considerations around a Republican tax bill in the way that his proposals to cut the corporate rate in a targeted way, or some of these individual tax cuts are. So, as Cleet was saying, there are big questions about exactly what he'll do. And I think certainly he's not going to go ahead and put everything that he's talked about in place in his first 100 days. But that risk is very, very imminent, whereas the tax piece is more kind of complicated.
Do we know what Harris would do on the trade front?
On the trade front, I would not expect big changes. I think
status quo.
Yeah, for the most part. I think the starting point would be the status quo. I think that, in certain areas like, semi-export controls, I think we would continue to see kind of whack-a-mole going after evasion, if not outright expanding that regime, as we saw earlier this year with the sort of $18 billion of tariffs that Biden rolled out, much more targeted, surgical, kind of strategic tariffs on high-value goods. We could see that kind of thing. But the notion of a big multi-trillion-dollar expansion, as Trump is talking about, has never been part of Harris's platform.
But when it comes to talking tough on China, maybe putting up some more walls on China, does she need to come more to the center because she's going to basically be regulated by a Republican Senate?
Look, I mean, on tariffs, it's very possible to just do nothing. There are places where compromise would be forced on her if she were to win. And I think on tax policy for sure, and on other elements of fiscal policy in terms of spending, those are places where if Harris wins, she'll be dealing with a Republican Senate. She'll have to make those bipartisan deals. On trade and tariffs, it is very possible to just do nothing, in which case, I don't know that she's in a politically unsustainable position or that Biden's in a politically unsustainable position in terms of how they've approached China so far.
Tobin, appreciate it. You're going to be sticking with us. If you aren't just joining us, welcome to the program. The lead so far, 105-38 for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. I should stress this is really just a consequence of the order in which the states have been called so far. There's no big surprises here whatsoever. But the market is starting to shift back towards the Trump trades. Small caps up by 1.5%. We're seeing in the bond market yields higher, and we're seeing in the FX market the dollar a whole lot stronger. Coming up on this program, another set of poll closing at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Our special coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones, but you can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie.
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
Do you need a clap?
No, I think we're ready. Ready? Go.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We don't know what the policy reaction function is actually going to be off of what has been said. And for that reason, I think you have a number of investors that are actually just sort of continuing to plow forward on the view that the economy is in pretty good shape. So that when there is an election outcome, once there's a sense for whether new policy will actually get affected, then they can have a reaction.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024, and Trump leads 105 to 38. I'm going to sound like a broken record. I should stress there have been absolutely no surprises on the projections we've seen so far, but there is a lean in financial markets towards Donald Trump. This can change. It's an early lead. Started developing about an hour ago. Small caps up by 1.4%. You'll see a similar story in the bond market. You're all familiar with the Trump trade. Sell bonds, get long the dollar. We're selling bonds this afternoon into the evening. Yields are higher by 8 basis points, 434.91. And the election war, with more on the race to 270, here's Kenny Lights.
Well, John, you're right that there have been absolutely no surprises. Remember, coming into tonight, 226 electoral college votes were seen as likely or safely Democratic, 219 likely safe for Republicans. And to this point, none of that has been surprising. The 105 electoral votes that the Associated Press or other networks have called for Donald Trump are all states that he was expected to win. And we can add another to that list. The Associated Press now calling the state of Arkansas for Donald Trump. That will be 6 additional electoral votes, bringing his total to 111. Kamala Harris at this time remains at 38 that have been called for her. But of course, it really is just a handful of battlegrounds we are watching, and many of them have closed already, including the state of Georgia. Right now, according to the Associated Press, only 52% of votes have been calculated in Georgia. And right now, Donald Trump is leading at this point 55 to 44%. So I want to break some news as well. According to the Associated Press, we had another expected pickup for Kamala Harris. That would be the state of New Jersey, brings her total electoral votes called for her to 52. Again, Donald Trump right now is at 111. If we can continue on in looking at where the battlegrounds stand right now, in North Carolina, 13% of the votes are in. A lot of that has been concentrated in urban areas, and right now it is effectively tied. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, with just 13% of the vote in, are tied in North Carolina. In Pennsylvania, things are moving much more slowly as expected. Right now, just 8% of the votes in, breaking much more for Kamala Harris. She's leading 71.5% to Donald Trump's 27 right now, but most of the votes that have been reported this time are around urban areas in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. So no surprise to see Harris leading, but again, very small share of the votes that are in. And finally, in Michigan, which is going to have the remainder of the state closing coming up In less than half an hour here at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Right now, just 5% of votes counted. Kamala Harris leading by roughly 17 points, 57 to Trump's 40%. But again, the scores as they stand right now, John, 111 electoral votes called for Donald Trump, 52 so far for Kamala Harris, John.
Kelly, thank you. Don't go anywhere. Let's get you up to speed on the balance of power. Let's cross over to the analysis desk with more. Here's Joe Matthew.
Yeah, Jonathan, to your point, we've had no surprises so far, but we have had some very important races called. Running through them quickly in the Senate, Jim Justice, former governor of West Virginia, projected to win that seat. That's the one left open by Joe Manchin. Andy Kim projected to be the Democrat, the next senator from New Jersey, replacing Bob Menendez, the seat left open by Menendez. And in Florida, Republican Rick Scott keeps his job, according to the Associated Press. But I want to turn to some of the ballot measures that are also at play in Florida, is what I should have said about Rick Scott. They're at 89% of ballots counted here. And we have ballot measures on both the right to an abortion and legalizing cannabis. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis with me right now at the table. Jeannie, it looks like neither of these are at 60% and may not be able to. This would be the first time we see an abortion measure go down tonight.
That's right. And not just the first time tonight, but the first time since the passage of Dobbs. Every single time abortion has been on the ballot, the right to choose has won. So if this indeed goes down in Florida tonight, it is the first of 10 tonight, and it is the first since the passage of Dobbs. I mean, can't underscore that enough.
It is the first of 10 tonight, Rick Davis. The impact that it could have at the top of the ticket cannot be discounted.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, inability to get to that 60% threshold in Florida. I'll be watching Arizona, another key swing state that's got an abortion ballot on the state measures. And the reality is that if Donald Trump seems to be exceeding a lot of his 2020 vote totals in some of these counties, if he's able to carry that through to states that have these ballot measures on them, like Arizona, the question is, can this sustain itself, and will these ballot measures be able to pass?
Another development, not a surprise, gubernatorial race, North Carolina, Mark Robinson loses. This is the Republican lieutenant governor who had a big scandal that we don't need to relive at this point now, but that could have implications for Donald Trump as well.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, the next Governor Stein has been able to rack up huge margins in these in these counties, especially places like Mecklenburg, the south side of North Carolina, a key place for Democrats to be able to score victories. The Research Triangle, as Jeannie mentioned earlier, not only is it a financial center, but it's brought in a lot of medical research and high tech. These are areas that the Democrats are going to depend upon. And while that's going on, Donald Trump is racking up in places like the western part of the state, hard hit by the hurricane earlier last month, but doesn't seem to daunt the voters. They're coming out strong.
This was a question that we were asking. Did Mark Robinson just lose North Carolina for Donald Trump? That may not be the case.
It may not be the case. And it's something we see a lot. He was not a good candidate for the Republicans, but that does not mean that Donald Trump, is going to suffer as well. And one thing I would mention about Florida that's interesting, we've been talking a lot in the last few days about the impact of the Madison Square Garden comments by the comedian about Puerto Rico. You look at Osceola County, it's one of the 3 Hispanic counties in Florida. It's the largest Puerto Rican population. Donald Trump narrowly, at least with like 91% reporting, has it by a point or 2, which would suggest that there wasn't that large impact that we thought that might occur as a result of those comments. So that's something I think that we were tracking to see, do people really turn away from him as a result? At least not in this heavily Puerto Rican county in Florida.
All important with Rick and Jeannie. The Sun Belt's getting hot tonight, John.
Hey, Joe, I imagine it's about to get hotter. Thank you, sir. A new projection for you. Harris takes Delaware, widely expected. And I'm going to repeat myself again and again and again. So far, no surprises whatsoever in the projections we've made. The scores are 111 to 55, but I should stress and re-emphasize that this is just a consequence of the order in which the states have been called so far. So no surprises here whatsoever, 111 to 55. But I'll go back to this. In financial markets, there is a lean towards Trump. The small caps are outperforming. Russell equity futures up by 1.4%. In the bond market, we're trading cheaper, we're softer, we're lower. Yields are higher by 8 basis points on a 10-year at 4.35. And in foreign exchange, clean sweep for the US dollar in G10. Dollar stronger against absolutely everything. Against the euro, against pound sterling, and against the Mexican peso in EM. Dollar Mex is higher by 1.3%. Tobin Marcus of Wolf Research still with us around the table. Tobin, no surprises from the states that have been called so far, but what are you seeing at the individual county levels when you compare and contrast how Trump is performing this time compared to last time?
Yeah, so look, there are a lot of results coming in, a lot of counties that are largely but not entirely completed. So, I mean, broadly, I would characterize the patterns we're seeing are Trump's doing well in rural counties, better than his 2020 margins in rural counties. That creates a hole that Harris would need to fill with some combination of overperformance in suburban and urban counties. And thus far, across the states, largely in the Southeast that are reporting, we are not seeing that overperformance for her. So I think that adds up to a redshift for Trump. Bigger redshift in Florida. From what we're seeing so far in Texas, that looks quite good for Republicans, which is a place that at least some Democrats have been optimistic based on the polling in the Allred Cruz race. I think Allred is somewhat outrunning Harris, but not in a way that's going to get him over the line. I was always skeptical that Democrats would get there. It did not seem like a blue Texas kind of a year to me, but certainly that's not what we're seeing so far. So, I think the big question now is how much regional variation are we going to end up seeing in these shifts? Like we have seen different patterns regionally in some of these past elections. If we see somewhat of a different makeup in the blue wall states, that's, I think, the hope that Democrats have to hang on to at this point. But, again, the totality of the data looks pretty good for Trump relative to 2020.
I want to dig a little bit more into that because I'm getting a note that says Harris is doing very badly in counties with large Hispanic and Latino populations in Florida.
Right.
Potentially they thought this was a margin, something they can needle away at because of those comments that were made at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden. What can we learn from Florida, potentially, say, the Puerto Rican community in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so Florida Hispanics are, again, idiosyncratic. I've said that word about Florida many times, but it is true. There's a more fragmented Hispanic population, more people of lots of different nationalities, lots of Cuban Americans, lots of Venezuelans, whereas Texas, for example, is much, much, much more heavily Mexican American. In the counties that have high Puerto Rican shares in Florida, Trump does not seem to be paying a price. So certainly if I were the Harris campaign, I would not be betting on the garbage island comments, doing a lot of work for me in Pennsylvania. But, it does, again, as we saw in 2020, when there were huge shifts both in South Florida and in the Rio Grande Valley, I think we're continuing to see racial depolarization for Hispanics. A lot of these, I always give the example of, have a 55-year-old working class Catholic guy in the Rio Grande Valley, but for the fact that he's Hispanic, that's somebody that you would think would be a natural Trump voter. And I think we are seeing, less and less kind of work being done by racial identity in terms of where those folks live.
Not a surprise, but the Associated Press also just called Illinois for VP Kamala Harris. You said you've given the edge towards Trump, but you also noted throughout the course of this entire election that neither outcome would surprise you. At this moment, is that still stand true, or would you actually be surprised if VP Harris won?
You mean from here to the finish line? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, she's certainly not favored to win in my mind. But, look, she only needs to get barely over the line in these three states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. She can get absolutely massacred across these southeastern states. And we have seen in 2022, this was kind of the pattern that we saw. Democrats ran very poorly in both red and blue areas and did just enough in those purple areas where abortion's more salient, where you have somewhat different kind of makeup. You have a whiter population, so that to the extent that Harris has been running relatively better among whiter voters and seeing that weakness with Black and Hispanic voters, those are all regional differences between the South and the upper Midwest. So, with red shifts happening elsewhere, I certainly wouldn't bet on her holding her ground, given how narrow Biden's margins were in 2020 in some of those states. But it is not something that I think is yet ruled out.
Tobin, stick with us. Tobin Marcus there will be sticking with us through the next 20 minutes or so. If you are just joining us, once again, welcome to the program. The latest so far, Harris at 74, Trump at 111, and no big surprises in the projections we've seen so far this evening. Up next on the program, a conversation with Henrietta Treyz of Veda Partners. Election night 2024 continues.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. So far, no surprises. The score, 111 to 74. Joining us now to discuss is Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners. Henrietta, welcome to the program. Your early take on the action this evening. What is it?
It's shaping up very much like expected. You're seeing the south of the United States, Georgia, North Carolina, certainly Florida, come in as expected in the Trump direction, while we're really waiting for some sort of news out of the blue wall states. So far, it's looking very much like our forecast, which has Trump winning all those three states that I just listed in the South. His strength in Florida is probably the most notable. In Duval County, he is blowing out his turnout and his margins versus 2020 with Joe Biden. So they have to feel really great about Florida right now. In Nevada, what I'm watching is the turnout in Clark County, which has now exceeded its 2020 levels. And it's really those unaffiliated voters who are coming out in droves, and they're disproportionately younger voters since Nevada changed its rules for registering to vote. So lots of really interesting stuff. But so far, as you've said, no surprises.
Henrietta, though, looking at some of these counties where Trump is doing much better than even he did in 2020, and even Hispanic counties in Florida, do you still maintain that VP Harris has 60% odds to win the White House?
That's where I am. I haven't, we don't have enough data to say that it's going to go the other direction. I think at this point in the night, what you would have been looking for is somebody to slip up. That's what we're all sort of looking for. And the just based off of who reports when, the opportunity for a miss is going to be from the Trump camp. As again, we expect him to win all those states. The fact that that hasn't occurred makes it, going to be something that comes down to the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And so far, the leads in Florida, I think, as of what I just saw, he's up by 13 points in the state overall. Is what we've seen from the most extreme polling. And I think that's consistent with what we've seen out of Florida.
Henrietta, for weeks, people were pricing in a Trump trade. Then we got this Ann Seltzer poll over the weekend. And then all of a sudden people are thinking maybe we need to recalibrate. Now, early days, everything that's coming in, nothing is surprising, but the Trump trade is back on. What is the financial markets reading into?
Yeah, I mean, I think really what we need to read into from the Seltzer poll, if anything, from a red state like Iowa, is how she performed in the suburbs. That is something that we're starting to see. I'm concentrating a lot on the Atlanta suburbs in Georgia, where she is running up margins against Biden. The vote's coming in very quickly, so it shifts. But in both Rockdale and Douglas, she's exceeding Biden's 2020 thresholds. And while Trump is running up the numbers in rural areas, it's the suburbs that historically decide an election. They went for Trump in 2016, and he won. And they went for Biden in 2020, and Biden won. So it's the suburbs that I recommend everybody follow this evening.
You've been talking about the suburbs for weeks on our program in the morning, Henrietta. What are they telling you right now, especially for women? Because everyone likes to talk about the biggest voting bloc. These are white women. But Donald Trump won more white women over in 2020 that voted for him in 2016.
Yep, that's exactly right. The white female vote, especially in those suburbs, is really what we're concentrating on right now. And the suburbs have grown. They're not just as white as they used to be anymore. There's a lot of black voters and Latino voters, especially in Pennsylvania, in Allegheny County and in Lehigh County, outside of Philly and Pittsburgh. So those are where we're watching it right now. The turnout, and what we really need to see is the turnout that we've seen in the early vote translating to continued turnout today. And who are those women voting for? That's obviously the most important.
Henrietta, long evening ahead of us, I'm sure. Thank you for your time, as always. Henrietta Trace there of Vader Partners. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the programme. Let's get back to the race to 270. Trump at 111, Harris at 74. A number of key states closing at the top of the hour. And the election war with a preview is Katie Lyons.
Yeah, John, there's 15 states that have polls closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time, but 3 of them are most critical. That includes the battlegrounds of Arizona, of Wisconsin, and then the remainder of Michigan, parts of the Upper Peninsula that haven't closed already, keeping in mind that a lot of the state closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and that is why we do have about 8% of the votes in right now, according to the Associated Press. And at this time, with only 8% of the votes counted, Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump by a margin of roughly 12 points. But we should point out a lot of that is coming from the suburbs of Detroit, Oakland County specifically, so more urban areas. It is no surprise to see Kamala Harris leading this early on for that reason, but obviously a lot of votes left to go. And that is the case as well in the other battlegrounds that have already had polls closed, including the swing state of Georgia. Right now, 62% of the votes are in, and they are breaking for Donald Trump by a margin of a little less than 5 points at this time. Right now, according to the Associated Press, with less than 2/3 of the votes in Georgia, Donald Trump at 52% and Kamala Harris at 47%. Then moving to North Carolina, another battleground that has right now less than a quarter of its votes reported, only about 23%. Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris there by about 7 points. But again, it is still very early, and we have a long way to go in this race to 270, John. 111 for Donald Trump right now, and 24 electoral votes for Kamala Harris.
Katie at the wall with an update. Katie, thank you. Let's talk about the arc of tonight. The conversation's about to shift quite heavily towards Michigan now. So, Tobin, I want to come to you. We've talked about the idiosyncrasies of Florida. What's unique about this Michigan race?
So look, Michigan is, I think, the strongest of, really of any of the 7 swing states, but most importantly of the 3 blue wall states. For Harris, there's been a lot of conversation about the Arab American vote there. It's 2% of the electorate. It's like half the size of the Puerto Rican, vote in Pennsylvania. So not tremendous there. I think generally it's the same kinds of patterns that we're looking for elsewhere, where Harris needs to do pretty well in suburban areas, needs to get, I think, less margin than turnout in Detroit. Like the question there is more about how many people vote rather than who they vote for. From 16 to 20, for example. From 12 to 16, we saw a big drop in the raw number of votes in Detroit, even if the margin stayed relatively consistent, and then that reversed into 2020. So to the extent that we're not seeing that urban turnout, it's a problem for
Romaine Bostick joined us earlier this morning, and he said the number one issue when he's talking to everyone is foreign policy, whether it's the war in Gaza or tariffs, things like EVs. Does Donald Trump win over rank-and-file union voters in Michigan, in Detroit, who are annoyed about what they call the EV mandate of the Biden administration?
Yeah, he's certainly been leaning into that message very intensively. And I think generally we've seen big disparities between the view of union leadership and union rank and file, where a whole variety of unions have had either non-endorsements or sort of disparities between the kind of top leadership endorsing Democrats based on their policy agenda, whereas the more working class rank and file union members have sided with Trump.
What's your call in the Senate seat? This is an open Senate seat. Republicans, Democrats, both playing offense.
I would guess that Slotkin wins in Michigan. She's been polling reasonably well. We're not seeing a ton of ticket splitting nationally, but we are seeing some, and I would guess that she might run a little bit ahead of Harris. And I think that's, as the state that has been the best of the states for Harris, I think that's, sort of one of Democrats' safest bets to hang on across the competitive Senate map.
Let's stay on those 15 Electoral College votes. Joining us now is Romaine Bostick from Detroit, Michigan. Romaine, good evening to you, sir. How are things shaping up?
Well, it's going to take a little bit while longer before we have a more definitive result out of Michigan. 7.2 million registered active voters in this state. About 1.2 million of those voters actually took advantage of early voting. Another 2 million sent in mail-in and absentee ballots. Millions more took to the polls today. And as of right now, as I check the numbers, John, only 400,000 plus of those votes have been submitted by the precincts. So it's going to take quite a long time before we have a more definitive picture as to who is exactly leading. You see the numbers there on your board. Harris leading right now by 56 to roughly 42. But again, those numbers will change, and will change in a very dramatic way. Largely once we start to get results out of 2 key counties. And this kind of gets to what Tobin and what you guys were just talking about here. Huge demographic changes have occurred in this state over the past decade or so. The big Muslim American population that now dominates some of the western parts of Wayne County into Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, but also Oakland County, where we saw Doug Emhoff still in the state earlier today, campaigning, stopping at a diner there, campaigning on behalf of his wife, Kamala Harris. Oakland County, of course, had for years been a stronghold, but now huge demographic changes, more folks moving into that county. It looks like that could swing either way, either to the Republican side or the Democratic side. A little bit further to the left side of the map, you have Kent County, a more working class county here, but also has seen huge demographic changes with a huge influx of Hispanic, non-white Hispanic Americans. A lot of those folks don't necessarily have allegiances to either party. They do not vote in the block. And when you walk around and you talk to those folks, you'll get a variety of opinions here as to who they think is going to be best to lead Michigan and, more importantly, to lead the United States of America. I should point out that while it is past 8 p.m. here in Michigan, we should point out part of the state is on Central Time. So some of those polls in the Upper Peninsula do not close until 9 p.m. at the top of the hour here, just about 7 minutes away. I am told that the Secretary of State of Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, is scheduled to hold a press conference at 9 p.m. time where she will update voters on the progress that was made today, not on just getting people to the polls, but making sure that election integrity was upheld. You guys have talked about this a little bit earlier, but there have already been several legal challenges already to the voting process here in Michigan, and there is expected to be several others when we get to the morning hours.
Hey, Romain, world-class reporting. As always, sir, appreciate it. Something Romain said a little bit earlier today is still stuck with me. We always talk about the economy, Detroit, auto manufacturing, and he said two words: foreign policy.
And he said foreign policy for one of those reasons, EVs. They're talking about this idea of walls going up and more tariffs. Also, you hear from rank and file union members. They are annoyed about this huge transition into electric vehicles and concerned about their jobs. The other thing, of course, you cannot discount what is going on in terms of the Arab American community in Michigan, in places like Dearborn, and the fact that many of those individuals were saying ahead of this that they were going to potentially not vote, stay home, choosing the couch on election night because they didn't want to give Kamala Harris the win because she's part of this incumbent administration.
Tobin, we've got about a minute left with you. Just a final word. You've been pretty consistent, slight lean towards Trump. Final word from you. Still in that position right now?
Yeah, I think a slightly larger lean towards him. You know, I'll call it 60% now instead of 55% heading into Election Day. But I don't think that it's a done deal. But you'd certainly rather be Trump than Harris at this point.
What are you seeing that underpins that view, that takes you up to 60?
I mean, look, we are seeing a few points worth of movement across a relatively wide swath of the map. In the Southeast, you know, a couple points of gains in rural areas without those offsetting gains for Harris. The question, again, is whether that translates to the blue wall.
Well, it's certainly reshaping this market early on. Equity futures up by 0.5% on the S&P 500. In the bond market, just to work through fixed income as well, you've seen small caps outperform on equities, up by 1.3%. In the bond market, you've seen yields higher by 7 basis points, 434.52 on a 10-year, on a 2-year, up by 5 or 6 at 423.25. With high yield, you see a stronger dollar throughout foreign exchange, throughout the whole of G10, and you see it in EM as well against the Mexican peso. Dollar Mex up by 1.5%, a much weaker Mexican peso. Up next on the program, voting coming to a close in 3 battleground states. We're heading to Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin for the latest updates. Election night 2024 continues.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Things like making sure your account is private, right? When you sign up and you're a teenager, private by default, that you're focused on adding people you already know out in the real world, your real friends, that, our service doesn't have, public likes, these comparison metrics that we know, can make people feel bad about themselves. We moderate the content that we distribute on our platform to try to mitigate, the spread of harmful content. So we've tried to make a lot of choices to, make our service, a healthy and fun place with friends. And we hear that, when we do research, we find that people, rank Snapchat as the happiest platform. They say that it helps them feel closer to their friends. So I think we're really focused on what we can control in terms of improving the product experience. And then we always try to encourage parents, don't let your teenager, use Snapchat unless they're above the age of 13. And there are tools available today on your phone, iOS, Android, that are really easy to use to help limit, what teens can use on their phones.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, election night 2024 at 9 p.m. on the East Coast, happening this hour. Polls closing in 15 states across the nation. 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including key battleground states Arizona, Michigan and Wisconsin, as Donald Trump and Kamala Harris square off in a race to 270. With the latest, here's Katie Lyons.
Well, the scores in that race, John, at this hour, 111 electoral votes called for Donald Trump by the Associated Press or other networks, while just 74 have been called for Kamala Harris. But there have been absolutely no surprises thus far this evening. States that were expected to go red have done so. States that were expected to go blue, we can say the same. Where it remains close are the areas in which it always has been too close to call. The 7 battleground states that ultimately will decide this election. We've had a number of them polls close already, including Georgia, where right now a little more than 60% of the vote is in, 65% in fact, and so far it is breaking for Donald Trump by a margin of roughly 5 points, 52% to 47%. So that remains too close to call. Other races, though, the Associated Press is comfortable calling at this time. We are adding to the score of Donald Trump, the Associated Press saying that he wins Nebraska. Again, this is one that is no surprise. What we'll be watching, though, the statewide race in Nebraska is one thing. 2 electoral votes are awarded to the statewide winner, but each congressional district gets its own vote. In the 2nd district of Nebraska, the so-called blue dot is what we're going to be watching. That could be critical for Harris to win. We've got 2 more calls from the Associated Press regarding Donald Trump now. He has won North Dakota and South Dakota. Those each bring 3 electoral votes each. That is adding to Donald Trump's tally. Right now, he is at 130 electoral votes, but Kamala Harris has picked up a big one as expected. She will get the 28 electoral votes in New York, according to the Associated Press. That brings her score up to 102. But of course, we still have much to go, specifically across the battlegrounds, John, where again, there is not a lot of the vote count in some of these states, including North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as well as Michigan. Right now, only has 9% of the votes in. So far, Kamala Harris up by about 7 points. But the rest of the state literally just closed in Michigan a few moments ago at 9 p.m. Eastern time, along with closures in 2 of the other battleground states we are watching. Wisconsin and Arizona just had their polls closed, John.
Kelly, thank you. And another projection in line once again with expectations. Trump taking Louisiana. A number of key House and Senate races to watch this hour as well. An update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Here's John Matthew.
Yeah, John, nothing moves the needle yet on the Senate majority, with the exception of West Virginia. An early call, no surprise, Republican Jim Justice projected to win the seat vacated by Joe Manchin. That's the first Republican pickup of the night, and everyone saw it coming. We also saw Rick Scott, as expected, the Republican from Florida, projected to win, according to the Associated Press. AP also projecting Democratic Congressman Andy Kim to be the next senator from the state of New Jersey. But as we now add the swing state of Arizona, this is one we're watching very closely. Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego in a fight, a very close one at this point, with Republican Kari Lake. This is the same Kari Lake who lost her bid for governor in Arizona in 2022. Michigan, now we've got the state closed fully. As Kaylee mentioned, Democrat Elissa Slotkin in a dead heat with former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is one that could key off the top of the ticket, depending on who wins the state, Harris or Trump. In Wisconsin, Senator Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat, in a very close race. Again here, another blue wall state with a close presidential contest and a close Senate race. She's facing Republican Eric Hovde. Nebraska is home to one of the most interesting Senate races in the country. We've talked about it a lot. Independent Dan Osborne defying expectations and giving a real race to unseat Republican Senator Deb Fischer could be our wild card tonight. And Jonathan, I have not mentioned the House very much tonight because it's going to take a long time to call, but we start getting busy now in New York. This is big. Republicans sitting in districts won by Joe Biden in some very tight races. Think of the 1st District, Nick LaLota, the 4th, Anthony D'Esposito, the 17th, Mike Lawler, and the 19th, Marcus Molinaro. All districts that have been too close to call and will help to populate the map in the House. Once we get there, California is going to be the big weight, John.
Looking forward to an update from you, sir, once again in about 25 minutes. Some new projections for you. Trump takes Louisiana, Wyoming, and Texas in line with expectations. The scores right now 170 to 102. We've got markets on the move big time in the last few hours. Let's get you an update with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Markets are following a similar pattern across the board over the past few hours. It has been the Trump trades being put on. They back off, and at the top of every hour, some of these races are being put on that the Trump trades are being put back on too. You can see Russell 2000 futures, those outperforming up 1.4%. Same goes for the bond market. Again, we backed off of most of the losses. You hit 9 o'clock, you start to get more trades called, more races called rather, and the trades get put back on. Look at what's happening at long end in duration with those fiscal fears. That is what is leading this curve higher. 10 basis points, nearly 11 basis points for your 30-year yield. Still, it is a 2s-10s curve that is indeed steepening. Should it go more, it will show that traders have more conviction that Trump is going to win. One of the things, though, is other trades have backed off, been put back on, back and forth. One thing that's been consistent is the pain of currencies versus the dollar. The euro and the peso show this really well. Euro weakening by 0.9%. We are at 108 at this moment, John. It is both tariffs and rate differentials. The peso also under pressure. Dollar stronger by the peso by 1.6%. That is at its weakest so far of the session tonight. It's not just trade, John, but it is also the carry trade under threat if there is indeed a Trump presidency.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate it. I just want to get you a headline out of Florida. Anne-Marie, a headline you were looking for.
That's right. Florida voters are rejecting expanded access to abortion. This runs counter what we've seen the past 2 years when abortion was specifically on a ballot to enshrine abortion rights in a state constitution or to expand it. So that says to me that Florida has went very red in terms of not just who are they voting on, in terms of Rick Scott, in terms of going for the former President Donald Trump, but also the fact that they do not want to expand abortion access after 6 weeks. Governor Ron DeSantis said that if they were to expand it to fetal viability or 24 weeks, he said that would be the end of the pro-life movement. One thing we should note, it needed 60% support to pass. And what I'm seeing right now in some of this early counting, it got very close to that, about 57, 58%, not enough to get over the finish line.
We've got a lot to get through. Polls closing in 3 battleground states. Let's bring in the Bloomberg team from across the country. Romaine Bostick joins us from Detroit, Michigan. Brendan Case in Phoenix, Arizona. Mark Niquette in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Mark, let's begin with you. Your focus this evening, what is it?
Right now, it's on counting ballots. The polls are closed here in Wisconsin, but the state has a law that doesn't allow election officials to begin processing and counting absentee ballots until the polls open on election day, so they can't get a count ahead of the election. I'm at the Milwaukee County Central Count facility where ballots are being counted, and there was a snafu here earlier today where officials had to re-scan 31,000 absentee ballots because there was some concerns about doors not being properly closed on the scanning machines. So we're in for a long night in Wisconsin because we'll need to get the results of the absentee ballots here in Milwaukee to be able to call the race statewide.
Well, we're in for a long night. That is certainly correct. Brendan, I want to bring you into this picture right now in terms of what is going on in Arizona, because we just got this headline from Florida in terms of voters rejecting expanded access to abortion. Abortion was also on the ballot specifically in Arizona as well.
Yeah, that's a very big watch item tonight in Arizona. And here in the state, the polls just closed. And we're expecting at 10 o'clock Eastern the first big drop of information from Maricopa County. Maricopa, of course, being the largest county by far in Arizona. And what we're expecting is most of the early votes. We're talking about a pretty big number, 1.1 million, 1.2 million. This is a group of votes that could end up accounting for something like more than half the total votes in the county, and we should know a lot more in just 1 hour about what those votes are. Now, will we know enough to call a winner? That is far from clear. We still have other more recent votes coming in from mail, and we've got also all of the election day voting that has to be tallied. These numbers will be coming in later tonight, tomorrow. County officials have been at pains to say it could take a day, 2 days, even more before the media is ready to call a winner. That said, the state does lean Republican. Joe Biden eked out a very narrow victory 4 years ago. This year is expected also to be close, but in the most recent polling average in the New York Times, Trump was up by 3 points. And so we'll be watching that very closely.
Trump also winning Ohio, according to the Associated Press. Thank you, Brendan. That is just coming in. Romaine, Ohio potentially bodes well for some of these blue wall states. You're in Michigan. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I want to actually start out with two key congressional races. These are the open seats in the 7th and 8th Congressional District of Michigan. We have about 21% of the ballots coming in the 7th District, now skewing towards the Republican candidate, Tom Barrett, who's running against Curtis Hertel. This is, of course, going to be a very contentious seat here. This is the seat vacated by Alyssa Slotkin, who, of course, who is running for the Senate seat. And right now, the early tallies from those votes coming in show she has a modest lead over her challenger, Mike Rogers. Meanwhile, when you go down over into the 8th district, this is a more working class district here. It includes Flint, Michigan, and Saginaw. Way too early to call it right now, but a slight skew towards the Democratic side. Remember, this is the seat that was vacated by Dan Kildee, who effectively stepped down from office, chose not to run because of health care issues involving cancer and a few other things. We're keeping an eye on those two close races. Meanwhile, as far as the presidential election, while only about 10% of the votes statewide have been submitted from the precincts so far, we are getting some key counties which have a much more meaningful return right now. The Secretary of State's office is saying that almost 50% of the vote is in a key county, Oakland County, and right now Kamala Harris is leading in that county by 14 points right now. However, in the county of Kent, which is also going to be very pivotal, only a few percentage of the voting precincts have submitted the votes, and right now that is way too close to call, less than 1% margin difference between the two candidates.
Romaine, thank you, sir. Alongside Brendan and Mark, I want to draw your attention to what's developing in financial markets. Equity futures up by 0.75% on the S&P 500. Clear outperformance on the small caps, up by 1.8. Another leg lower in Treasuries. Yields now higher by almost 11 basis points on a 10-year. With us around the table, Libby Cantrill of Pimco, Peter Cheer of Academy Securities. Libby, deep breath. I've said that a few times already this evening. Put this in perspective for us. This market's starting to lean towards Donald Trump. What would you be telling clients right now?
Yeah, I think what we would be telling clients is let's just
take a deep breath and wait until all the votes are counted. There's some good signs certainly for Donald Trump in terms of the way that he's been able to increase the rural vote and also maybe get some more urban kind of non-white men in particular. However, this is just, and we've seen this both in 2020 and in 2016. There are some mirages potentially. So we would tell our clients, wait until every vote is counted. I think that the folks who are talking about just the processing of the ballots in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin, that means that this could very well be a long night, a long morning, as we've been talking about, a long week, possibly. So I think everyone just needs to sort of take a step back and we'll see. I mean, again, there are certainly some sort of positive initial signs for former President Trump, but it's not necessarily a trend. And we'll have to wait until the suburbs in particular. What early initial signs of strength are you seeing for Kamala Harris right now? Well, yeah, it looks like she's doing maybe a little bit better in some of the counties in Georgia where Trump had won, but she's actually doing a bit better. Some of the suburbs that she is able to, she seems like she's doing somewhat well. So again, I think this is very early. There's a lot of information coming, and we have to just make sure that we are waiting until all of the votes are counted. I think in terms of just sort of taking a step back in terms of the market's perspective on this, our view here is that, as we've talked about, both candidates are going to not be very good for the U.S. deficit. As we've been talking to our clients, the deficit is the biggest loser, regardless of who wins tonight. And so while you are seeing a steepening of the Treasury curve with sort of this expectation that Trump is going to win, I think we might argue that you would see the steepening regardless. And so what we're sort of telling our clients is focus on the trades that you would have, kind of regardless of the election and really kind of look through it. Peter, given everything Libby is telling you, saying it's too soon to put on these trades, do you think the markets are getting ahead of themselves?
So actually, I would say one thing I actually like doing right now is actually buying the 10-year. I think this 437 level, I think even if Trump wins, we're going to realize he's not going to be quite as dramatic on day one. It's not going to send the deficit spiraling. We've had a big run. We just had 10-year auction today, so I think there's some technicals. And I do agree that if Harris wins, we'll also have problems with the deficit. But I think right now we're a bit overdone. So of all the things I'm looking at, it seems mispriced that I'd take a shot at. That would probably be one. I look at crypto. That's been pushing pretty high, but I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole right now, given what's going on. And I think the rest is we have to wait and see. I would say I was coming in hopefully thinking maybe the pollsters missed something. Maybe there was going to be some trend that was really not captured in any of the polls. So far, that doesn't appear to be showing up in a meaningful way.
Bond yield higher right now by close to 12 basis points. The 10-year approaching 440. Coming up on the program, waiting for results from battleground states including Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Election night 2024 continues.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea, but ultimately you still have to do a lot with it. It just give you very superficial ideas, and but at the end you still have to customize and how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I see that, when the designer doing is the spirit, is the heart that the computer don't have.
The countdown
countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now. We have Take-Two numbers.
Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. We've said it a million times this evening already. No surprises so far. 187 to 102, yet there is a surprise in this market apparently. We're leaning towards Trump. Small caps up by more than 2 full percentage points with a broader look at the markets this afternoon and this evening. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
John, not only is the Trump trade on, it is now basically at the highs that we've seen it for all night, 2.2%. That is the highs for the small cap index. You're seeing it across asset places, and talking to traders, 9 p.m. was kind of the marker that they gave. That's when they thought we should get a clearer signal of who would be in the lead at this point. Even if it's gone all as expected, this is really the marker for everyone rushing in. When it comes to bonds, we're also looking at yields at highs for the session. Your 10-year yield up nearly 12 basis points. That is the highest level since July, trading at 4.3%. It is the long end that is leading things. That would seem to suggest the fear in this bond market at the moment are deficit concerns. If it was inflation concerns, maybe you'd see more of the shorter end being the thing that leads yields higher. Finally, I want to show you FX because this has been the really volatile era. Just anecdotally talking to different folks out there, speaking with Mark McCormick, saying that he's hearing liquidity is very thin for the FX market at this point. That might be why you see some of the most extremes of moves that we're seeing. The Mexican peso at its weakest so far in the session versus the dollar, 2%. Same goes for the euro. Same goes for the yen, John. This move is now more than 1%. Your dollar yen above 153.
Danny, thank you. Peter Chair really struggled with this. This isn't some lazy evening in Tokyo where you can push around markets with a couple of trades. Shouldn't we be well staffed across trading desks worldwide right now?
Yeah, I think they're reasonably well staffed, but again, you're fairly limited, right? You've got the futures as your big choices, so you got those three, and you've got a bond market that's reasonable. And again, I think people are pushing this, but I think, again, if you go back when President Trump won in 2016, everyone was like, he is going to be awful for stocks. Stocks were limit down. That was a pretty easy call. I remember tweeting out about 2 a.m., this was it, stupid, buy stocks. I didn't even get to write my morning note before stocks had rebounded. So I don't know if this is going to be quite that extreme, but I think cooler heads, assuming he wins, I think cooler heads will prevail and really start thinking, okay, a lot of what has built this deficit story has been, I think, pundits taking his extreme views and saying, well, if these things all get implemented, this is going to be ridiculous. Not everything's going to get implemented. It's going to take time. So I think longer term, we have deficit problems. I think that's growing. I think for a trade right now, everyone pushed too far one way. You've had a lot of fast money coming in. Maybe 440 is not quite the right level. 450, I think, certainly is, but I'd be nibbling here. I would be covering shorts. I haven't liked the bond market in months, so if I can finally say I actually like it here. And don't forget, we have the Fed coming up.
But to John's point, we thought the trading desks would be stacked. If there's low liquidity, does that mean potentially there's just conviction, but with a few people?
That's probably it. It's right again. It's not everyone's sitting there at the computer. Not everyone's feeding things. It's a lot of very algo driven. And again, I think everyone's also facing the same sort of noise that we are. Right? This could flip. Ohio was, I think, light red when we started this segment. Flipped to dark red. Things could go the other way. So I think no one's really willing to put a lot of money or big bets on the table. Especially if you're a market maker sitting in New York trying to trade Tokyo hours. You're just trying not to get hurt. You're not trying to make a fortune. You're trying not to get hurt.
I want to keep going back to the scores. So we're at 187, 102 in the race for 270. And as we've said a few times already this evening, this is just a consequence of the order that the states have dropped so far. So no big lead for Trump in the grand scheme of things because we had no big surprises. But this market is seeing a big lean towards the so-called Trump trade. Small caps are outperforming in equities. Bonds are getting sold. Yields are higher by 12 basis points on a 10-year. And you're seeing the dollar stronger across the board, both in G10 and in EM, with dollar Mexican now at session highs. We're seeing a 2 percentage point move on dollar mex. Libby, if you had a word of caution for anyone in this market that's maybe getting ahead of themselves just a little bit, what would you tell them?
Well, I would say that, Georgia and North Carolina have not even been really, unofficially called. And of course, even if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, which in some ways I think a lot of people expected him to do well. Obviously, he won North Carolina in last cycle, and Biden only won, Georgia by a few basis points practically. So in many ways, if he wins, those, not necessarily surprising. That means that she has to win, though, the blue wall.
Like, she then has to, and we've been talking about this, I know, for months, is just how important Pennsylvania is. Pennsylvania would be the tipping point kind of anyway, the tipping point state, but it is even more crucial for her. So again, I think, to Peter's point, I think the market's maybe getting a little bit over its skis. And then I would absolutely agree with him, and just in terms of extrapolating too much of what on kind of the top of the ticket. As you all know, we've talked so much about like the composition of Congress and how much that's going to matter. And if you do even have a red wave, or red sweep, it is going to be by a very small margin. And that's just going to be, functionally provide some guardrails in terms of what he can actually get done. As we've been telling our clients, it not only matters, who has the majority in these chambers, but it's the margin of the majority. And what we've seen with the Republican House, for instance, is that they maybe haven't been as productive as they wanted to.
No, switching around speakers a few times a year is not exactly productive to getting legislation through. But you mentioned Pennsylvania. Everyone mentions Pennsylvania. What people are telling me is that we might not know that until Friday. What does the market do between now and potentially a Friday or a Saturday call on one state?
Well, I think it really depends, Anne-Marie, if it comes down just to that state, right? So, again, if Trump wins both Georgia and both North Carolina, and those states are able to be called, unofficially at least, and if he wins, say, Wisconsin, then this thing is basically over. And then I think Pennsylvania, matters less because he'll have effectively gotten to that 270. However, if it all comes down to, to Pennsylvania, I think you're going to see increased volatility. You'll see more uncertainty. I think, like Peter, we're long-term investors, so we get to see through these events. We probably would view this as an opportunity. I think, our portfolios have been keeping our powder dry in order to take advantage of dislocations that might arise from that.
I think
you're not seeing through anything, are you?
No, I think to pile on to all the things you said, not only the majority, how big it is matters, but a lot of the people on the Republican side do run as fiscal conservatives. So they're not all about to just pile on the bandwagon and say, let's load the deficit up, right? Some people got there, breathe aside that. So I think he will have a lot of trouble getting whatever his full agenda may be.
A lot of people are going to be listening to that and saying, what is Peter Cheer talking about? There's a fiscal conservatives down in Washington, D.C.
There might be some. At least allegedly. They'll have to fight through it. There's going to be some.
Who are they?
That remains to be seen. But again, if they have a majority of 2, you only need 4 or 5 who are actually diehards.
We saw this movie back in 2016, 2017. I didn't see any fiscal conservatives then.
Sorry, John, not to interrupt, but I feel like the big difference between now and 2017, when he passed his Trump tax cuts, is that the score was a lot less, so it was scored much, but also the initial conditions were very different, right? You were looking at 3.5% deficits in 2017. Now what are they? They're 6.5%. So that was what I actually think is quite different, and why, what we're saying is, regardless of who wins the presidency, tax is going to be a topic that they're either a candidate or either president's going to have to deal with, and I think there's going to be much less sort of room for maneuver because of A, high starting deficits, but then B, very small congressional majorities, again, regardless of what the composition of Congress is.
So, Pete, are we suggesting that this time around, in 2024, the bond market acts as a constraining force over the tax cut hopes and dreams of people down in Washington, D.C.?
I'm not saying we won't get to 5% on 10s next year at some point. I'm just saying I think right now it's a little bit overdone. People have got a little bit ahead of themselves. Plus, if something comes and reverses any of the things that we're currently seeing, it could change. I do think it would be nice if we came down to just one state was holding us back and that the others were pretty clear, because I am a little bit worried if there's a lot of states that are within this margin of basis points and this starts dragging on for a week or longer, I think you start seeing some geopolitical activity that's not good for the U.S. across the world, right? We will be so intensely focused. You've had a president who has really stayed out of the limelight to allow Harris to run her campaign. I think there'd be a lot of confusion of what was on the U.S.'s attention if this starts drifting into next week. So I hope it's either 1 or 2 states that are at the margin and that it's solvable by the weekend, because I do think if that starts dragging on and gets really contentious, I think, whether it's Iran, whether it's, Russia, whether it's North Korea, they might try and take some advantage of that situation.
America can't agree on much at the moment, but we can all agree on that. We want this to be over pretty soon. In the bond market right now, yields are higher by 12 basis points on a 10-year, 439. We're approaching 440. In the equity market, the outperformance on the small caps. In foreign exchange, the dollar is stronger. The score's 188 to 102. It's the race to 270. Up next, still awaiting results from key battlegrounds as our special coverage of election night 2024 continues.
in case you missed it on Bloomberg Crypto.
Voters want to see legislation on market structure. They want to see standards enacted in legislation for stable coins. The Harris campaign, like the Trump campaign, understands that 52 million Americans want to see crypto in their future, and that it's critically important that any new administration address those concerns and proactively, productively engage with legislation that's now pending in the Congress and rulemaking that's long overdue to provide people with the stability and clarity that this market requires. There's one thing I feel very confident about, and that is the Biden administration's approach to regulation of the crypto industry. That is coming to an end for sure. And I think no matter where this plays out at the presidential level, we'll have a more constructive engagement with this industry. It's a critical industry, it's an innovative technology, and I think the United States should be at the forefront and leading.
Don't miss the next Bloomberg Crypto.
Earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting
Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. 188 to Trump, 102 to Harris. No surprises on the projections so far, but this market is making a stronger lean towards Trump. Small caps now higher by 2.7%. And if we could just take a moment, if you can get the bond board, check this out now. Yields, session highs, we're up 14. On 10s, we take out 440. On 2s, up 11. 428.23 at the election wall. With more on the race to 270 is Kenny Lyons.
Yeah, John, a reminder for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio that there were 226 expected Democratic votes tonight and 219 that were likely seen going for Republicans. And of the 188 votes that Donald Trump picked up, there are no states that have been called for him to this point that were expected to go blue. The same goes for Kamala Harris. Every state she has picked up to get to 102 electoral votes at this point were states that were expected to go blue. There has been no surprises tonight, but it does remain too close to call in the battleground states that have had polls closed already. So let's quickly check on where the scores are in those states. In Georgia, right now, 3/4 of the vote is in, 75% according to the Associated Press, and Donald Trump is leading by a 5-point margin, 52% to 47%. In North Carolina, just over half of votes have been reported, 53%, and right now Donald Trump is up by roughly 3 points. Kamala Harris sitting at roughly 48% of the vote to Donald Trump's 51. Then in Pennsylvania, which of course is the biggest prize tonight with its 19 electoral votes, the race to 270 really could be made or broken in Pennsylvania. Right now, only 1/4 of the votes have been counted, in large part in the urban areas around Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. And Kamala Harris right now in Pennsylvania is up by roughly 12 points. But again, don't read into that too much, with only 26% of the votes counted. In Michigan, we're only at 12% of the votes counted. So in that brick of the blue wall, the move is a little bit slower. Right now, Kamala Harris is up by about 8 points, 53% for her to 45 for Donald Trump. And finally, we're early days in Wisconsin as well. That is the third element of the blue wall, the Rust Belt that we are watching. Donald Trump in Wisconsin right now up just about 8.5 points, 53.6% to Kamala Harris's 45%, but that is just with 11% of the votes in at this time, John.
Kelly, thank you. Stay close. A number of critical House and Senate races to watch this hour as well at the analysis desk with more. Here's Joe Matthew.
House and Senate races that haven't brought many surprises at this point
quite yet, John. We did see the Jim Justice call in West Virginia. That's the first Republican pickup of the night. The rest has been as expected. We are, though, seeing, and we want to be very cautious about this, some trends developing in the states that closed earlier on the East Coast. Georgia, North Carolina, and even Virginia, which we didn't think we'd be talking about tonight as we bring in the wisdom of Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, we've talked a lot about a red mirage. So far, while that may be possible, this has been a pretty good night for Donald Trump. How are you seeing it?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's pretty predictable, right? I mean, everybody's sort of settling into the states that we thought they would all win, and we're now getting down to the key targeted states. But one that's kind of interesting is Virginia. I mean, so far that's been a very close race. Democrats, won it pretty handily in 2020 and 2016. So what's different about that? Well, what's different is the big urban centers. Northern Virginia, Fairfax County, one of the largest counties in America, the Tidewater region, Virginia Beach, and Richmond. These are the big urban centers that have a lot of the Democratic vote have not been reporting. So it takes a while for the urban centers to report and much less time for the rural. So when you look at the rural counties, they've been reporting big Trump margins, and so he's been racking it up. But what's left off the table, almost 40% of the vote, looks like it's trending very strongly, 66, 67% in Fairfax County. Now, Biden won that county by 70%. So consistently, we see an underperformance in these big Biden counties in other states, but I think enough there to probably make up a lot of the difference.
Well, I don't know if Virginia's going to become a swing state once again here, Jeannie, but I know that Maryland next door is not. And we do have a race call. The Associated Press now projecting Angela Alsobrooks will win the Maryland Senate race against the former governor Larry Hogan. This is what we were actually watching for a potential outlier, a wild card flip, not in the cards here apparently.
That's right. And Larry Hogan, a very popular former governor running. Alsobrooks had a lot of support behind her. He was running to the center as much as possible, distancing himself from the top of the ticket there, but it wasn't enough to pull that through. So it was one we were watching for a possible upset. And of course, just to follow up on Virginia, we did see the Republicans, Donald Trump, trying to expand the map to Virginia, New Mexico, and New Hampshire. And so far, I agree with Rick. It looks like, obviously still very early. Virginia is, moving in potentially a direction that could make it a surprise for us.
We talked earlier about the abortion ballot measure in Florida. The Associated Press has now made that official as well, failing 43% to 57%. Couldn't get the supermajority there, Rick. We've got 10 states like this. What does that tell you about the rest of the night?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it indicates that some of these referendum may not be the leading indicator of popular support for the main party candidates. And so, that was what we got used to. We got used to this idea that, the women were going to turn out and support these abortion referendums specifically. And we saw a weakness in that outcome in Florida, and yet a very strong Republican vote throughout the state, including traditional Democrat strongholds.
Is this not the motivating factor we thought it was?
It seems like, at least in this case, we have to wait and see. It has not been $100 million spent on this referendum. This closes the door on abortion access in most of the South now, because this 6-week ban now in place in Florida and across the South for women who find themselves pregnant. They can't just go to a neighboring state anymore. And the first time since the Dobbs decision, we have seen abortion access go down. So this is big, big news.
Very important. Rick, we started on Georgia and North Carolina. If Donald Trump wins them both, do we go home?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, we're still getting a lot of vote in from the blue wall states. This has always been the most likely path for any Democrat. It was for Joe Biden, and it is now for Kamala Harris. We're watching Pennsylvania. It's going to take us all night to see that. We'll see how Michigan starts to develop, but right now it looks pretty solid. So, yeah, I mean, both candidates are pursuing their paths. Donald Trump is in a position where he can do very well in the South, these Sunbelt states, and then will lose by one electoral vote if she runs the table on the blue wall.
Incredible. Is it blue wall or nothing for Kamala Harris?
That has always been the #1 path for Kamala Harris, and obviously, if she doesn't get that, this thing becomes that much harder. And of course, that comes down to Pennsylvania, and the choice of the vice presidential nominee is something that, if she doesn't pull this through, people are going to be be second guessing, but we'll wait on that, Joe Matthew, because it's still very early.
I know. Well, we've got a lot to wait for. That's why they're our signature panel. John, back to you.
Hey, Joe, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. We'll be back with you in about 30 minutes' time. I want to keep going back to financial markets. Session highs on the S&P 500. I understand the session is incredibly young, but here we are. Here are the scores. Up by 2.6% on the small caps on the Russell. Up by 1% on the S&P 500. Switch on the board, turn the page and get to the bond market story. Yields higher by 16 basis points on a 30-year, 459.74. AMH, what are we looking at here? What are we trading on?
Everyone right now is thinking that Trump has this in the bag, which is what the financial markets is thinking. Everyone you talk to, especially individuals I'm texting with that are affiliates of the Harris campaign, they're saying it is too early to tell. It is not a perfect picture yet. But CBS News exit polling in Michigan says that younger voters are narrowly going for Trump right now. They're breaking, according to CBS's exit polling. NBC News exit polling in Wisconsin, Trump doubling his black support that he picked up in Wisconsin in 2020. If this remains, this shows that Trump has the advantage right now on some of these states that we are still waiting for, according to this exit polling. Take all that with a grain of salt, because today someone who's actually run presidential campaigns said to me, don't look at exit polling, don't quote exit polling. It always, sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. This is not a for sure conclusion, but what we're seeing right now is potentially what the financial markets are picking up on.
Libby alongside us nodding. Don't trust exit polls?
Don't trust exit polls. I mean, again, it's still early, and I think we'll see. What the market, though, is keen off on, as we talked about, is higher deficits and then also the potential for higher tariffs. I mean, higher inflation coming from tariffs. And, of course, President Trump, should he get elected, doesn't need Congress to impose tariffs. I think our expectation is, he will do something. He can do something day one, in particular on China. And so in some ways, maybe the market is, getting a little bit over its skis just in terms of pricing a Trump victory. But in terms of, what the potential impact of some of his policies are, I mean, probably makes sense that we could see, a bit of, again, the sort of the steepening of the yield curve.
It's quite a move in the bond market. Yields higher at the long end on a 30-year by 16 basis points. Let's continue the conversation about the economy. Joining us now is Dana Peterson, the chief economist at the Conference Board. Dana, I want to come to you about confidence levels of consumers, of businesses as well, going into this election. Were they bouncing? Were they falling back? What was your read on things?
We were getting separate messages from CEOs of large companies versus consumers. So starting off with CEOs, they were a little bit concerned about the outlook for the economy as well as their own industries. In fact, our measure was just above 50. Anything above 50 is certainly optimism. So they were just barely optimistic. They're concerned about geopolitics. They're concerned about regulation. They're concerned about cybersecurity. And indeed, many companies are saying they're sitting on the sidelines with respect to investments because they don't really know what to expect. But when it comes to the consumer, in October, consumers were really ebullient. Indeed, they kind of turned things around in terms of their concerns about the labor market. They figured the labor market was good. They're expecting the stock market to continue to rise. And indeed, when we asked them to fill in any answers or anything about what they think is going to impact the economy, they continue to say inflation and prices were a concern, but they are seeing improvement on both of those measures. And when it came to the election, they didn't really seem to be paying that much attention. So I guess this definitely will be a nail biter.
When it comes to that consumer confidence, you said they're feeling better. Why are they feeling better recently when we're hearing from corporations that people aren't spending ahead of the election, like Marriott?
Well, the thing is that we just received GDP for the third quarter, and the economy grew by 2.8 percentage points. That's very healthy. And indeed, it was still the consumer spending on goods and services. And so that was just in September. So we don't have any data for October, really, in terms of spending. But certainly up through September, consumers were out there, they're buying things. And it's because most of them are still working. Many of them are seeing higher wages. Wages are not growing as rapidly as they were during the worst of the pandemic. We were trying to get people back in butts and seats, but certainly wages are still elevated. And with that upswing in consumer confidence, it suggests that consumers probably continue to spend, and that they're not really letting the election hold them back on that.
Big picture, whoever is elected and goes into the White House, what kind of economy and the vibe of the consumer is that president going to be inheriting?
Sure. Well, if we continue to see decent gains in payrolls again, the October readings were very disrupted by hurricanes and also strike effects. If you pull those things out, then you probably had some positive gains in payrolls. But the important thing is that the unemployment rate is still very low. It held at 4.1%. And that's really what consumers are paying attention to. Also, as the stock market continues to rally, consumers look at that as a proxy for the economy. So if we continue to see people working, no big layoffs, and the stock market continues to do well, inflation continues to fall, and the Fed cuts interest rates in November and December, potentially starting in January, the consumer is probably going to be feeling fine. But there definitely are big risks out there for the consumer. What does the tax situation look like next year? Also, will there be more tariffs that might cause faster inflation? Those are all things that are probably going to weigh on the consumer and lean against the good news we're continuing to see on the labor market.
Dana, appreciate the update. Thank you. Dana Peterson there at the conference board. And here's an update for you at home. 188 to 102, Trump leading Harris, and no surprises just yet. But this market, as we've suggested a million times already, this evening is leaning towards the Trump trades. Equities higher, session highs on the S&P 500. Yields higher by double-digit basis points across the curve. Look at the FX market. Dollar Mex with a 2.5% move, a much weaker Mexican peso. Coming up next on this program, still awaiting results from Michigan and Pennsylvania. Our special coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
Top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We don't know what the policy reaction function is actually going to be off of what has been said. And for that reason, I think you have a number of investors that are actually just sort of continuing to plow forward on the view that the economy is in pretty good shape. So that when there is an election outcome, once there's a sense for whether new policy will actually get affected, then they can have a reaction.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Crenny.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's Election Night 2024. Trump leads Harris 188 to 102. Nothing has surprised us in the projections so far. But take a look at the price action. We've got a 3% move on the small caps. Check out the bond board. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year. Double-digit basis point move across the curve. We're up 15 on 10s, up 16 on 30s. And in foreign exchange, the dollar's stronger against most of G10, if not all of G10. But check out this move in EM. Dollar Mex, 2.5% move, a much weaker Mexican peso. We're still waiting for results from Michigan and Pennsylvania. Bloomberg's Romain Bostic is in Detroit. David Gura is in Philadelphia. Romain, it's interesting. You know the markets well. We seem to be making this move before we've got any insight whatsoever on the blue wall. How are you thinking about that this evening?
Yeah, it's hard to say right now because we talk about the number of votes that are in on a percentage basis statewide. We're still below 20%. Now, there are certain congressional districts that have seen a larger number of votes come in, primarily in the 6th district, the 7th district, and in the 11th district. No real surprises there as the candidates in some of those areas, the leading candidates, I should say, in those areas were expected to win by relatively wide margins. As far as the presidential race here, Kamala Harris has a slight lead right now over Donald Trump, but again, only about 15% of the precincts have actually reported. I do want to turn your attention, though, to Oakland County. And this is going to be a big determinant here of how the state of Michigan goes. The Republican Party actually holding their watch party later tonight in Oakland County in the city of Novi. Again, demographic changes, a big part of the narrative here. Novi, one of the fastest growing cities in the state of Michigan. It also has the interesting distinction of having one of the largest Asian American populations here in the state of Michigan, largely Japanese Americans here. Once again, a potential a block of swing voters that both candidates have been trying to woo. Meanwhile, here in the city of Detroit behind me, the Democrats have set up shop here at the Motor City Convention Center, the Motor City Casino, excuse me, where they are holding their watch party. We did hear just a little bit earlier from Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, and of course the former mayor of South Bend, who now calls himself a Michigander after relocating here a couple of years ago. He was there trying to fire up the crowd. But again, John, it's going to be a long night here. Well, it's already now approaching 10 p.m. and we still do not have any real sense here of who is actually going to win the state of Michigan.
Well, Dave, it's also going to be a long night in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro asking people right now, if you are watching election results in his state, please be patient. What are you seeing right now in Pennsylvania?
So, Henry, when I got into this business, I was told two things. Talk about what you know and be candid about what you don't know. And with that framework in mind, let me just sort of walk you through what I'm looking at. So here I am in Pennsylvania, looking at the returns that have come in here in and around Philadelphia so far. And there's a lot of blue, but we've got 20% of those precincts reporting, so a pretty low number, but still some signs of promise for the Democratic candidate. I moved north up to Lackawanna, which is the home to Scranton, and I see more votes in, 50% of those votes in. And this is, of course, where Joe Biden is from, a place that Democrats really wanted to hold on to. Again, Kamala Harris has an edge there as well. As I look to the west, Allegheny County has the most votes in so far. About 80% of those precincts have reported. Looking good for Kamala Harris there as well. Moving north from there to Erie County, many fewer votes in yet, and we don't really have a sense of sort of how that is going to go yet. And then, of course, in the middle of the state are a lot of places that have traditionally gone for Republicans, went for Trump the last time around. So we are in for a long night, as the governor said, as I know that you know as well. Again, we're getting these numbers. They're kind of updating in really rapid succession here as these counties sort of give us updates on what they've counted in the unofficial tallies. Looking good for Kamala Harris in many places here, but still a lot of uncertainty about how this is going to go.
David, $1.2 billion in advertising has been spent in the Keystone State. I'm sure everyone there, especially in a swing county like Erie County, cannot wait for this election to be over. You spent some time there. What is the number one issue you're hearing from individuals going out to vote?
You know, some mentioned the economy, but I was prepared for that to be like the overwhelming answer that I got from folks that I talked to here in and around Philadelphia and those whom I called when I was on the ground in other parts of the state. Yes, they talked about it. Yes, they brought up tariffs, but there were many other issues that they brought up that said they were really motivating them to go to the polls. Reproductive rights, chief among them. The Dobbs decision was something that was kind of a signal moment for a lot of voters in the state, both for women and for men. That motivated them to go to the polls. And then, you know, other issues regarding health care. There was a moment here a couple of weeks back when a tape was leaked of Dave McCormick, who's the Republican candidate for Senate, saying at a private event that he was in favor of taking a provision out of the Affordable Care Act that allows children up to the age of 26 to remain on their parents' plan. Bob Casey, the incumbent senator, the Democrat, really has made hay out of that in these last few weeks, saying that Dave McCormick would eviscerate the Affordable Care Act. So health care, I would say, Anne-Marie, another issue that's really motivating people to go to the polls here in Pennsylvania.
David, thank you. Alongside Remain, to the two of you. Gentlemen, we'll catch up with you in the next hour, no doubt about it. Equities right now, session highs by more than 1% on the S&P 500. Libby Cantrill, no real insight right now on the blue wall whatsoever.
No, and I think that in some ways, some of this reporting that we're seeing out of Pennsylvania is to be expected, right? You sort of see this, a little bit of a blue mirage, then we'll get the rural vote, and then we'll get the sort of the early vote. So, yeah, again, this is, the market is definitely, you know, maybe this is reality, maybe this is a little bit of wish casting, but the market is certainly reacting to what we sort of was the base case for Harris, which is that she would have to win these blue wall states. Now she absolutely has to win them, especially if North Carolina and then Georgia are off the table. But again, not necessarily all that much new information.
That's exactly the point. Where the map is right now is where exactly it should be if you follow American politics at this time at night with all these states reporting. Peter, what is the market paying attention to? What insight do they have?
So for the last probably 4 or 5 days, I think the market's actually been looking at poly market and crypto markets first and foremost. I think they've been the biggest moves. People see those moves and start saying, well, this must mean something. So I think that's slightly weird, but everything's obviously moving right now. You got the Russell 2000 up 3 points, which 3%. But I do think crypto seems to be triggering these moves, poly market. And again, these are very thin markets. They're highly often, you know, I don't want to say manipulated, but they tend to gap. And I really look, every time I've been watching large moves, they seem to start in crypto and get dragged along everywhere else, which again, maybe the crypto bros or whoever you want to call it have been really eager. They really, really want Trump. I think that's the one clear thing, right? They really want Trump. They do not want Harris. They seem to be reacting. I think that's driving a lot of the other markets. And again, might be why we've gotten ahead of ourselves, because the story really isn't that different than you would expect if Harris was going to win, right? The map doesn't look that much different.
It's an untold story yet. The storybook has not finished. Libby, to your point, are you still telling clients at this point, take a deep breath, don't make any moves?
I mean, I think what we're going to say exactly what we've been saying for the last 6 months is that this is a knife fight in a phone booth. And that's what we're actually end up seeing. And we've seen some momentum for Trump, you know, 2 weeks ago. Then we sort of saw a shift for Harris over the last few days. But this was effectively, I mean, this is sort of representative of a very calcified, polarized electorate. And as these, you know, these red states get redder, the blue states get bluer. I mean, in some ways, this is to be expected, that this is just going to come down to very narrow margins. And I think you're right that the pollsters probably look like they're not necessarily wrong here. Like it doesn't seem to be some sort of systemic polling error that looked possible.
And I do think you kind of can take a Harris wave off the table. Like I think there was probably some concern that this would be a huge mandate for Harris, and that mandate's clearly not coming out so far, right? It's going to be close at best.
I think this is actually super important, is that if she wins, she is very likely at this point, just given where everything's trending, she will have a Republican Senate. And that just means in terms of who she can actually get confirmed will be, just have to be by definition more moderate if she wins.
You said something interesting though. You just said that it looks like the pollsters potentially got it right. And in your notes, you said if the pollsters got it right, they always underestimate Trump, and that means he's probably going to win.
Well, just a second. What I said is that we've seen systemic polling error both in 2016 and in 2020. And I think there was, with Ann Seltzer's poll over the weekend, there was some sort of thought that maybe we were going to see a systemic polling error the other way. What it looks like is that what pollsters are projecting is a very tight race. And that's, at least as of now, I mean, we're not even at 10 o'clock on the East Coast. So as of now, that's what it looks like. This absolutely could go for Trump, but she still very much has a pathway to 270.
Let's finish there. 9:55 on the East Coast. How much confidence do you have that we get a result by sunrise?
I mean, look, I think this is going to be, as we saw, this may not be a repeat of 2020. As a reminder, the AP didn't call that election until Saturday, as we all remember. But this could very well be trending towards in that direction. But again, if this is more definitive for Trump, then we may know when we wake up.
Another projection. This time for Trump, he wins Kansas. And once again, no surprise here whatsoever. The score's right now 194 to 102. Libby Cantrill of Pimco, Peter Cheer of Academy Securities. To the both of you, thank you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you both. Coming up on the programme, it's almost 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Polls closing in another 5 states. Our special coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones, I can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie.
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
Do you need a clap?
No, I think we're ready. Ready? Go.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, election night 2024 at 10 p.m. on the East Coast, happening this hour. Polls closing in 5 states across the country, 28 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 6 from the Battleground state of Nevada. This coming as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump square off in a race to 270. With the latest, here's Katie Lines.
Well, John, right now, Donald Trump is ahead in that race. 194 electoral votes have been called for him at this point by either the Associated Press or other networks, compared to just 102 for Kamala Harris. But to this point in the evening, there have been absolutely no surprises. All of the expected blue states have indeed gone blue, and the red states have gone red. But as we consider the remaining path for both of these candidates to get to 270, remember, for Kamala Harris, her easiest path goes through the blue wall, the 3 Rust Belt states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So let's check where we stand at this point in each of those. In Wisconsin, with 35% of the votes in, Donald Trump is leading by a single percentage point, 49.6% to Kamala Harris's 48.9%. In Michigan, we've only got 16% of the tally in thus far. Kamala Harris right now is up by 4 points, 51 to 47 for Trump. In Pennsylvania, as more rural vote has come into the Keystone State, and it's 19, of course, electoral college votes, it has increased the showing for Donald Trump. And right now, these candidates are effectively tied, 49.6% to 49.5% for Kamala Harris. We're getting some new calls at this time for Donald Trump. According to the Associated Press, he has added 2 more states, Montana and Utah. No surprises expected, red states, but that does take his tally up to 204 electoral votes. So he right now has double that of Kamala Harris, who remains at 102. And keep in mind, if Kamala Harris cannot pick up Pennsylvania, she's going to have to win either Georgia or North Carolina. In North Carolina right now, there is 66% of the votes counted, and Donald Trump right now is leading her by a margin of 5 points. He has 52% of the vote in North Carolina. In Georgia, there are 80% of the votes counted. He also is leading by a margin of 5 points, 52% to Harris's 47. We're just getting some results reported from Arizona, only 4% in right now, but Donald Trump is leading early. And of course, the 7th and final battleground state, John, just had polls closed. Nevada has closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Looking forward to an update there a little bit later this hour. Katie, thanks for that. Appreciate Appreciate it. For an update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill at the analysis desk, here's Joe Matthew.
Jonathan, I want to stick with the Senate here. So far, all going as planned. Republican Jim Justice, as we told you early in the evening, projected to win the Senate seat in West Virginia. That is actually the only Republican pickup so far. It happened early, and there could be more. The Florida Senate race for Republican Rick Scott, according to the Associated Press, and Andy Kim, the Democrat, becomes the new senator from New Jersey. Now we add some big ones, as Kayleigh mentioned, with 18 races, by the way, yet to be called on the Senate front here. Nevada, Senator Jackie Rosen, the Democrat, trying to fend off a challenge by Republican Sam Brown. Polls have shown her holding a pretty consistent lead, so this is going to be something worth watching for the sake of Democrats. In Montana now, just projected for Donald Trump to win. Democratic Senator John Tester is in the political fight of his life against a Republican businessman, a former Navy SEAL named Tim Sheehy. This is a race that many polls show favoring the Republican. There have been some outliers. If Tester can hang on here, he gives Democrats a much better chance of holding the Senate. Remembering that Donald Trump again just won the state, and that down ballot effect, the coattails there for Donald Trump, could be powerful in this case. Republicans again only need to flip 2 to take control. John?
Hey Joe, thank you. We'll touch base with you again in about 30 minutes time. A new projection. Harris wins Colorado. As expected, the score's now 204 to 112. Some big moves in this market. Let's get to them. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. This is a bond market on fire. The move now in your 10-year yield, more than 17 basis points, trading at 4.44. Just to put this in context, $52 billion of 10-year bonds were sold at an auction today. If you had bought them, you've already lost 10 basis points by this point in the night. It's interesting to think, at what point does higher yields, again, this is kind of the Trump trade coming alive, really closely tracking some of the betting market odds. At what point do higher yields hurt equities? It is not happening yet. Equities across the board are higher, but it is concentrated again in a classic Trump trade, that of small caps, up nearly 3.5% for Russell 2000 futures. Mike Wilson says that after 20 basis points worth of moves on your 10-year yield, that's when this trade comes under pressure. Again, we are not there yet. We are at 17 basis points at this moment. The other market under extreme volatility, that is your FX market. Perhaps the epicenter of that is dollar MEX. That is at its weakest level in 2 years versus the dollar. Again, though, I want to emphasize this, John. I've been talking to multiple traders tonight. They say this market looks very illiquid at this moment. Not a lot of people trading currencies. Something that's perhaps surprising, since we know banks staffed extra desks, but still that's leading to extra volatility in markets that are otherwise being bullied around a whole heck of a lot.
Danny, stay close. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time. Let's get back to the bond board. Check out these moves. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year. Double-digit basis point moves across the curve, up 17 on 10s and up close to 20 on 30s. Let's bring in our guest host for the next hour. Joining us around the table, Dan Greenhouse of Solace Alternative Asset Management. Dan, good evening.
Thank you for having me here. And before we get started, I just want to register a complaint.
Who to?
To you. Well,
personally?
To Bloomberg.
Or to everyone?
That a Brit is chairing our election coverage.
What is the complaint?
I'm not sure yet.
As a legal resident in this country, are you upset by that?
I think
Have you got a political issue with that? Do you want to get a little bit deeper about that conversation? Would you rather avoid it? Do you regret mentioning anything now?
About what specifically about the accent before I just came out and said the accent.
Well, you've done it now. And we can move on because I'm a gentleman and a good friend of yours.
Yes.
In the bond market, big moves.
Yeah.
What do you make of these moves?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were talking earlier. I think right now, certainly in the election, you would rather be former President Trump than Vice President Harris. But we were also just saying there's a lot of wood to chop here. In Georgia, where there's a lot of optimism, I'm sure, in the Trump camp. Gwinnett County, which is a particularly a very strong Democrat stronghold, only has about 18% reported right now, so there's a lot of wood to chop there. And then obviously none of the blue wall is revealed as of yet.
Exactly. You'd rather be him right now because of the states that we know. But we still need to know Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. What are you seeing county-wise? Or what do you think the markets maybe are seeing on the margins of these states that are giving them this extra oomph to go all in on the Trump trade?
Yeah, I wrote down a couple of counties that I was looking at. One is Loudoun County in Virginia. Obviously, well, not obviously, but presumably former Vice President Harris was going to win that state. Loudoun County, people who follow politics closely will be familiar with Loudoun County for a number of non-great reasons. There's a 4 percentage point deficit there compared to last year. Hamilton County, one of those important suburbs in Indiana, a state that former President Trump is not going to lose, but that county had been trending in the direction of Democrats. That looks like it's holding up now. North, he's got about 52% of the vote there. A really important one, Florida, obviously, state already called for former President Trump. Miami-Dade County, he's got over 55% of the vote right now. That in 2020 voted 53% for Joe Biden, a huge swing there. Obviously, Hispanic community there. What does that mean for Texas and a number of other districts? And in Osceola, which is one of the few Latino-leaning districts or Latino majority districts in Florida, he's got 50% of the vote there. Biden won that district with 56% of the vote.
So you'd rather be Trump right now. Is it your baseline that with Trump at the top of the ticket, it is a red sweep? Or do you think he wins the presidency and potentially, maybe not the Senate, but the House potentially could swing back to Democrat?
My assumption coming into this is easy to say now at 10 p.m. with a little bit of data in hand.
Sure.
My assumption was that it would be a red sweep. I thought that, listen, I know the press has to pretend like there's a debate here, but the Senate was gone. You knew West Virginia was gone. John Tester was probably gone. If Trump was going to have a good night, which so far he's doing okay, Sherrod Brown is in real trouble. And then you met Deb Fischer. Like, you start expanding the map there for the Senate. But the Senate was gone just by whom we already articulated. The House, we're not going to know the House, obviously, for weeks. But I think, obviously, if what's happening continues to happen, and again, for all the reasons that we mentioned, let's not get out our skis here, the House is probably going to go as well. So that was my working assumption, yes.
There were some worries, some concerns in places like Florida. You could see that Senator Scott was concerned about them after the rally at Madison Square Garden. No evidence whatsoever that it's hurt him.
No evidence whatsoever this has hurt him at all. In Florida, it was a very good night for the former president. But to your point, Jonathan, you're looking at very Hispanic communities that they seem to be showing up for Trump at the moment. Again, we still need to know more data. But of course, that was that awful joke at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And then you saw Republicans come out, not just Senator Rick Scott, also the congressman representing New York 4, very tight race, coming out immediately saying, I denounce these comments. A lot of concern, maybe this would hurt them. It hasn't so far.
I'm usually asleep by now. And I wake up sometimes in the morning and I go to the Asian trade and have a look at some big moves that have taken place. And a lot of people say, well, liquidity is not that great. You see people pushing around markets in Tokyo all the time. I was surprised that people are coming on the program, and I'm hearing it a lot, Dan, that this is illiquidity. It's not a very liquid market.
Sure.
Given that I heard that basically everyone was staffing their desks preparing to trade this market. So what's going on?
I think whenever you have overnight moves of any substance, you're going to blame it on illiquidity. I don't work at a big bank, so I can't speak to the liquidity or not, obviously, in real time. But I think illiquidity seems to be a safe move. But I would also add, I think a lot of people probably of a certain age will remember Carl Icahn talking about how he left a party and went back to the office and made $1 billion.
2016.
Yes, trading equity futures, and maybe somebody wants to be the next person to do that. I mean, again, to the point earlier, I would just repeat: we've got some time to go here.
Got a few more hours, potentially. You going to stick with us?
I will stay here as long as you will have me.
Okay.
And by the time I'm done, I'll have a British accent.
Okay, possibly. Let's see if you're welcome back in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. Stay tuned. Coming up on the programme, still awaiting results from key battleground states. Our special coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
Things like making sure your account is private, right? When you sign up and you're a teenager, private by default, that you're focused on adding people you already know out in the real world, your real friends, that, our service doesn't have, public likes, these comparison metrics that we know, can make people feel bad about themselves. we moderate the content that we distribute on our platform to try to mitigate, the spread of harmful content. So we've tried to make a lot of choices to, make our service, a healthy and fun place with friends. And we hear that, when we do research, we find that people, rank Snapchat as the happiest platform. They say that it helps them feel closer to their friends. So I think we're really focused on what we can control in terms of improving the product experience. And then we always try to encourage parents, don't let your teenager, use Snapchat unless they're above the age of 13. And there are tools available today on your phone, iOS, Android, that are really easy to use to help limit, what teens can use on their phones.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. Trump, 204. Harris, 112. And no big surprises either way at the moment this evening. In the equity market, some big moves, though. With the latest, let's cross over to Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Peter Scheer in the last hour said that the reason that these markets are moving, even though we don't have any certainty, is because they're tracking off of betting market odds and of crypto. I just wanted to run through this because this is a betting market that is pricing in near certainty that Trump will take this thing home. Overall, the Trump odds on Polymarket are at a record high, just about 89%. You look at the swing states, it's even more certainty priced in to the betting markets. North Carolina, for example, it is above 96% at 97%. Similar moves also for Georgia and for Arizona. So all of that is leading to crypto, to Bitcoin markets that are going further and further. At one point trading at a record, we are just under that level. Actually, sorry, we've gone back above that level and back under. 73,800 is about where the record is of all time. So we are there. And John, that does seem to be leading the entirety of the Trump trades higher, with yields higher and dollar stronger, and small cap stocks also taken off.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate it. Just getting a headline. Anne-Marie out of Texas.
Yeah, that's right. Senator Ted Cruz maintains and holds his seat. Look, this was the white whale moment, potentially for the Democrats, the one place they were playing aggressive offense, but everyone thought it potentially could be a pipe dream. It ended up being a pipe dream. Senator Ted Cruz holds his seat.
That's the latest news in the last minute or so. Let's cross over to Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. Terry, welcome to the program. You've said consistently that Harris had the edge, that we're 70% likely that we get a split government, Dem House, Republican Senate, small majorities. You've got some extra data, some more information. Where do you stand now?
I am where I was, John. The good news for Trump is that, frankly, is that he's on the way to winning North Carolina. That wasn't at all a given, considering the fallout in the governor's race, which got called for the Democrat. But other than that, this is pretty much fallen in line the way it was, and it's still pretty early. We talked this morning, and I gave you a particular Bellwether County in Pennsylvania, and that's only 55% reported right now. So we've still got a long way to go, but I don't think there's any serious negative surprises here.
So when it comes to the map right now, it is what you would expect at 10:15 on the East Coast on election night. What are you looking for the rest of the evening? What county specifically in the blue wall that could potentially show Harris' strength or Trump's strength?
Well, I look at Washington County, Pennsylvania, which is just below Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. The reason I do that is because it's got pretty much everything. It's got the highest home prices in the greater Pittsburgh area, and it's also got some of the poorest parts of western Pennsylvania. And the entire game in Pennsylvania always is you pump up blue vote in Philadelphia and the suburbs, and that's supposed to overwhelm the red vote in the rest of the state. Well, you get that in microcosm in Washington County. So I'm going to continue to look really closely to see exactly what happens there.
Terry, you got more data, as John mentioned. Do you have more of an idea of when this election could be called?
I don't think it's going to be quick. I certainly wish I didn't have to say that, but I don't think this is going to be a situation where we're going to know with a great deal of certainty tonight. I'll say that. The other thing I will say always is that the makeup of Congress for policy for markets is more important than the presidency, and I still think we're on track for a split government here with a marginally Democratic House and a Republican Senate.
Terry, what are you telling investors, though? You think settle in, the map has to come in more, we're not there yet. The market thinks Trump has won.
Well, I don't have a lot of regard for betting markets. I mean, I'm not going to defend polls, but at least the polls, your unknowns are known, as Don Rumsfeld would say. You know what you got with polls. They are what they are. You got 4% margin of error, and then you've got a situation where even in the best likely voter polls, you look at turnout. Turnout in 2020 was 66%, so there's another deviation there. And but you can kind of figure out and know what you do. Know what you know. Betting markets are all like a bunch of people standing around dollar slots telling you to pump one more in or not. My only advice to people involved in betting markets is it's way early.
Hey, Terry, it's Dan Greenhouse. But I agree with you on everything you're saying about betting markets, but the 10-year is moving, equity futures are moving. It's not just Polymarket and Kalshi or whatever. It is assets that are reacting to this.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. But I agree with you, Dan. But, back to Anne-Marie's point, I will say also that what comes out of this election, generally speaking, and I think regardless of who the president is largely markets negative. Markets are getting squirrelier and squirrelier about fiscal debt and deficit. That's in the United States, and they certainly are squirrely about it in the United Kingdom. I mean, we've just seen that with the budget over the past few days. You've got that going, and at the same time, what you've got is you've got a situation where there's a lot of concern about tariffs, for example, and and I think there are going to be more tariffs almost regardless because it's going to morph into a national security issue. And the only countervailings I see on a lot of this stuff is kind of defense and defense industrial base, because post-election, what you'll see Washington move into is a situation where there's much more focus on actually kind of pumping up arsenal of democracy sorts of things.
Hey, Terry. That was a highlight of this evening, that laugh. Terry Haynes of Fangier. Terry, appreciate it, sir. Thank you. We are higher by 16 basis points on a 10-year. I'm not going to sit here and say the market's decided that Trump has won, but it's certainly leaning in that direction. And we've seen that lean. It started at about 7:30 Eastern time. It's 10:20 now, and it continues. We've got session highs on equity markets. Bond yields are higher. The dollar's a whole lot stronger. Dan Greenhouse, over the last month, we have seen episodes of where this market will shift towards Trump, even though the polls have been really rock steady. How did you interpret that price action over the last month?
Listen, the street has put together baskets of the Trump trade, so to speak. I think when the media talks about the Trump trade, it's usually through the prism of higher equities or higher bond yields for all the reasons that have been discussed, which we can go into. But you can look at baskets that include, in the case of a Harris basket, that might include solar stocks and wind stocks and all alternative energy stocks. And in the case of President Trump or former President Trump, it might be crypto stocks, industrial stocks, things like that. Those names have been reacting for some time now. Now, they have clearly been going in the direction of polls. But in the last couple of days, or dare I say even a week or two, there's been a divergence where they've done even better than the polls when the polls have gone down in the case of President Trump. I think when you speak to people around the street, the belief has been for some time that he would win for any number of reasons. The street leans conservative in general, so there's an institutional bias there. But I also think some of the stuff that we follow in much greater detail than the average analyst, if you will, the average person that follows politics, we're leading a lot of people to believe that he probably had the edge.
Dan, when you look at the Trump trade in the market, how do you reconcile two things? People say it's going to be great when you lower taxes, but it's not going to be so good when he puts the walls up on tariffs.
Yeah, so the tariffs are obviously a problem, measured in a couple of $100 billion. I don't think anybody really thinks he's doing 60% on China. I think the legality of a 10% across the board tariff notwithstanding, I think people think there's going to be something like a 10% across the board tariff. But I also think everybody just agrees that this is going to...
But you can get the bad things almost instantaneously with Trump and not the good things for the financial community. That TCJA doesn't expire to the end of 2025.
No, that's correct. Listen, with respect to tariffs, I think my conversations with investors in Solis or just people across the street is we lived through the first 4 years and it wasn't all that bad. He put tariffs on a number of people. It wasn't all that bad. Inflation wasn't out of control. There was an anarchy, cats and dogs living together. None of that really happened in the first 4 years related to the tariffs. Obviously, there was some other stuff going on, but the tariffs didn't drive the types of outcomes that economists are constantly harping on today. And I think there is a universal view, certainly in Washington, as we all know, but on the street as well, there is a universally held view that China is, for lack of a better word, to oversimplify it, a threat. And maybe there's a price to be paid for the country as a whole to countering that threat. And I would also add, just on that topic real quick, China's iffy right now, and one of the strongest legs of their stool is exports. And I think there's going to be people around President Trump who are going to be making the case, this country's pretty weak right now. If we do something serious on the tariff front, we could maybe derail whatever ascent that they've been on and remain on.
You're a fixed income guy. I think it sets up some really interesting trades.
I'm a cross-asset, universal...
Well, let's sit on fixed income just for a moment.
Sure.
I'm giving you a compliment. Usually means like, you're smart, you're a fixed income guy.
Okay.
So let's sit on fixed income. If we do get a lot of tariffs on China coming into the United States, then someone's got to eat that overcapacity. And it may well be Europe. And you'd have to imagine that we could have this situation where you have a disinflationary shock in Europe. And I'm not sure how pronounced the inflationary shock would be stateside, but how much divergence would you expect between growth, inflation, and rates, and bond yields, and equities between the United States and Europe with that in mind?
It's a whole lot of questions.
You said you were cross assets, or YBM bonds.
Listen, I think the answer to that question is it's impossible to know, since we don't know when the tariffs are going to be put on what they will be put, and the degree to which they will be increased.
Well, he says blanket tariffs.
Yeah, then listen, we can run the numbers, and you'll raise anywhere from 200 to 500 billion in revenue, something like that, 2 to 400 billion in revenue if you hit everything. Obviously, there's retaliatory tariffs. To what extent are they put on? Consumers, in some cases, can't shift behavior as quickly as you would like. So it's just an incredibly difficult exercise to do. But again, I think from his point of view, or from the people around his point of view, they're going to say, this is, and he certainly agrees, this is something that we need to do from a national security threat. You've heard from economists that are around him. You've heard from policy advisors, Robert Lighthizer type people around him, saying this is about national security, et cetera, et cetera. That's probably going to be a winning argument for much of his base, and certainly, I think, for the people around him.
And if we do end up with another Trump presidency, he knows how this works. Ambassador Lighthizer could well be part of that administration all over again.
Right. Ambassador Lighthizer can go right back to his old job at USTR, or he can move next door to the Treasury to become Treasury Secretary, or be close to the former president's special advisor in the West Wing. He's going to bring in individuals who, by the way, what I hear from people, they're already working on the plan in terms of tariffs, the legality of all this. Potentially, if they are, say, a 60% blanket tariff on Chinese imports, they probably want to have Congress along with them for the ride. They're already working scenarios if they were to win, but they got to win first.
I have to stress this is scenario analysis because no one's won anything yet. The score's right now 204 to 112. Trump is leading, but no surprises whatsoever in the projections we've had at the moment. Equity futures on the S&P 500 with a pretty major move. On the S&P, we're up by 1.3%. On the small caps, we're absolutely ripping. On the Russell, the small caps higher by close to 3%, up by 2.9. In the bond market, yields are higher by 16 basis points on a 10-year. On a 30-year, we're up by close to 18. We're up by close to 9 on a 2-year, 426.36. And in foreign exchange, quite a move on dollar mex. A much, much weaker Mexican peso. Dollar mex with a move of 2.9%. Dan Greenhouse is going to stick with us, I think. We're going to take this show on the road. Coming up next on the programme, another set of poll closings coming at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 states with 78 electoral college votes up for grabs. Election night 2024 continues. 204, 112. Donald Trump leads. Harris trails. More still to come from New York. This is Bloomberg.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea. But ultimately, you still have to do a lot with it. It just give you very superficial ideas, but at the end, you still have to customize and how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I see that, when the designer is doing, it's the spirit, it's the heart that the computer don't have.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have Take-Two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Mondelez is reporting
Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. It's 10:30 Eastern Time. 3 hours ago, this market made a move and didn't look back. On the S&P 500, higher by more than 1%. On the Russell, the small caps up by 2.5. The score right now, 204 to 112. In the bond market, seeing a big move. And when I say 204 to 112 to Trump, there's no surprises in that. And I've restated this a few times already. This is just a consequence of the order that things have been called in so far. This was expected. Right where we are right now was widely expected, but in this bond market, we've made the decision to lean back towards the Trump trades, up by 18 basis points on a 30-year, 461.45 on 10s, up 16, 443 on the race to 270. Here's Katie Lights.
Yeah, John, as we consider the lack of surprises tonight, we are where we would expect to be at 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast, keeping in mind that some big Democratic prizes, like the state of California with its 54 electoral votes, have not yet closed. Polls close there about 30 minutes from now, so that could help along Kamala Harris as her score stands at just 112 electoral votes right now to Donald Trump, who, of course, has 204. But it's 270 where they both need to get. And if Kamala Harris wants to do so, her easiest way is through the Rust Belt, the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which right now are not looking abundantly blue or abundantly red. In Wisconsin, we have 51% of the votes counted, and right now it is within a margin of 2 points. 50% for Donald Trump, 48.6% for Kamala Harris. Turning to Michigan, 22% of the votes counted, so we're moving a little slower in Michigan, and right now it is basically a dead heat. Both candidates right around 49%. Pennsylvania, of course, is going to be critical with its 19 electoral votes, and as more rural vote has come in, Donald Trump has actually gained a lead. Right now, with 56% of the votes counted, he is leading Harris by 3 points, 51% to 48%. And our colleague Jonathan Tamari at Bloomberg Government, who knows Pennsylvania inside and out, is looking specifically at Lackawanna County in the northeastern part of the state. It is a county that Joe Biden won in 2020 by 9,600 votes. Right now, 98% of the count is in there, and Kamala Harris is only leading by roughly 3,500. So a sign that she may be underperforming where Joe Biden was in 2020. And keep in mind, if she cannot win Pennsylvania, she must win either Georgia or North Carolina. And we do have a significant portion of the votes in those states. In North Carolina, 75% of the votes are counted, and Donald Trump is leading by 6 points, 52.6% to Harris's 46%. 46.4. And even more of the count is in Georgia. 88% of the tally, according to the Associated Press. And Donald Trump is up by 51.3% to Harris's 48.1%. The final Sunbelt state that has had some votes reported at this hour at roughly 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. 49% of the vote count in Arizona, and it is effectively a dead heat. Both candidates right around 49%. We have gotten nothing reported from the 7th battleground state at this point, John. That, of course, is Nevada. At this hour, this race is still very much too close to call.
Kelly, thank you. If we get any news, we'll bring it to you on the Balance of Power in Washington. At the analysis desk with more, here's Joe Matthew.
Jonathan, it was a tease in Texas for Democrats, as it turns out. This was a conversation that was allowed to happen because polls showed Congressman Colin Allred within striking distance of potentially beating Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican from Texas. Not the case. It's been called by multiple networks here as we bring in Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, for their take on this. I know you guys had a little bit of a bet going. We can solve this on the air right now because I guess this is said and done. Jeannie, you never thought Democrats were going to flip that seat, did you?
Well, I can see Rick Davis over there gloating, and now I owe him some kind of steak dinner, I suppose. You know, Democrats were feeling very positive and optimistic about Colin Allred. He's a great candidate. You know, it was always an uphill battle. It was, you know, he had to get over that 47% hump, and there was tons of money went into that state, and I had a steak dinner on it, and it looks like it hasn't come through.
No, it hasn't.
But I was.
But it wasn't the only one. Rick Scott was said to be in danger in Florida, according to some polls as well. Democrats got ahead of themselves in these two states.
Yeah, look, I think they were trying to find a way to offset the losses they knew they were going to get in places like West Virginia, so they had to find some pickups. I mean, it's so close in the United States Senate. They need to find a cushion, and they were stacked against them at the beginning of the year. They have many more seats at risk than the Republicans did. It was always going to be a good year for Republicans, but, you know, Democrats always have this fantasy that they're going to put Texas in play. They talk about even winning it at a presidential election.
State of Texas.
And I get it. I mean, like, you know, it's a big prize to get. But every time it happens, people get all excited. A lot of money is spent. Candidates go travel there. You scratch your head going, why are they in Texas? And at the end of the day, they're disappointed. So, look, come spend your money in Texas. It's good for the Chamber of Commerce, but don't expect to win if you're a Democrat.
Remember, you questioned why Kamala Harris was in Houston. Maybe she should have gone to Montana. What's going to happen? John Tester is said to be in more danger, I guess, than any other Democrat in the contested states here, the 11 Senate races that we're watching. We're at 0% right now. Donald Trump has already had the state called for him by the Associated Press. John Tester, Tim Sheehy, this is going to tell us a lot about who controls the Senate.
It is. You know, to Rick's point, the map always looked so difficult for Democrats this time around. And for John Tester to pull this out was going to be such an uphill battle for him. It is a very red state. Donald Trump, you know, last time double digits. This time, you know, I don't even know, but I'm assuming it is a big, big margin for him already. And so for John Tester to pull this out was going to be tough. I don't think we have a call on this one yet.
We do not.
But it's going to be an uphill battle.
We don't have a clue. They're at 0% when it comes to the Senate race. I'm sure the Associated Press knows more than we do, Rick. But this is an interesting one. There was a real local connection a lot of people have with John Tester. The way he commanded the Farm Bill was something that hit home with the farmers of Montana. Maybe shouldn't be given up on this yet.
Look, he's always had very good political timing because he was never on the ballot when there was a presidential election, and boom, he got caught this time. So all of a sudden there's going to be this massive Republican turnout for Trump, and, you know, there's no such thing as a ticket splitter in Montana. So the reality is that Sheehy's been polling at 50% coming into the election. So public polls have indicated that he was there with the numbers that he needed. If he can confirm that tonight, we're going to flip that seat.
We had the West Coast a little bit later on this hour, John. A lot more to follow.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Joe. Getting a new projection for you. Trump takes Iowa. Let's cross over to Kelly Lyons for more. Hey, Kaylee.
Yeah, John, Iowa, of course, carries with it 6 electoral votes. Right now, according to the Associated Press, only 48% of those votes have been counted, but Donald Trump is leading among that less than half of votes by a wide margin. We're talking about 12 points here. Remember, this is one that we had been been watching, as just in recent days, Ann Seltzer of the Des Moines Register Iowa poll had actually had Kamala Harris in the lead by 3 points. It was a poll that caught a lot of attention, captured specifically some momentum with women, but clearly not enough to bring Harris over the finish line in Iowa, as Donald Trump has won Iowa by right now with a margin of roughly 12 points. This race called by multiple networks, and that, of course, will add 6 more electoral votes to his total tally here, keeping in mind that Kamala Harris has remained relatively stagnant for now at 112 electoral votes. Donald Trump will now be brought up to 210 on the race to 270, John.
Katie, thank you. Appreciate it. A week ago, that wasn't going to be news. Wouldn't even talk about it. But after the poll we had over the weekend, it's notable.
It's notable to talk about after that Ann Seltzer poll, which actually you saw the financial markets pick up immediately Sunday night into Monday morning. What I would say, though, about that Iowa poll is no one I spoke to, Democrats or Republicans, thought Harris had a chance to win Iowa. What they did take from that poll was that potentially Harris was showing strength with women, notably north of 65 years old, in the Midwest. So maybe this would bode better for Harris in a place like Wisconsin and the neighboring blue wall. Maybe they would break for her. And we need to remind our viewers, we don't have the blue wall yet.
Yeah.
That is Harris's path to success.
Well, let's talk about how narrow that path is for success based on the data we have so far this evening. How narrow is it?
Well, when you look at exit polls, which again, grain of salt, I've been told already today, don't look at exit polls. When you look at exit polls, what you're seeing on NBC News is they're talking about people who've decided who they're going to vote for late in the race. They were breaking for Trump. CBS is talking about the fact that young individuals, especially young men in a place like Michigan, were breaking for Trump. NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin was talking about Trump doubling his share of black voters in Wisconsin. So exit polling at the moment, again, grain of salt. You cannot take this to the bank. But exit polling at the moment is showing some strength in the former president.
Dan, just a final word for this segment with you. The scores are 210, 112. We've heard repeatedly from a range of guests, no surprises. And then you look at the price action, you see big moves. What have you been surprised by, if anything at all, so far this evening?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any surprises at the headline, but I think some of the county stuff that we've been talking about is what's driving a lot of the action, or at least, in my opinion, having spoken to nobody since I'm here with you. I'm going through Virginia right now, for instance. The fact that we're at 10:40 at night and we haven't called Virginia tells you something. She's underperforming Biden in Fairfax and Prince William. I mentioned Loudoun earlier. There's something going on here in a number of counties around the country that say that she's not as strong as she needs to be. And I know it hasn't been called yet, but you're at 85% of the vote in North Carolina. He's still north of 50. There's still work to do here, but I think that's what asset markets are looking at. Not just the headline numbers, but what those trends, to the point about the Ann Seltzer poll, what those trends might mean for elsewhere.
Speaks to the lean in this market right now in equities, bonds and foreign exchange. Dan Greenhouse is going to stick with us. Coming up next on the programme, a conversation with Sarah Bianchi of Evercore as we wait for key results across the Battleground states. Election night 2024 continues.
start your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. The scores, 210, 112. Trump leads Harris. This from Neil Dutter of Renmac just moments ago. It's early. We don't know who wins, but if it holds, the financial markets are rerunning the 2016 playbook. Small caps are ripping here, Danny. Ripping big time.
They are ripping big time. Look, we are off the highs that we've seen on the session, but that doesn't take away from the type of move that we are seeing. Small caps up nearly 3%. Dare I say this is even an orderly move. There is logic to what we are seeing across assets. So it is the small caps that lead. In the bond market, the losses are also sticking. They are going even further. You have to remember there was a lot of de-risking that happened in this market after the Iowa and Seltzer poll. We are undoing that in large swaths. One thing that's also different to the dynamic of this bond market that's evolved over the past 30 minutes is that steepeners are really working at this moment. Previously, it was the entirety of the curve coming up. That's still happening, but it is being led by the long end, higher by 12 basis points, 19 and 19 for your 30 and 10-year yields. Meanwhile, currencies, those under pressure, dollar stronger across the board. One of the big moves in the past few minutes has been the yuan reaching weaker by about 1% versus the dollar. Dollar MEX, that seems to be the epicenter of the pain. That is weaker by 3%. Dollar at a 2-year high versus the Mexican peso. John, the next thing to look out for is EM currencies, intervention, and jawboning. We've already got it from the Bank of Indonesia in the past hour, saying that they are watching the volatility in their currency market and are ready to step in.
Looking for more of the same overnight, I'm sure, in Asian trading as we inch closer to the top of the hour, almost 11 p.m. on the East Coast of the election wall. Here's Katie Lights.
Yeah, John, there will be 4 more states with poll closures at 11 p.m. Eastern time for Oregon and Idaho. It's just the remainder of the state that will be closing. We'll also have closings in Washington state and then California, which of course is the biggest prize of the night. 54 electoral votes up for grabs in California as we race to 270 here. It is a race that currently, and this is strictly based on the geographic nature of how these results get reported, Donald Trump is winning. He currently has 210 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 112. Now, obviously, the path to 270 is running through just a very narrow basket of states, and we will continue to watch at the top of the next hour more results coming in some of the critical ones, including perhaps the most critical, Pennsylvania, with its 19 electoral votes. Right now, 61% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is leading Pennsylvania by a margin of 3 points, 51% to Harris's 48%. Keep in mind, if she cannot win Pennsylvania, she would have to win North Carolina or Georgia in order to secure the presidency. But we have the vast majority of votes reported in those states already. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Right now, Donald Trump is up by roughly 2.5 points, 50.7% to Harris's 48.2%. So still it is tight, too close to call, but a lot of the vote is in. The same goes for Georgia. 88% of the votes are in. There is a 3-point lead right now for Donald Trump, 51% to 48% of the states that are closing at 11 p.m. Eastern time. John, none of them are likely to bring surprises at the presidential level or contribute really to the race in the battlegrounds that we are watching. I would just note that California, though, could be critical in deciding the balance of the House of Representatives. And I would also note it could take a long time to count all the ballots in California to figure that out.
Hey, Katie, thank you. Appreciate it. More from Katie Lyons a little bit later in the next 15 minutes or so. I want to return to that note that came from Neil Dutter of Renmac. And bear in mind, I think a lot of people on the South Side are very cautious about publishing absolutely anything for the next several hours. It's early. We don't know who wins, but if it holds, the financial markets are rerunning the 2016 playbook. Dan, can we talk about the 2016 playbook? What is the 2016 playbook? For a lot of people that maybe missed that cycle, what is it, and is it relevant now?
You know, I think Neil sounds like he's right to me right now, but I would also add a lot of the 2016 playbook, at least initially, and I think Anne-Marie mentioned it earlier, was the surprise element of the Trump election. I don't think there was very many people publicly supporting the idea that he would win, and that's why you had such a vicious reaction in several asset markets shortly thereafter. I think there's a lot less room this time around for that reaction function to play out in the same way. Equities are at an all-time high here. As we talked about earlier, there's been an assumption that former President Trump would win, at least among the people that I speak to on the street, for some time now. So I don't know that it works exactly the same as it did in 2016. At the same time, we're going to see a lot of that same playbook, particularly on the tariff side of things. We're going to a big reason why you had the rally in equity prices was the idea that the corporate tax rate would come down, which it did. There's going to be a push to do it again this time. I don't think that's going to succeed in any meaningful way, and so we'll have to wait and see. But I think as time goes on, it's going to become clear that there's not as much fiscal. My opinion is that there's not as much fiscal space this time around to do all the things that President Trump will like to do as compared to 2016.
Because the bond market pushes back. Because Larry Summers said earlier on Bloomberg TV that actually it's going to be the bond market that's going to educate some lawmakers down in Washington. Yeah,
I mean, listen, you're up on the Hill plenty also, so I'm sure you hear some of the same things I've heard, which is there's not a humongous amount of appetite among House Republicans for all of the things that President Trump is proposing, the no tax on tips, et cetera, et cetera. I think extending the tax cuts for the next 10 years or for however long is $3 trillion, $4 trillion, $5 trillion, whatever the number ends up being. Beyond that, my impression from talking to people in and around the Hill is that all the other stuff becomes a lot more difficult to do. And you've heard rumblings from people like Chip Roy, for instance, in that wing of the party, that there just isn't that appetite to do it. So yeah, the bond market's going to tell you something, and you see that already tonight. But I also think the people on the Hill, with the deficit where it is, to Libby's point from the last hour, it's just going to be real hard for them to agree to all of this. Maybe one or two things get done, but certainly not all of it.
There's a big signal coming from the bond market. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the program. The scores at the moment, 210 to 113, 210 to Trump, 113 to Harris. We're still waiting for results from Michigan and Pennsylvania. Bloomberg's Romain Bostic in Detroit. David Gura is in Philadelphia. David, how much narrower is the path now for Kamala Harris to find a victory?
It's narrow as we see these votes continue to come in, John, and of course so much is going to rest here on what happens in Philadelphia. And I have some updates to bring you from our colleague Ted Mann, who was at a meeting of the Philadelphia City Commissioners that just wrapped up. They gave a briefing to the press. A couple of things they noted was just that there have been 10 incidents of bomb threats at polling places in Philadelphia over the course of the day, some of which they're taking seriously and have law enforcement involved, and resulted in those polling places staying open a little bit longer. But an update on how that counting process is going to go. We should get another update from them a little later this evening, and then they're going to count through the night. We won't get another update on those votes until the morning, but you look at sort of how that map has been populated since you and I last spoke and what votes have been counted since. Yes, Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, still solidly blue, solidly for Kamala Harris. We see shades of blue around where I am, but there is so much ruddiness, so much red across the bulk of this state. So my sense is we're going to be very focused on the city where I am now, the suburbs surrounding it, and that's going to tell us which way this state goes. But suffice to say, we're not going to know that tonight, and it may be well into tomorrow or beyond before we do, John.
And she absolutely has to win the blue wall to get to 270. Romain, what's it looking like right now in Michigan?
Well, it's still too early to call here. Right now, we're at about 25% of the votes having been tabulated. That lead, that early lead that we saw Kamala Harris have over Donald Trump in the presidential race, that has now been erased. Trump up right now by about 1 percentage point. But once again, you still have about 75% of the votes that still need to be reported here. And that is going to be a big determinant of this election. You had a similar story going on with the Senate race between Mike Rogers and Alyssa Slotkin. She had a commanding lead in the early tabulations. Now that vote count has reached about the 25% mark, that is now a statistical tie between those two candidates. I can say that we did just hear from the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. She spoke to the media from Ford Field, just down the street from where I'm at. She actually congratulated her and her folks on what she said was a very successful election. She did actually have some confidence that we were going to get vote totals, if not tonight, early on Wednesday, basically saying that right now, every vote that was cast today has been tabulated. That has not been reported, but they have been tabulated, and 94% of the absentee ballots have also been tabulated as well.
Remain, once again, stay close alongside David Gura. Remain Bostic there. The moves in the market are global. We're seeing close to a 20 basis point move on a 10-year yield. And with that, you're seeing a much stronger dollar against the whole of G10. So what do you get? A weaker Japanese yen. And when you get a weaker Japanese yen, what do you get in the equity market? The Nikkei rips, extends its gain to more than 3%. What are you seeing on the Chinese currency side of things? The offshore yuan, the loss is reaching 1%. So we've got a much, much stronger US dollar off the back of these much, much higher bond yields. Joining us now to discuss is Sarah Bianchi of Evercore, who jumps on the phone for us and can speak to us in person. Sarah, thanks for joining us. I just want to understand from your perspective, has anything changed? Has anything surprised you? Can you justify some of the moves we're seeing in financial markets?
Oh, well, there is certainly some concerning data coming out, particularly in the exit polls for Vice President Harris. I think we always believed there was a path for her, even if she didn't do well in the Sun Belt, which looks increasingly unlikely. But we did, I think she was hoping to see more of a woman wave, if you will, wanting to see women as a higher percent of the electorate than we saw in 2020. And right now that is not borne out. In fact, in Georgia, from the exit polls, it looks like women were a slightly lower percent of the electorate. She has also had some challenges with African-American men, particularly in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. So there are things that are concerning. But I will tell you that the Harris campaign does still believe there is a path, and they do think some things have gotten a bit ahead of themselves. So certainly, it's worth watching as these other places come in to see if she has a narrow path now, but
Sarah, nauseously optimistic is how individuals close to the Harris campaign have been telling me how they're feeling. But to your point, she still has a path. We don't know the results yet from Michigan, from Wisconsin, from West Pennsylvania. Yet the market is pricing it in already. Do you think the market is over its skis?
Potentially, because we don't really have a lot of precedent for this election. We don't have an election where early vote has come in, both Republican and Democrat, in this way. We don't have a precedent for some of these situations. So, and look, if you talk to Democrats, there were more Democrats door knocking in Pennsylvania than over the weekend than any time in that I can ever think of. So, look, I think it's tough for her to pull out all three, but there is certainly a path. And by the way, I have family in Georgia, and some of them are still hopeful that Atlanta will come in strong, those who are supporting Harris. So I think a little bit ahead of its skis. I think it is trending away. Certainly some of the signs in Virginia and other places, some of the swing counties we saw in Florida, make it concerning, but this thing is not done.
Not done yet. Sarah, thanks for being with us tonight. Appreciate it. Sarah Bianchi there of Evercore. Dan, I want to give you a final word here. In the Obama years, those victories, I think they were called at about midnight. 08, 12, 2016, about 2:30, I think I remember being on air that night. It was about 2:30 Eastern time when it was ultimately called. When do you think this one gets called?
My assumption was that you would have a pretty good idea within 24 or 48 hours, and I stick to that. I think it's pretty clear at this point. We talked about some of the Hispanic districts in Florida, like Osceola and Miami, Lehigh in Ohio, which has Allentown, which has a tremendous Puerto Rican and Hispanic population. She's not doing any better, or thus far, with about 43% of the vote in that district, is not doing any better in that district than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. You would have thought, if you believed, as some did, that for some reason the quote, the comment at the MSG rally might turn down support for President Trump. You're not seeing that there either. So I think you have an idea already, and I think within 24 or 48 hours we're going to know, if not for sure, pretty close to. I see him being played off by the music.
You are, yeah. It's time to go. And no English accent. Maybe you need a bit longer next time. Dan Greenhouse, it's good to see you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you both for having me.
Coming up, never again. More still to come.
top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We don't know what the policy reaction function is actually going to be off of what has been said. And for that reason, I think you have a number of investors that are actually just sort of continuing to plow forward on the view that the economy is in pretty good shape. So that when there is an election outcome, once there's a sense for whether new policy will actually get affected, then they can have a reaction.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
Voters want to see legislation on market structure. They want to see standards enacted in legislation for stable coins. The Harris campaign, like the Trump campaign, understands that 52 million Americans want to see crypto in their future, and that it's critically important that any new administration address those concerns and productively engage with legislation that's now pending in the Congress and rulemaking that's long overdue to provide people with the stability and clarity that this market requires.
There's one thing I feel very confident about, and that is the Biden administration's approach to regulation of the crypto industry. That is coming to an end for sure. And I think no matter where this plays out at the presidential level, we'll have a more constructive engagement with this industry. It's a critical industry, it's an innovative technology, and I think the United States should be at the forefront and leading.
Don't miss the next Bloomberg Crypto.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, election night 2024 at 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Happening this hour, polls closing in 4 states across the country. 78 electoral college votes up for grabs on the West Coast, including 54 from the state of California. This coming as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump square off in a race to 270. With the latest is Kaylee Lyons.
Well, John, for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, they do still have paths open to get to 270. Right now, Donald Trump has 210 electoral votes that have been called for him. Kamala Harris has just 113. But with these Western closures, we could expect that number to go up, including California, which of course carries with it 54 electoral votes. What we do know, though, is that the path to 270 is running through a very narrow group of states, perhaps none more important than Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes. And I would just point out that Kamala Harris has won California and its 54 electoral votes. Now, according to the Associated Press, this is not surprising, John. Nothing this evening so far has been surprising. Every blue state has gone blue. That was expected. Every red has gone red. That was expected. But it remains too close to call in a number of states. Not so in Idaho, which has just been called for Donald Trump by the Associated Press. But to go back to Pennsylvania, right now, 67% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is leading Harris by 3 points at this hour, 51% to 48%. I would just point out, though, that in some of those urban areas right outside Philadelphia, so think Philadelphia County or Chester County, Montgomery County and Delaware County, the vote share of that is in right now is lower, and Kamala Harris is winning in all of those areas by pretty wide margins. So just keep track of the urban vote there as it comes in. The same goes for North Carolina, which has a greater share of votes reported at this hour, 86%. So far is in, and it is still pretty tight, 3 points ahead for Donald Trump, nearly at 51% to Harris's 48%. But again, watch those urban areas, and the same goes for Georgia. Some of the counties around Atlanta still have some share of the vote to come in, but overall in the state, 90% of votes have been reported. Right now, Donald Trump is leading again by right around 3 points, 51% to 48%. There are a few more calls coming in from the Associated Press as polls close in this 11 o'clock hour. Kamala Harris, according to the AP, has won Washington State And that will add to her electoral vote count. Kamala Harris right now at 179, and Donald Trump, having just won Idaho, now at 214, John.
Kelly, thanks for the update. Just a recap there. Harris wins California. Trump wins Idaho. Harris wins Washington, 214 to 179. For an update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill, here's Joe Matthew.
We had a big one here, not so much in doubt, but an important headline, Jonathan, in California, where Adam Schiff, the Republican, or the Democratic congressman, I should say, beats Republican baseball star Steve Garvey to fill the seat that was once held by the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. This is noteworthy because of Adam Schiff's leadership as a Democrat in the House, and of course, the ease with which he brought this victory to bear for the Democratic Party. But again, we've seen really only one Senate seat flip tonight, and it is one that we all expected. West Virginia, Jim Justice, the former governor, a very popular Republican, still our only Republican pickup of the night. That's the seat that was being vacated by Joe Manchin. In Florida, Rick Scott keeps his job, again, that we expected. Ted Cruz in Texas as well. These were two races that had a late look, a couple of second looks with some close polling that brought our attention to both Texas and Florida, but they stay Republican. No surprises there. Andy Kim, Democratic congressman, becomes the new senator in New Jersey, projected by the Associated Press. And again, in Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks, a Democratic win in the state of Maryland against the former governor Larry Hogan. That also borne out in the polls. So no surprises here, Jonathan. We're just filling in the blanks. And now that we have California closed, I do want to mention the House races there. This is not only the big prize of the presidential contest, the big prize in the House of Representatives. 52 seats, a massive delegation. And we're going to be watching this closely, as we told you at the start of the night, specifically for Republicans who are sitting in districts won by Joe Biden. We're also knowing that it's going to take a lot of time. California takes a notoriously long time to process, count, and transport the votes. This could go days before we know who controls the House, John.
Joe, thanks for the update. We'll touch base with you again in about 30 minutes' time. Some big moves in financial markets worldwide. With the latest, here's Danny Berger.
John, this might be too close to call for this race, but the market has decided otherwise. Big decisive Trump trades being put on, a bear steepener very clear in this bond market. That is the pain being led by the long end. That's what you would see if you are worried about fiscal problems, about the average projection of $7.75 trillion worth of debt being added on by Donald Trump. So you can see 11 basis points higher for your 2-year, 18 for your 10-year yield. It could go further. JP Morgan says, should this materialize into a red sweep, 4.6% is a level they're looking out for. Now, speaking of levels, Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley thinks that if this goes above 20 basis points worth of a move, it will hurt the equity market. John, that is not what we are seeing. We are seeing a sizable rally underway. It is concentrated in small cap equities. We are off of the highs, but that is still a sector that is moving very strongly, 2.3% higher for your Russell 2000 futures. One move, though, I want to note that has changed just in the past half an hour is what's happening in Europe. European traders are now waking up and selling European stocks. This is the future session. Again, not a big move, but it's notable because we had been moving higher, again, with most of equities going up. But again, the fear is if this is something of a Trump presidency going on, then it will be bad for European stocks. Again, even though this race is still too close to call, we are trading it that way. Let me just round things out with currencies, because we're getting currencies on the move, both in terms of trade issues and of rate differentials, things like the yen that would move on rate differentials. That's suffering, weaker by 1.5%. Dollar yen, that's at 153. And then you have currencies that suffer because of trade. Dollar MEX, that's at 20. That is weaker by 2.7% versus the dollar, John.
That's a painful move in a peso. Danny, thank you. Stay close. More from Danny on the markets throughout the next hour or so. Let's set the table for the next hour. Joining us is TPW's Jay Pawlowski alongside Charles Mars of Signum Global Advisors. Charles, first to you, I want your read on this race so far. This market is starting to make a decision. Hasn't made the decision just yet, but starting to make one. What's your view of things?
Yeah, the markets are clearly discounting a Trump win. I'd say while there haven't been any major surprises yet in terms of states or even some of the Senate races, the surprise is Trump is outperforming. He is absolutely outperforming. He's outperforming in Virginia. He outperformed in parts of Georgia. He outperformed in North Carolina. So, you know, Harris has to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That is her path. She's got to do it.
That outperformance, though, in places in the Sun Belt. This is the map we were expecting. Would that bleed through to the blue wall?
Possibly. I think one of the mistakes the Harris campaign made was creating an expectation that she was going to do really well in North Carolina, that North Carolina was in play, and we're finding it's not. Georgia's still in play, by the way. We haven't gotten the final result, but I actually think the campaign created an expectation that may be too hard to meet. It doesn't necessarily mean she can't win the blue wall, though.
Jay, when it comes to these markets, do you think they're over their skis? Because you've been, for weeks, saying it was going to be a Democratic win.
Yep. Given that the market is thinking that it's going to be a Trump win, the market is doing what one would expect, right? Dollar rates up, dollar up. The thing that surprises, though, there are a couple of surprises, right? One is small caps. Typically, when rates go up, small caps go down. Small caps were up 2% today, up 2.5% or so in the future. So that's almost a 5% move in 2 days. The other is the Mexican peso. This currency has been hit hard all year. The Latin American equity markets, I was just in Brazil last week, they've been really blasted, the worst performing markets in the world year to date. And the last thing I would say that is surprising is the extent of the sell-off in the bond market. Because coming out of last week, last Friday, the 7 to 10-year bond market was massively oversold, and the longer 20 to 30-year bond market, represented by the ETFs, IEF and TLT, their short-term relative strength indices were in the teens. That doesn't happen very often. So the fact that this could be like it could be a massive head fake. If it turns out that Harris wins, these things will snap back in a vicious fashion because they were very oversold to begin with, and now they're just getting even more extremely oversold.
Charles, how vulnerable do you think we are to that? Before getting any real clarity on what's happening in the blue wall, how vulnerable are we to waking up tomorrow morning with this market going completely the other way?
Yeah, look, I think the markets are getting ahead of themselves. If you remember in 2020, at this point in the evening, it looked like a Trump reelect. In fact, the betting markets had gone 90% Trump. So, again, this is too early to call. We still have a lot of results coming from urban areas in Pennsylvania, certainly in Wisconsin, Michigan. I think the markets really are getting ahead of themselves this evening.
So it could potentially be a red mirage at the moment. I know we're not supposed to trust exit polling, but listen to this. In Pennsylvania, according to NBC News, Trump is improving his performance among Latino voters compared with 4 years ago. The exit polling I'm looking at, I see things about Latino voters, black men, young individuals, especially men in places like Michigan. Where are the women?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, the premise of Harris winning was much higher turnout by women, and it looks like there will be somewhere between 55, 56% turnout. I guess what we're seeing in states ex the blue wall is that maybe more women are voting Trump than expected within the overall turnout by women. So again, we'll see. Look, we expected a red mirage, and then you get the blue surge. We'll see if that happens. The surge isn't happening yet, but I think as we go to bed and we wake up tomorrow, my sense is she's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Who's going to bed, Charles? What are you talking about? Charles and Jay are going to be sticking with us. Let's get to the campaign headquarters. Bloomberg's Akela Gardner and Tyler Kendall join us now with an update from both. Tyler, I want to come to you. What's the mood like over there, given the results we're seeing so far?
Yeah, hey, John, the energy just keeps building here at former President Donald Trump's election night watch party. The crowd behind me keeps erupting in applause every time he clinches a state. The same thing actually happens, too, when Republicans clinch some critical down-ballot races, because as you've been covering all day on Bloomberg, this is just as much about whether or not we will get divided government. Now, we are still expecting former President Donald Trump to come out and address the crowd later tonight. They have put out his podium. We know as of right now he is currently at Mar-a-Lago, which is about a 10-minute drive from where we are at the Palm Beach Convention Center. He did say earlier today that he didn't prepare multiple speeches, that he knows what he's going to say if he wins, that he doesn't want to think about it if he does not. Now, John, sources familiar do tell us that right now he is surrounded by some big donors as well as members of his inner circle. Those names include people like Elon Musk, Scott Bessent, Steve Wynn, and Trump's co-chair of his transition team, Howard Lutnick.
Thank you, Tyler. Akela, I'm looking at this memo the Harris campaign has sent around to staff. They're saying they continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states. They've known that along this entire time, their clearest path was going to be the blue wall states. What is the Harris campaign looking at right now when it comes to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin?
In 2020, so not at all inconceivable
Well, I can tell you here at the headquarters, supporters have been anxiously watching a Jumbotron screen showing results coming in real time. They've been cheering every time Harris has been showing in the lead, but throughout the night, those margins have been getting closer. We saw Democrats really enthusiastic coming into tonight about the early vote, but Republicans tend to vote day of, and those margins are starting to come in. And I've been on the road with Harris the past couple days, and she has really been stressing she wants her volunteers, she wants her campaign to leave it all on the field, and we're just going to have to see in the days to come, in the hours to come, whether or not that push was successful. If the enthusiasm we've seen in fundraising, on social media, with their ground game has actually translated into a win for her tonight.
Michaela Gardner alongside Tyler Kendall. To the two of you, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on tonight, I guess, at 11:12 Eastern Time this evening. Anne-Marie, this market's decided which campaign they'd rather be at later on.
Absolutely. This market has decided that this is definitely showing serious Trump strength, even though we need to remind our viewers, right now we're seeing 11:15 p.m. on the East Coast. This is how the map should look. But when you dig down deeper and potentially where you're seeing Trump's strength, when you look at some of the anecdotes coming out of exit polling, he's outperforming his 2020 map. So that bodes well for him. Now, does this bleed over to the blue wall? Unsure. Charles still thinks that she can still carry those 3 key states.
Which is why you might have to stay up a whole lot longer from here. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500 higher by 1.2%. The small caps absolutely ripping. Earlier on, they were higher by 3%. Right now, we're higher by 2.4%. In the bond market, Treasury's lower, much cheaper, much weaker. Yields much higher, up 17 basis points to 4.44. The moves are global. The dollar's stronger. The Mexican peso is weaker. Dollar Mex up by 2.6%. The Chinese currency weaker. The yen weaker. The equity market moves global as well. The Nikkei 225 rallying by 2.5%. More on the markets, on the scores. The score right now, 214, 187. Trump leads Harris with more still to come. Coming up next, the latest in the race to 270. Election night 2024 continues.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones. I can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie.
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
Do you need a clap?
No, I think we're... Ready? Go.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024, 214, 187, and a big headline crossing. Let's get over to Joe Matthew for more. Hey, Joe.
Brings us to Ohio, once a swing state, now a red state. Jonathan, this is a big one, and I want to be very careful here. We're not calling races at Bloomberg. We're just calling things as we're seeing them. And the Senate race between Sherrod Brown, who of course chairs the Senate Banking Committee, and Bernie Moreno, one that we saw tightening over recent days, could be on the verge of getting a real call from the Associated Press here. Multiple networks are now calling this in favor of the Republican Bernie Moreno, who ran for the Senate in 2022 but dropped out. J.D. Vance ended up going in that direction. Of course, we know how that ended for him. We saw a real tightening in the polls after 538 showed Brown about 3 points ahead of Moreno just a couple of weeks ago. Things started to tighten. There was a thought that the populist Sherrod Brown could convince some voters to ticket split. A state that was expected to go for Donald Trump thought that he could survive. Apparently not in the cards here. Sherrod Brown goes down tonight to Bernie Moreno, which is a flip. Now, this is 2 for Republicans, having learned earlier today that Jim Justice, as expected, would win the Senate seat in West Virginia, being vacated by Joe Manchin. John?
Hey, Joe, thank you. More from Joe in about 10 minutes' time. This just speaks again to the lean we've seen in this market towards Trump, towards Republicans. Danny has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Yeah, the results might be a slight lean. The market's a huge lean. The bond market has been sending a clear signal all night, and that is one of pricing in a Trump victory. You can see for both your 10 and 30-year yields higher by about 17 basis points. 10-year yield stands at 4.44. I just want to go over some of the global ramifications that this is having, especially with the Asia trade up and running. I believe it's the lunch break in Hong Kong. Regardless, you are seeing a dollar-yen that has been on the move. We are at a July high of 153. Now, Mizuho says at 155, if we get there, that is the level to start to expect some jawboning, some intervention from officials. The other fear coming into this market, does this mean that the BOJ will be hiking in December if this sticks? Yields are moving higher in Japan because of that, and equities are liking it. Specifically, the banks, the Topix banks, you can see there moving 4.5%. Higher yields, the banks cheer that. So overall, that means the Nikkei up some 2.4%, John.
Danny, thank you. And here's another reason. We have another projection, a key battleground state. Trump wins North Carolina. With more, here's Katie Lights.
North Carolina with it, John, bringing 16 more electoral votes for Donald Trump. His total right now 230 to Kamala Harris's 179. North Carolina, of course, one of the Sun Belt states that the Trump campaign was feeling incredibly confident about when Joe Biden was still in this race, less so once Kamala Harris entered. And yet, according to the Associated Press, he has been able to pull it off in that state. With 89% of the votes counted, it looks like he's going to win by a margin of just under 3 percentage points. At least that's where we stand right now. Now, this does mean that the path is getting more narrow for Kamala Harris. We've been reiterating all evening that she has to win one of 3 states. North Carolina was one of them. Now that that is off the table, called for Donald Trump, she will either need to win Georgia or Pennsylvania. And the race in those 2 states remains too close to call. Pennsylvania, of course, has 19 electoral votes. Right now, 76% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump is leading 51% to 47.9% in Georgia with 90% of the vote in. He is up by nearly 3 points. Again, North Carolina now taken off the board for Kamala Harris, called for Donald Trump with its 16 electoral votes. He's now at 230, Harris at 179 in the race to 270, John.
He is 40 away. Katie Knight, thank you. Anne-Marie, your take.
Well, in North Carolina, he won in 2016 and in 2020. So it did look like the Republicans were going to be able to hold this state, even though we do know the governorship went to a Democrat. But this is normal for North Carolina. They like to split their tickets. What's interesting is that reading the tea leaves over the course of the past 2 weeks, Trump was making a lot of stops in North Carolina. So there was this momentum potentially that Harris was picking up speed and ground, especially as the demographics of this state has been changing. Some people from the Northeast have been moving down to North Carolina. There was also this question of whether or not some of these rural areas that went for Trump in 2020 and 2016 were hit with the hurricanes. Were they going to be out and get out and vote? They all came out, they voted, and he picked up 16 electoral votes.
It's 11:20 Eastern Time on the East Coast. Europe will be waking up to this shortly, Charles, and I want you to help explain to a global audience where we are at 230 to 187. How narrow is the path now for Harris?
Look, she's got to win the blue wall. She's got to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She'll win the congressional district in Nebraska, but she still has a path. You know, again, I remember 4 years ago, exactly at this time, the markets had moved, the betting markets and financial markets had moved to a Trump reelect, and we didn't know the result till Saturday. I don't think it's going to take that long, but we're not going to know the result tonight. I think she's still definitely in the fight. Again, as I said earlier, I think the mistake on her campaign's part was creating an expectation that was too high that she was going to win North Carolina and it would be more of a sweep. It all comes down to the blue wall.
Especially since Trump won it in 2016 and in 2020. Jay, when do you think we'll get the final results?
Well, I'm not really the expert on the political side. I think it's probably more to Charles than to me, but I think it will be sooner rather than later. So I don't think it's going to go multiple days. I think we're going to know probably in the next 24 hours. You know, for me as an investor, the markets are already talking. So that's really where I have to, and investors have to maneuver, because we're going to be in real time tomorrow.
But Charles thinks she holds the blue wall. In that case, what kind of reversal will we see on these trades?
Yeah, it's going to be a face-ripping reversal, because, as we've talked about a couple times, bonds are already massively oversold. Latin America is already massively oversold. You're getting big moves on top of big moves, which, when it comes the other way, there's nothing to really stop you from going, you know, in a major direction, and it will be very, very bloody, because people are going to have no choice but to reverse themselves, because the only reason for making these moves is a Trump victory. Right? I mean, if you're expecting a Harris victory, you're actually going the other way. Rates will come in, dollar will weaken, and other things will start to move. And so it will be really massive. And I'm kind of happy that we don't play that game. we're not day traders, and
well,
so we're not going to.
That was going to be my next question, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If we could sort of aggressively shorten the time horizon, what would your advice be? What would you do right now?
Well, I mean, it depends on, you know, what you see, depends on where you sit, right? I mean, we're sitting fully invested. We're sitting at TPW Advisory. We're completely out of treasuries, as we have been for quite some time. We've talked about that many times. We're long different parts of the world. We're long commodities. We're long cyclicals. We like China. What's interesting to me is the thought, if Trump is to win and he can move on trade, that probably means tariffs go up pretty significantly. That's really negative for U.S. earnings, which means the U.S. equity market probably is going to struggle going down the road. So I think it's actually going to be tricky to kind of figure out how exactly to play going forward. I think at the moment we're not going to be doing much of anything, right? We're going to sit, we're going to watch, we're going to observe, and we're going to decide over time, because we do have things like the Fed cutting rates, China policy response on Friday, seasonality, the best 3 months of the year right now, positioning, technicals. There's a lot of things that on the underlying fundamentals, including, most importantly, earnings, have been very robust. And that's what we have to remember as investors. All of this stuff ultimately is kind of noise. What really drives stocks is earnings. And we've seen that over the last couple of years. Charles and I were talking in the green room, right? We've had all these geopolitical issues, and yet stocks have gone up. Why? Because earnings have done well. And if earnings continue to do well, then stocks will be okay.
And they might do even better if there was a change potentially in the corporate tax rate. Charles, the blue wall, you say she maintains. Where is she the most vulnerable?
I think in Michigan, because of the Arab American vote, it's really the variable that, like, it's almost impossible to get a sense of which way they're going to go. So I would say Michigan is where she's most vulnerable.
Charles, you're going to stick with us alongside Jay Pawlowski. Coming up on this program, we're still waiting for results from Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Election night 2024 continues with some big moves in this market. Equity futures up by more than 1%, seeing a rip in small caps up by 2.3. If you get to the bond market, these are the moves. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, up by 15. The 10-year was up by close to 20 about an hour ago, up by 16 right now on 30s. And in the FX market, when you see moves like that in bonds, you're bound to see a much stronger dollar, and that's what you see across G10, in foreign exchange and in AEM, with the Mexican peso seeing a 3% move against the dollar, a much, much weaker Mexican peso. From New York, good evening.
Things like making sure your account is private, right? When you sign up and you're a teenager, private by default, that you're focused on adding people you already know out in the real world, your real friends, that, our service doesn't have, public likes, these comparison metrics that we know, can make people feel bad about themselves. We moderate the content that we distribute on our platform to try to mitigate, the spread of harmful content. So we've tried to make a lot of choices to, make our service, a healthy and fun place with friends. And we hear that, when we do research, we find that people, rank Snapchat as the happiest platform. They say that it helps them feel closer to their friends. So I think we're really focused on what we can control in terms of improving the product experience. And then we always try to encourage parents, don't let your teenager, use Snapchat unless they're above the age of 13. And there are tools available today on your phone, iOS, Android, that are really easy to use to help limit, what teens can use on their phones.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now. We have Take-Two numbers.
Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, what a night so far. 230 Trump, 187 Harris, and an equity market that's running away. On the S&P 500, higher by 1.2%. On a Russell, small caps up by 2.4%. And the election war with more on the race to 270. Here's Kenny Lights.
Well, John, obviously, we just got perhaps the biggest call of the evening so far. Donald Trump winning North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes, which is why he now stands at 230 to Kamala Harris's 187. And of course, Kamala Harris's campaign, we understand this evening, has said that it is now focused on the blue wall. So those are the states I want to zero in on, beginning in Wisconsin. Overall, 67% of the vote in Wisconsin is in. Trump is up right now by about 3 percentage points. But I want to focus on 2 counties in particular, one being Door County. This is a county that has voted for every winner of every presidential election since 1996. So the past 6 cycles, 99% of the votes are in there, and Kamala Harris has won by a margin of just over 2 points. The other county to watch in Wisconsin is Milwaukee County, of course, highly populous. Only 54% of the votes are in right now, and Kamala Harris is leading there by 35 points. So perhaps it is still too early in the night to write off Wisconsin completely for her campaign. Then we move to Michigan. The vote count is moving a lot slower there. Right now, just 34% of the tally is in Michigan, but at this time, it is a big lead for Donald Trump, nearly 7 percentage points, 51.4% to Kamala Harris's 46.9%. And finally, Pennsylvania, of course, the critical linchpin in this race to 270 with its 19 electoral votes. 77% of the votes are in. And right now, Trump is up by about 3.5 points, 51.3% to Harris's 47.8%. Where to watch in Pennsylvania specifically at this hour are the counties around Philadelphia, which are highly populated and don't have all of their vote count in at this point. So think Delaware County, Montgomery County, and Chester County, for example, where Harris is up 20 points, but only 48% of the count is in. The 2 other counties I would point to in Pennsylvania are Bucks County. This, of course, is a bellwether, and right now it is almost a dead even. 49.7% for Kamala Harris, 49.4% for Trump, with just over half the vote counted, 52%. And of course, the county of them all that is perhaps the biggest bellwether in North Carolina is Northampton County. It has voted for the winner of the presidential race in the state of North Carolina every year since 1948. And right now, it is polling for Donald Trump. John.
Kenny, thank you. Just to recap, that new projection in the last couple of moments, if you are just joining us, the key battleground state state of North Carolina goes to Trump. Bloomberg's Anna Edgerton joins us now from North Carolina. Anna, your take this evening.
Yeah, I'm here at the Democratic Watch Party where the news hasn't really registered yet. We're seeing some hugs of solidarity between the Democratic supporters here, but there's been some reason for Democrats to celebrate. Down ballot, they've had much more success with the victory of Josh Stein as governor and Jeff Jackson, a Democrat for Attorney General. We also have Don Davis leading North Carolina's first congressional district. With that presidential loss, if that's confirmed by Donald Trump win here in North Carolina, it's a huge blow to Democrats. They knew it was an uphill climb, but they were really invested, had volunteers out, were working hard to try to flip this state for Kamala Harris.
A ton of ground game there in North Carolina from the Kamala Harris campaign. I know they're setting up tons of shops there, knocking on doors. But Anna, isn't this how North Carolina individuals vote? They split their ticket?
Can you ask that again? Sorry, it's a little loud here.
Well, isn't this exactly how individuals in North Carolina vote? They love to split their ticket.
That's right. Yeah, we've had lots of examples of split tickets in the past. Democratic governors have won the last roughly decades of elections here. We've had a Democratic attorney general since the 1800s, and we haven't had a Democrat win as president since 2008. So exactly what you're saying, split tickets, not something is surprising here in North Carolina, but certainly disappointment for Democrats.
Hey, Anna, appreciate the update. Thank you. New projection, Harris wins New Mexico. The latest tally, 230 to 192. On the balance of power, here's Joe Matthew. Hey, Joe.
Hey, we warned you that it was going to be a long time before we could call the House, that New York was going to take a while, but also factor heavily in to the way that the balance of power is decided in the House of Representatives. We just got one from the New York delegation here. Nick LaLota keeps his seat, winning his House race in New York State. Republicans hold on in the challenge by John Avlon. This is a Long Island district, and it's one that we can check the box on as we're joined by Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Guys, we've seen some pretty important news break in the last half hour or so. Ohio is where I want to start with you, Jeannie, right now as our Democrat. Sherrod Brown, so much for the populism. The folksy guy with the frumpy jacket, he's still lost to Republican Bernie Moreno. There was a thought that we could see some true ticket splitting in that state. What happened?
You know, I think the reality is so much of our politics today has become nationalized, and it was going to be very tough for Sherrod Brown to win in a state that is so red. And of course, you've got Donald Trump at the top of this ticket. You know, for Sherrod Brown to hold that out, he's never been tested like this because his last two elections were in non-presidential years. So he knew it was going to be tough, but here we have Bernie Moreno. You know, he came from behind. A lot of the polls for a while showed Sherrod Brown far ahead in that state, or at least ahead. But tonight, that has ended. And so it is becoming increasingly difficult to imagine that Democrats hold the Senate.
There you have it. Not that many thought they would, Rick, including yourself. What we saw in North Carolina is important. The first swing state to fall here in the presidential campaign. It's been called for Donald Trump. How do you extrapolate this news from Ohio, from North Carolina, where we might go in the next couple hours?
Yeah, when you look inside the numbers, you're seeing a lot of strength by Donald Trump and his base, right? So, you know, these rural counties that the, you know, white working class, non-college educated voters that support Trump in higher and higher numbers every year have really come through to him. You know, people criticize Donald Trump for claiming that he was just playing a campaign to, you know, fire up his base, and that's exactly what it looks like he's done, because some of these counties, these rural counties, are voting for Donald Trump in 70-80%, where, you know, in 2020 they were maybe 50-60%. So he's really definitely energized his base. He's made some inroads into the suburban areas, mostly with Hispanics and blacks. We don't really know a lot of details about age groupings right now, but I think it probably tracks the polling that we've been seeing. Yeah. So, and I think this has helped people like Bernie Moreno, where, you know, they can take and ride some of those rural coattails that Donald Trump has created.
This is another idea where ticket splitting just didn't happen. The Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson had a major scandal. The Republican, he has lost his race to the Democrat in this particular case. In North Carolina, that ticket splitting tells you what?
Yeah, I mean, it tells us that voters are willing to differentiate. And, you know, I think in the case of North Carolina with Mark Robinson, the scandals, you know, what had followed him was just too much for voters in North Carolina. He never had an edge in the polls there. And so I'm not particularly surprised by that. You know, for voters to, you know, just follow with him, it wouldn't make sense. But the state, you know, I think it's fair to say that this was a state that was not known as a swing state for a long time. The fact that Kamala Harris put it back into play after Joe Biden, you know, withdrew from the race was a big deal, but it just didn't come to fruition. Close, but she just couldn't get there.
No ticket splitting in North Carolina, but yes, in a little bit different scenario as we look across some other states here, potentially Arizona. Rick, this is your area of expertise in a state where you spent a lot of time working. Is this going to be the surprise of the night for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, it might be. It's a very close race right now. Everyone, I think, has been expecting Donald Trump to really dominate the state. So the fact that we're not seeing that in the early releases and the vote that's left seems to be more pro-Harris than pro-Trump. And yet, as you point out, one of the people who aren't benefiting from that, at least at this time of the night in the numbers we're reading, is Kari Lake. She's way behind Ruben Gallego, who looks like he's on his way to picking up a Senate seat once held by what was an independent. So the reality is, I do think we're seeing a national election, right? I think most of these states, if not almost all of them, like Colorado, you know, if Donald Trump wins it, the senator's going to be a Republican, the governor's going to be a Republican. I mean, like, those things are happening across the country that we see, and it's only the minor exception where there's a turn. And in this case, in North Carolina, you were talking to Jeannie about, it's a flawed candidate who had a lot of problems personally. Arizona, a flawed candidate who prosecuted election denialism from her 2022 loss for the governorship and has made Kari Lake a broken candidate. So, I mean, these are the exceptions. The rule is we're watching national elections. Used to say all politics is local. Now we say all politics is national.
Here we are. We still have a lot of Senate races yet to be called. Certainly the House, never mind the swing states and the blue wall. John, back to you.
Hey, Joe, thank you. I think we're settling in for the next couple of hours, potentially. Just waiting. 230 to 192, the current score. That's the tally where things are. 230 Trump, 192 to Harris. Charles, I noticed that at Harris Campaign HQ, the music was still up and still playing. Will it stay up in a few hours? And if so, what's the case for that? We still don't know Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. What's the case for the music to keep playing tonight?
Look, I think, again, it's a replay of 2020 if you're on the Democratic side, meaning at exactly this point 4 years ago, it looked like Trump was going to get reelected. And Biden came from behind. It took 4 days. Again, I agree. It's not going to take four days this time, but I think she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I think she is still in the fight.
But the margins you are seeing, Trump's strength, Hispanic community, down ballot, you're seeing exit polls, what's happening in places like Ohio. If you can't have Sherrod Brown keep his seat. He would have to keep his seat for split ticket voters. What does that mean for neighboring blue wall states?
Yeah, I think the only surprise to me tonight is that Sherrod lost his seat. I did think that he was going to hang on to that. Having said that, Ohio is a Republican state. So, you know, again, I wouldn't read too much across from Sherrod losing to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Again, I think it's really premature. She's still very much in this fight.
So when do you think we can get all three of those tallies?
I think we'll know probably when we wake up tomorrow morning, or if we may not go to sleep tonight. I think we'll know probably by mid to late morning tomorrow on the presidential in those three. The House is going to take much longer. Tomorrow, we'll know the Senate tonight. Well, the Senate's already going Republican.
Tomorrow's about 20 minutes away, Charles. Charles Maz, Jay Filosky sticking with us. Coming up on the programme, it's the race to 270. Election night 2024 continues.
season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondele is reporting
Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. And Katie Lyons, we have a new projection.
Yeah, the Associated Press, John, is calling Virginia and its 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. This isn't necessarily surprising, as Virginia was seen as a likely blue state, but it is one we know the Trump campaign had been eyeing. And perhaps the margin here is what is a bit surprising. Only 82% of the votes are in, but Kamala Harris only winning this state right now by less than 4 points. Keep in mind, in 2020, Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points. So she is underperforming where he was 4 years ago. And it is clear at this hour, with Harris's 205 electoral votes now with the addition of Virginia and Donald Trump's 230, who gets to 270 could very well be decided in the Rust Belt, the blue wall states. And that is where we focus now. Wisconsin, of course, is one of them right now. 69% of the votes are in. Donald Trump is up by roughly 3 points, 50.9% to Harris's 47.6%. In Michigan, fewer votes are counted at this time, only 39%, but Donald Trump right now is leading by nearly 5 points, 51.5% to Harris's 46.8%. And in Pennsylvania, which is the biggest prize at this stage of the night, 19 electoral votes, Donald Trump is up by nearly 4 percentage points with 81% of the votes counted. So there is still a path for Kamala Harris through the blue wall, but clearly this is going to be incredibly tight. Her path is narrower after the call of North Carolina for Donald Trump. That is the first battleground call we have gotten tonight. Virginia, of course, not necessarily a battleground, but still, when we were watching, it has been called for Harris. Again, 205 for Harris, 230 for Trump, John.
Katie, thank you. More from Katie in just a moment. AMH, that's tight.
It's tight. There is a path for Kamala Harris. We have to wait for 3 very important states to be called: Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course, the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, where there has been billions of dollars spent in advertising to try to get people to vote for you. But here's the problem. Kamala Harris right now is not outperforming where she should be. And Kayleigh nailed it. 2020, those margins on Virginia for Biden, Kamala Harris is just squeaking by with this Virginia win. It is not a blowout in Virginia where it should have been if she was going to be tracking 2020 Biden. Also, places like New Jersey, bad sign for her performance, especially among white voters.
Let's get to 2 of those states right now. Romaine Bostick is in Detroit, David Gura in Philadelphia. Romaine, to come to you, just how tight are things right now?
Yeah, let me give you a little bit more context on that path to 270, particularly here through Michigan. Only about 40% of the votes are in right now. And while Trump is ahead, the 4 biggest counties here, Oakland, Macomb, Wayne, and Kent. Now, Macomb is already skewing towards Trump. That's a Republican stronghold, and there is no expectation that Harris would win that. However, she is expected to win Oakland County. She is expected to win Kent County. The precincts there, about 80% of the votes now in Oakland, about 60% in Kent. But I want to bring your attention to Wayne, because this is where the potential path for her victory here is going to lie. Less than 20% of the votes in Wayne County have been tabulated. But Wayne County is the biggest county in the state of Michigan, about 1.8 million residents, so almost 20% of the state's population. They have not voted for a Republican presidential candidate going back to Herbert Hoover in 1928. So at least history right now and some of the numbers do appear to be on Harris's side. Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State for Michigan, she did address the media about an hour ago. And while she did kind of boast that she thought that Michigan would be the first of the 7 battleground states to actually call the election, we now know that's not going to be true. She did urge patience. There were some disruptions in some counties, including in Ottawa County, a humidity issue with the ballots there, as well as some issues with some some of the electronic voting machines that were used for disabled people who needed them and couldn't use the paper ballots. They're going to have to sort through some of those. She just told the media just about 20 minutes ago here that she does expect to get results in hours. But of course, it's 11:48 p.m. here in Detroit, so hours could mean Wednesday morning.
Yep, sounds like it's going to be days. David, Kamala Harris, the campaign is also saying have patience. Does she have a path through Philadelphia?
She is betting it all on Philadelphia and its surrounding suburbs, and Kayleigh laid that out so well, sort of what the suburbs around here are, where she could have a go of it yet. And we are waiting on the final press briefing from commissioners here in Philadelphia on an update on the election tonight. That we're going to get more updates in the morning after folks continue to count through the evening. But it's incredibly tight, but there is still a way forward for her in this city, which tends to lean so heavily Democratic, and the suburbs around here, which have tended more Democratic in the past. Now, you mentioned a moment ago, Amber, I want to just pick up on this thread, how much money had been poured into this state on advertising and organization. This is something that the Harris campaign really trumpeted over these last many weeks. The quality of their ground game, the scale of that ground game in this state, just thinking back on what she had to say last night, what her surrogate said last night about the number of doors they'd knocked on just in the last week. I mean, more than 1 million doors. They felt very confident in that ground game. But when you look at the map tonight, where votes have been come in and where they've been counted, like it's mostly a red map with some expected blue in Pittsburgh, some blue in Erie County as well. Certainly blue where I'm standing now, but it seems like they were unable to change many minds in the center part of the state, in the rural part of this state. Now, I think there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, and I don't want to say the game is over yet by any means here, but we know this is Joe Biden's home state, and one wonders what was lost when he stepped out of the race when it comes to Pennsylvania, where we see Democrats performing well in Scranton, in the county surrounding Scranton. Would it have been bigger had he remained the candidate? Who's to say? And if I could, I just want to say one other thing. Having just been in Wisconsin, I think it's a very similar story playing out there when you look at that vote. Here we're waiting on an update from the big metropolitan area where I'm standing. I think in Wisconsin, it's the same thing. We're going to be waiting a long while for that count from Milwaukee. And I think as Democrats, as the Harris campaign kind of games out what kind of likelihood they have of winning this thing, it's going to come down to Milwaukee, another big city, and it's going to be another few hours before we have any sense of sort of where that's trending.
David, I don't want to get into the Monday morning quarterbacking either. You pointed to Joe Biden, but what about the beloved governor, Josh Shapiro, that could have been the name on the ticket alongside Kamala Harris?
It is a great point. He spoke last night at that rally as well to rapturous applause from those who had gathered, the 30,000 people who had gathered on that promenade behind me to see Kamala Harris last night. Look, a lot of people looked at what he was able to accomplish in his race just a couple of years ago, defeating a Republican challenger and becoming the governor here, and thought, why wouldn't the Harris campaign go with somebody who has that proven record of doing that? Like you, reluctant to Monday morning quarterback it yet, but I think that there were people who are obviously agitating for him to be the running mate early on, saw that as the thing by which she should have picked her running mate, and now they'll be speculating that could have made a difference here in Pennsylvania if, in fact, she doesn't win this state. And again, we'll find out here probably in the next few hours.
We can Wednesday morning quarterback it in about 10 minutes' time, gents. We'll catch up with you in a moment. Romain Bostic, David Gura, to the both of you, thank you. Let's get you up to speed on some of the price action with more. Here's Danny Berger.
Hey, John, those Trump trades are still on. We are backing off the most extreme of them at the moment, but they are still very present. In the short end, 2-year yields higher by 8.5 basis points, about 13% for both your 10 and your 30-year. 4.4% is where we stand for your 10-year. One interesting thing to consider as it starts to become Wednesday, we're going to have $25 billion of a 30-year auction tomorrow. If these losses stick, what is that auction going to look like? Are buyers going to show up? Now, we're not at the point yet where the higher yields are doing anything to hurt the equity market. In fact, we are still looking at about a 3-year high for your Russell 2000. That's up just under 3%. Again, the most extreme of the rally has backed off, but it is still very present. An interesting feature, given that this is an equity market that had rallied into today. Some commentators, including Citi, pointed out how unusual that was. European stocks, I pointed this out before, they have changed in the past 2 hours. We are now selling off as Europe wakes up. You still have a little bit of that lift of risk on lift to to it, so it's not an extreme sell-off, but it is still happening. Just want to end with you on currencies. It is the dollar strength across the board, both in currencies that are impacted by trade, like dollar mex, peso weaker by about 3% versus the dollar, and things that suffer when rate differentials widen. Dollar yen, clearly, that's one of them. That's weaker by about 1.4% at 153. Again, as we move into the Asia trade, the conversation, John, is going to become, are some of these EM currencies, these Asia currencies, going to try to jawbone this and intervene in their markets?
Danny, appreciate it. Thank you. Europe just waking up to all of this. Waking up to all of it. The scores at the moment, 230 to Trump, 205 to Harris. And the news we're seeing, some of these margins just speaking to the difficulty of Harris getting this done.
And the strength of the former president performing better than he did in 2016 when he won the race and 2020 when he lost. Terry Haynes has been keenly focused on one county in Pennsylvania, Washington County. Terry writes in, 99% came in. Trump is about 2.5% over 2020 and 2016. This is showing bad signs for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania and broadly the blue wall, which she must win to get to 270.
Charles, I've asked this 10 different ways this hour, so forgive me for the 11th. Are you ready to talk about a Trump presidency yet, or still too early?
Not yet. Too early. Too early. But the story of this election is Trump has outperformed in rural districts and Harris has performed in line or below in urban. But I just have the latest update, by the way. Erie County, Harris is up 4 points. Chester up 10. Northampton up 5. She is still absolutely in this game and in this fight in Pennsylvania.
And Erie County is a county that dictates presidential elections. 2016, it went for Trump. 2020, it went for Biden.
She's up 4.
But if we are to see what also looks like potentially a Republican sweep, we are closer to Republican sweep than we are closer to Democratic sweep. What would that mean?
What would it mean in terms of
policy, how much Trump has in his ability to enact his plans he's talked about since actually basically June of 2015 when he entered politics?
Yeah, look, I mean, a Republican sweep in the short term would be the most equity market positive, and we're already seeing the markets discount not only a Trump win, but I think a red sweep. I would argue, though, looking out, medium term, it's actually the worst possible outcome for the markets because everything Trump wants to do, whether it's tariffs, which are inflationary, his immigration policies are inflationary, tax cuts will be expansionary and inflationary. At best next year, the Fed is higher for longer, if not raising rates, and the deficit goes up much faster. I think it's like literally the perfect negative storm for the U.S. equity market, looking beyond this initial euphoria.
This is a point that Adam Posen made on Bloomberg Surveillance a number of months ago. He said that in 2025, we'll be talking about the Federal Reserve perhaps hiking, not cutting.
Absolutely. And then you have to think about, what does Jay Powell say Thursday morning when he meets with the Fed? And basically, they're going to probably cut 25 basis points, but then you're going to have to price in all of this inflation from tariffs, tax cuts. What does it look like?
Cut 25 and run. Jay Pawlowski, Charles Mars, sticking with us for another hour. Our coverage on Election Night 2024 continues.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea. But ultimately, you still have to do a lot with it. It just give you very superficial ideas, but at the end, you still have to customize how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I see that, when the designer is doing, it's the spirit, it's the heart that the computer don't have.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We don't know what the policy reaction function is actually going to be off of what has been said. And for that reason, I think you have a number of investors that are actually just sort of continuing to plow forward on the view that the economy is in pretty good shape. So that when there is an election outcome, once there's a sense for whether new policy will actually get affected, then they can have a reaction.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, it's Election Night 2024 at midnight on the East Coast. Happening this hour. Polls closing in 2 states across the country. This coming as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump square off in a race to 270. With the latest, here's Kenny Lights.
Yeah, John, the 2 states closing at this hour are one of the time zones in Alaska as well as Hawaii. They are expected to go red and blue, respectively. So far tonight, we have seen no surprises in expected red and blue states. We'll, of course, keep you updated if we get any surprises there. But where we stand ahead of those results is this. Donald Trump, with 230 electoral votes, called for him to 209 to Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris now can add the 4 electoral votes of Hawaii to that total, called now by the Associated Press. And that will bring her to 209 electoral votes as we race here to 270. Knowing the path to 270 really lies in just 7 states. The battlegrounds we have watching, only one of which has been called this evening. North Carolina went to Donald Trump, according to the Associated Press, and its 16 electoral votes along with it. Where any path to victory for Harris will lie is really in the blue wall states at this time, and all of them remain too close to call. Wisconsin right now, 76% of the votes are in. Donald Trump currently leading by roughly 4 points, 51.2% to Harris's 47.3. In Michigan, we've got less than half of the vote tally in at this point, only 45%, but Donald Trump right now is leading by almost exactly 5 points, 51.6% to 46.7% for Harris. In Pennsylvania, 83% of the vote is in right now. Donald Trump currently up by nearly 4 points on Kamala Harris, 51.4% to Harris's 47.7%. In all 3 of the states I just mentioned, we are still watching some of those highly populated areas in urban areas, especially in the suburban counties surrounding them, to see how much things change this evening. I would point out, though, that each of these states, those 3 blue wall states, also has a Senate race happening tonight, and all of them at this hour have the Republican candidate leading. I'm sure our colleague Joe Matthew will speak more to that in just a moment. Finally, though, I also want to check in on Georgia because we do have a lot of the vote in that state so far. 93% of the vote is in, and it is within just over 2 points right now. Donald Trump nearly at 51% to Harris's 48.5%. Again, the scores as they stand as it turns Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, John. 230 Trump, 209 Harris.
More still to come. More still to come. Kaylee, thanks for that. Appreciate the update. For an update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill, let's cross over to Joe Matthew.
Another Republican flip on the road to Senate control. Jonathan, we experienced it live last hour. Ohio, three-term Senator Sherrod Brown, the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, goes down tonight to Republican Bernie Moreno. This was the most expensive Senate race of the cycle. $500 million on just this contest. Democrats go down in Ohio. That follows the first flip in West Virginia, and we saw this one coming. Jim Justice, still our Republican pickup of the night here, other than Ohio, filling the seat being vacated by Joe Manchin. Also called so far, no surprises. Rick Scott keeps his seat in Florida. Republican, so does Texas Senator Ted Cruz. We were looking at both of those with some tightening in polls late in the game. Andy Kim, the Democratic congressman, becomes the new senator projected from the state of New Jersey. And Angela also Brooks, Democrat, state of Maryland, survives the challenge by Republican, the former governor Larry Hogan. We expected all of these to go in, yet to be called the Senate races in the presidential swing states. As Kaylee mentioned, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. These are going to finish out the picture here for the Senate as Republicans lead in their quest to take control of the upper chamber. Look what's happening as well in Nebraska. Senator Deb Fischer, Republican, just took a slight lead over independent Don Osborne in a race that we've been following very closely. 71% of precincts of votes counted here. Deb Fischer up 51.2% to just under 49%. We could be seeing some movement there right now. John, we'll keep you posted.
Hey, Joe, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. If you are just waking up in Europe, good morning. You've missed out on some big moves overnight in financial markets. With an update, here's Danny Berger.
That move has been yields higher across the board, John, and it's been pretty consistent. We've been pricing in about the same range for yields over the past 2 hours or so. That is a rise of 13 basis points at this moment. Options markets going into this had said that the range would be about 22 basis points. We're not far off of that. But to be clear, this is not enough to deter equities. We have an equity rally on our hands. We have an equity rally basically in small caps and across the board. I do want to point out, though, that part of the reason that risk is doing so well at this moment, John, is because volatility coming down across the board, both in equity and in currency volatility, that is dropping, helping to support risk at this moment.
Some major moves, but we give up some of it. Danny, thanks for that. Just bear in mind that at one point overnight, check the charts, we were up by close to 20 basis points on a 10-year, right now higher by 13, the 10-year through 440. With us around a table, let's set the table for the hour. TPW's Jay Poloski alongside Charles Myers of Signum Global Advisors. Gents, great to have you with us for another 60 minutes. Charles, just to go to you first of all, let's just reset things just a little bit. What are the big takeaways so far for you?
Yeah, look, I think the story, again, of this election is Trump has really outperformed in rural districts, especially in the swing states. Harris has performed in line or slightly below expectations in urban areas. But again, we still have Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania to be called. And I'm watching Erie County, I'm watching Chester County, amongst others. It's still too early to call this race. I know the markets have priced in a Trump win. I'm not ready to give up yet.
Jay, given the fact that we still have a number of states to be called, the most important being those 3 blue wall states, do you think the market is getting a little bit too ahead of themselves?
I absolutely do. And you've seen extensions of existing moves, right? The move that we've seen basically since the start of October is higher interest rates as the market prices in Trump. That leads to a stronger dollar. That means the equity market kind of pauses and backs and fills, which is what we've seen happen. The equity market effectively is flat over the last month.
How do we see the Russell moving rapidly, as Jonathan keeps talking about, absolutely ripping, but rates so high?
Yeah, well, that typically the relationship is higher rates, lower small caps. And in fact, the move we see tonight, is following on a 2% move that happened on Tuesday during the normal trading session. So this is a 5% move in small caps in less than 24 hours. I think we're probably at the end of this for now, right, until we get some sort of a determination of the winner. And then I think people have to really assess where we're going to go with policy, right? Our view has been we're in the early stages of a long cycle, both global growth and risk assets doing well. That's dependent on continuity of politics, leads to policy continuity, leads to economic continuity, and thus to earnings. And if we have a change in leadership, to a Trump administration, that's a big discontinuity. And I think it ends up, I don't think it ends up well. I think it ends up, Charles spoke of it earlier, much higher rates, much higher deficit, much higher inflation. And JP Morgan put out a report. If Trump were to institute the tariffs that he's talked about with China, 60% tariffs across the board, roughly half of the earnings growth that is expected in 2025 versus 2024 is at risk. That's not what equities want to hear. The earnings growth story at risk.
Important headline just crossing, and I want to go back over to Joe Matthew for more. Hey, Joe.
All right, Republicans take the U.S. Senate. John, this is not a big surprise after the motion that we have seen so far in the states tonight. All they needed were 2. We told you that in the outset. Pretty easy to do the math here. It came from West Virginia, Jim Justice winning the Senate seat there held by Joe Manchin, and Ohio, Sherrod Brown losing to Republican Bernie Moreno. That's what we have here. That's how tight the margin is. We're still waiting for official race calls to come from the swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're also going to be talking a lot more about Arizona tonight. What will happen in the race between Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego and Republican Carrie Lake, who lost her race for the gubernatorial election in Arizona 2 years ago. A MAGA Republican back around again in a state that Kamala Harris still has a chance to win here. It could be her first swing state to move in that direction. John?
Joe, when it comes to the Senate races, we're waiting to be called.
Yep.
Which incumbent is the most vulnerable?
Well, that's a great question. When you consider the states that we're talking about here, Pennsylvania was supposed to be a pretty good ride for Bob Casey, 3-term senator, and of course, a family legacy in the state. But David McCormick has been nipping at his heels awfully close there. Michigan, too close to call. Wisconsin, you could say potentially is the most vulnerable here with Tammy Baldwin. But they're all so close, Anne-Marie, that I'm not sure it's worth making a difference at this point.
This was a low conviction call from a lot of people. And Joe, thank you, by the way. Anne-Marie, if you asked 1 million people what they thought was going to happen in this election, they'd say low conviction with the exception of one thing, Republican Senate. And that, this evening, is what we get.
Yes, the question about the Republican flipping the Senate was whether or not it was going to be by 1 or 2 seats or by maybe 4 seats. We still don't know yet, because to Joe's point, there's a lot of Senate seats that we still need to find out about. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, what is going on in Arizona. The one thing I will say, though, is because that was such a high conviction call, that's what led more people to believe we could have a red sweep with the House going red and obviously Trump winning, as opposed to a Democratic sweep, because no one really thought the Democrats were going to be able to control the upper house.
We have another projection in the race to 270. Here's Kaylee Lines with more. Hey, Kaylee.
Yeah, John, the Associated Press is calling the 2nd district in Nebraska for Kamala Harris. Nebraska, of course, one of just 2 states that also divides its electoral votes by its congressional districts. This is a key piece of the puzzle for Kamala Harris. When we talk about the path to 270 for her running through the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania would actually only get her to 269. This is a critical linchpin in getting to 270, the single vote that the Associated Press has now called for her. As for those other blue wall states, though, it remains too close to call with at 11 minutes past midnight here on the East Coast. In Wisconsin, the first of them, 77% of the votes has been counted. Right now, Donald Trump is up by just about 4 points, 51.2% to Kamala Harris's 47.3. In Michigan, where our very own Romaine Bostic has reminded us there still is a lot of count to come in some of these critical counties. There has been less than half the vote counted overall in the state thus far, just 48%. But right now, with that 48% of the vote count in, Donald Trump is leading by 6 points, 52.2% to Kamala Harris's 46.1. Finally, in Pennsylvania, which of course has 19 electoral votes, 84% of the vote is in. Right now, Donald Trump is up by about 3 points, 51 to 48%. So that one single electoral vote in Nebraska just called for Kamala Harris. John is a key component, but she still would likely need to win all 3 of these states to win the presidency, as we are also looking at races too close to call in the other battleground states of Georgia and Arizona. No results yet from the swing state of Nevada, John.
Kelly, thank you. Appreciate the update. Let's talk about 2 of those states in the so-called blue wall. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostic is in Detroit. David Gura is in Philadelphia. David, I want to come to you first. At the moment, this market is leaning quite heavily towards Donald Trump. Is there anything that you can see in races elsewhere that Harris can take away and look at the likes of Pennsylvania with any degree of confidence tonight?
That's a great question. What I will say is that Wall Street has been betting on this Trump victory for a few weeks now, and there has been this disconnect between that and the polling that we've seen. And just to digress a little bit more and talk about the polling here, I mean, we've seen these races on a razor's edge over these last many weeks within this margin of error that was so small. So perhaps what's being borne out here shouldn't surprise a lot of people, knowing that we were going to be in this situation before. I'm sympathetic with what Charles said a few moments ago, just about what remains to be counted here. Erie County, Chester County, Montgomery County, Delaware County, Philadelphia itself. We're still waiting on these votes to come in. I think that the area where I'm standing now is going to be so key in this process. But you ask about analogs, other states that she can look to. You know, I think back on the time that I spent in Wisconsin last week, where it was really palpable as I was on the ground there how close that race was, how close it was going to be. Spent a lot of time with Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's fighting for her political life. Really doing that tonight as these votes continue to be counted there. I think she recognized the fact that something had shifted in the terrain there. This is a state that had this kind of populist streak, Democratic populist streak, that really fueled candidates like her for a long time, and something has changed over these last few years. So I think that there is that common connective tissue in these states. Yes, we talk about the blue wall, but there is a sense that the terra firma on which everyone's standing has moved here, and I think Democrats are trying to figure out, has it moved sufficiently that they no longer stand a chance there. And you know, we were talking earlier just about how quickly some of these races were called. We've heard from officials here in Philadelphia about the process that's underway in this city. There's been a briefing for reporters. That's ended. We know that counting continues through the night. We're going to get updates not in person, but electronically in the morning. So all of that continues. And I just think back on what I heard over the course of the day from officials here, other counties across this state, that yes, there was a lot of turnout, heavy turnout. There were long lines, but things moved pretty efficiently. There was this emphasis on transparency, how they were counting these votes. There was largely a lot of confidence in the way that all of this played out. I think now we're kind of at this pivotal moment where we await the final official count of those votes and then see what happens next, the degree to which there's a movement or an opportunity here for perhaps the Harris campaign to challenge some of what we've seen here. Too early to say at this point, but I think the narrowness of this victory speaks to just how close we were predicting this to be.
Romaine, what are you watching for right now in Michigan as we enter Wednesday morning?
Well, two big issues. A, we are on track right now for record voter turnout in the state of Michigan. We should also point out that the largest county here in Michigan, the most populous county, still has not reported its results. And in fact, only about 17% of those votes are in. One interesting dynamic, though, that I do want to point out to you, coming into this race, there was a lot of concerns about the third-party candidates, particularly Jill Stein and RFK, and whether they would prove to be spoilers for either Harris or Trump. The idea that they would siphon off votes for one of the other candidates. But as of right now, with about 50% of the vote count in, combined, Jill Stein and RFK are only getting about 1% of the vote total. That could change, of course, as those overall vote counts go up here. But right now, it does not look like that spoiler effect that some people had in mind from one of those two candidates is going to be in focus here. This seems like it is going to be much more about the choice between Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Romaine, appreciate the update. Alongside David Gura, this market has made a decision, or at least leaning quite heavily towards an outcome. And that outcome is a Trump presidency. We've still got a lot to play for. Up next on the program, looking for results from key swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
up-to-the-minute business news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Herder in Ukraine, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Can I say good morning now?
You can.
I think we can. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. I know it feels very early, but it's officially Wednesday morning. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500. We've been flying all night. Ever since 7:30 Eastern, this market has not looked back. With an update, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Bond yields also moving higher. Don't have them for you at this moment. There you go. Yields are higher by 10 basis points. I want to show you the intraday chart, though, because we have backed off the most extreme of the moves. At one point, yields were higher by almost 20 basis points. Maybe finally we found a buyer as Europe starts to come online and looks at the levels. The commentary had been because yields had run up so much, if markets are pricing in a Trump victory, how much further do they really have to go? You do see something similar in the equity markets too. Again, still that Trump trade decisively being put on, but not as extreme as we have seen. We're up higher by about 2.4%. You can see at one point we were up nearly 3% for your Russell 2000 futures. I do want to point out the euro, not necessarily the spot price. I'm going to show it to you because we continue to see dollar weakness, but one interesting turn has happened in this market, and that is currency volatility. The implied volatility for the euro has dropped very significantly. That is the type of action you would expect to see if this market is saying we're going to have a decisive winner declared. That volatility had gone higher on fears of a contested election. Again, it's fading from this market with your euro weaker by about 1 1/3%, that pair trading at 107, John.
Hey, Danny, some real dollar strength across the board for the last several hours or so. With the latest on the race to 270, here's Kelly Lyons with more. Hey, Kaylee.
Well, John, if Kamala Harris wants to get there, she needs to pick up 60 more electoral votes. She only has 210 in her column right now. Donald Trump has 230, so he would have 40 more to pick up. And of course, the path for either of them is going to run through really just 3 states: the Blue Wall, the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. As for where the vote stands in those states right now, in Wisconsin, we only have at this time about 78% of the vote in, but right now Donald Trump is leading Harris by a margin of 4 points. In Michigan, 51% of the vote has been counted. It is still rather early in Michigan. This could take some time, but right now with just over half of the vote in, Donald Trump is up on Harris by 6 points, 52% to Harris's 46. Meantime, in Pennsylvania, 86% of the votes are now in, and Donald Trump is leading there too by nearly 3 full points, almost at 51% for Trump. Harris is at 48.1. And when we really zero in the counties in Pennsylvania, one we all watch in particular to be a bellwether is Northampton County. And that is because it has selected the statewide presidential winner of Pennsylvania in every election going back to 1948. Right now, 98% of the vote is in Northampton County, and Donald Trump is winning by about 5 points, 52.1% to Kamala Harris's 46.9%. So again, John, at this hour, the race is still too close to call. In these blue wall states and the other states, Georgia and Arizona, the battlegrounds where votes have come in, 210 to 230 for Trump is where we stand now.
Kelly, thank you. Kelly Lyons there on the race to 270. On the balance of power on Capitol Hill, let's cross over to Joe Matthew. Hey, Joe. The
Senate turns Republican for the first time in 4 years, Jonathan. The AP making that call after we saw several pickups by Republicans in states including Ohio. That was the big shocker of the night here. That's Senator Sherrod Brown, the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, who you see and hear about pretty often here on Bloomberg, falling to Republican Bernie Moreno. That followed the news that Jim Justice, the Republican, would take the Senate seat in West Virginia being vacated by Joe Manchin, and Deb Fischer, Senator Deb Fischer, Nebraska, called in her race over independent Don Osborne. So the Senate goes Republican. We're watching the big ones here in the blue wall. At this point, we've been talking about this from the presidential perspective throughout the evening and frankly throughout the year. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. As we take a look at these, we'll take one by one. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, the Republican, former Bridgewater CEO, is leading Bob Casey by just over 1 point with 85% of the votes counted. Pennsylvania, the big prize on the presidential level. It's going to have a lot to do with the future of the Republican majority that we're talking about in full voice in the United States Senate. Michigan, Mike Rogers, Republican, former congressman, is leading Elissa Slotkin right now, leading Slotkin by about 5 points. This is a pretty important move here in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, Eric Hovde, the Republican, over Tammy Baldwin, the senator, by about 2 points right now. We've also got Arizona in our sights, 50% of the vote count there. Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, is holding a lead, as polls showed in advance over Republican Kerry Lake. That's about a 6-point race right now, Jonathan. These are all moving as we speak, and we'll keep them updated for you.
We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time. Joe, thank you for that. With us around the table, Jay Pawlowski, Charles Mars. Charles, I want to come to you. Still waiting for other pieces of the puzzle. Republican Senate, waiting for the House, waiting to see who hits 270. I do just want to probe things just a little bit, though. Campaigning is not the same as governing. If Trump gets back into power, even if he has a Republican sweep, what do you think that government actually looks like? What do you think can get done?
Well, I think with a sweep, a lot can get done. First, on the tariffs, he's going to do that without Congress. He has unilateral authority to do that. It's very clear. I think he targets Europe on day one with tariffs. I think it's Airbus, European autos, luxury goods.
OK, this is huge. Let me just jump in. We've been talking about Mexico and China. You think Europe is the focus?
I think Europe is the top target on day one. And I think that after that, it's Mexico and then China.
So I have someone message me right now. They just came from an EU reception. So they were hanging out with some of these European Union ambassadors, and the tone was they are absolutely freaking out about tariffs when it comes to Europe. So how big could this be? And do you think that there's going to be reciprocal actions from the European Union onto U.S. exports into the EU?
Absolutely. So if Trump wins, again, regardless of composition or control of Congress, we will get into a trade war with the EU. If I were sitting in Brussels, I'd be sweating a lot right now. I think he will target, as I said earlier, Airbus, autos, luxury goods, steel and aluminum, just to get started. You know, President Trump has always been anti-EU. He thinks they don't trade fairly. They don't spend enough on their own defense. He also wants to end the war in Ukraine on terms that I think will be slightly more favorable to Russia. We're going to have a very tense U.S.-EU relationship, and trade will only be one part of that very difficult dynamic.
Jay, does this bode well, actually, for your tripolar world?
Well, it does bring into play the idea that we're facing a competition, right? We have China, we have the U.S., and we have Europe. That's the tripolar world. And China, in our view, has really taken the lead to develop what we call a new industrial policy, namely really fusing the public and private sector to drive and control the heights of the global economy. China did that with the clean energy space and now dominates every bit of the clean energy space. Now the fight is on AI. And you see the Biden-Harris administration, CHIPS Act, Infrastructure Act, Inflation Reduction Act, all of that is a response to what China has done. Interestingly enough, former President Trump has said he will repeal all these things. And I think that would send the U.S. back very badly in terms of competition. For Europe, Europe understands it has to compete. And the whole focus in Europe right now is how do we improve competitiveness, do more of what the U.S. has been doing, more of what China has been doing. And this just makes it more evident that they need to move very aggressively.
We'll talk more on Europe a little bit later this hour. Jay and Charles are going to stick with us. Coming up, we're still awaiting key battleground results, including Arizona. Our coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea, but ultimately you still have to do a lot of it. They just give you very superficial ideas, and but at the end you still have to customize and how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I feel that when the designer is doing, it's the spirit, it's the heart that the computer don't have.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. We come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onin, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. The scores, 230, 210, 230 Trump, 210 to Harris. With equity futures on the S&P 500 up and away, up by 1%. On a Russell on the small caps, up by 2.5. In the bond market, yields higher by double-digit basis points through the curve. 10s out to 30s, the 10-year up 13. If you're just waking up in Europe, you missed the big move overnight. We were higher by almost 20 basis points at one point. 440 on a 10-year. Off the back of that, the dollar a whole lot stronger. With the latest, here's Kaylee Lyons. Hey, Kaylee.
Well, John, Kamala Harris at this point, we need to pick up 60 additional electoral votes to get to the 270 needed to win the presidency. For Donald Trump, who currently is at 230, he would just need to pick up 40. And of course, the way in which either of them will do so will be to pick up the battleground states we are watching. There were 7 in total we had our eye on coming into tonight. Only one of them to this point has been called. That was North Carolina, and its 16 electoral votes went for Donald Trump. The 3 states we really have our eye on now here at 12:30 in the morning on the East Coast on this Wednesday are the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, as we speak, there is more than 80% of the vote in, 82% actually right now, and Donald Trump is leading by basically 4 points, 51.2% to Kamala Harris's 47.3%. In Michigan, we've only got a little over half the count in at this point, 53%, and Trump is up nearly 6 full percentage points on Harris right now. Keep an eye on, though, some of those really populous counties in and around Detroit. Wayne County, of course, which includes Detroit and Dearborn, for example, is the most populous in the state of Michigan. Only 23% of its votes have been reported. Right now, Kamala Harris, with that 23% of the votes, is up by 58 points. We're, of course, watching Oakland County as well. That has a greater share of the votes in at this time, 86%. Kamala Harris is currently leading there by 10, though keep in mind Joe Biden won that county by 14 points in 2020. Finally, in Pennsylvania, the third pillar of the blue wall, we do have 86% of the votes in at this time. And right now, Donald Trump is leading by nearly 3 full percent, roughly 51% for Donald Trump and 48.1% for Kamala Harris. It, of course, is not only about these 3 states, John. There still are other paths that could run through the Sun Belt. Right now, Georgia has 93% of the votes in, still too close to call. Donald Trump currently up by just over 2 points, 50.8% to Harris's 48.5%. And then out west in Arizona, only 51% of the votes counted thus far. That one definitely too close to call. Trump's at 50, Harris at 49%. Again, the scores at this hour, Harris 210, Trump 230, John.
Watch this space. Katie Lyons, thank you. For an update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill, here's Joe Matthew.
They haven't called the presidential race yet, Jonathan, but they have called the United States Senate. This is, of course, a big piece of the puzzle here. No matter who wins the presidency, we'll be relying, of course, on the help of the upper chamber as we bring in our signature panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. You spent a lot of years working in the Senate, Rick. Your thought on this, because Donald Trump, combined with the United States Senate run by Republicans, could in fact get a lot done here. His proposals would rely less upon congressional support than Kamala Harris's, knowing his affinity for executive action.
Yeah, the tax proposals all have to start in the House, so, you know, he'd be bogged down there. But one of the things that he did that was quite historic is getting conservative justices through the Senate.
Right.
Their confirmation process would be a lock for him. If there are any vacancies on the Supreme Court during a 4-year period, he'd be able to have another historic fourth appointment to the Supreme Court, locking in conservative leadership there for, you know, 2 generations. So there are things, you're right, that can be done with a Republican president and a Senate that's in cooperation with them.
Different story for Kamala Harris, Jeannie. Should she win, facing a Republican Senate would keep her from getting a lot of the things that she has proposed done, even if the House has a D in front of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we would have divided government. We would have a very difficult time for Kamala Harris to push things through the Senate. I mean, Rick was just talking about the court. Donald Trump got an astounding 3 Supreme Court justices. He would be able to get another one potentially with Clarence Thomas if he chose to retire. Kamala Harris would have difficulty with those kinds of appointments, getting them through Senate confirmation.
Sure.
So it would be an uphill battle for her. But I would just say we also have to remember that while Donald Trump could do certain things with the Senate, there are certain things he could not do with a Democratic House. We don't know yet if the House goes Democratic, but all bills to raise taxes, as you know, are going to start in that House. He could very well be facing Hakeem Jeffries.
That's right.
And a fairly narrow House, rather. So we are probably looking at divided government either way.
Which Wall Street seems to prefer. Gridlock is good is the line, right? Well, let's look back to the swing states, the blue wall swing states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The Senate races, the Republicans are leading in all 3 of these cases. Rick, what does that mean for the top of the ticket?
And former President Trump is leading in all 3 of those cases right now. Now, these margins are low, right? I mean, you know, 100,000 here and 100,000 there. A lot of Democratic counties, especially big urban areas, haven't reported yet. So we are far away from having a, you know, real clear picture of what this is going to turn out to be. It may look like a little bit of a red mirage right now, but the bottom line is there are a lot of new opportunities to pick up Senate seats along the way. So we could see a 54 vote margin in the United States Senate if all these current leading Senate candidates who are Republican win out their races.
There was a time when we thought we might be waiting days, maybe into next week after what we saw was Saturday in 2020. Are either of you of that mind still? Are we going to know in the next 24 to 48 hours who wins the presidency, Rick?
Well, I do think these current blue wall states are going to come in very tight.
Yep.
So there may be bickering, but at least we're going to know probably within the next 24 hours, where they stand. They may not be called, by AP or any other network, but I think we'll know who's ahead.
Where's your head on this?
Yeah, I think that I'm increasingly thinking it's going to be 24, 48 hours. We will know. And I think there is a hidden story tonight. Donald Trump seems to have overperformed. There was a time when he said he might win New Jersey. He doesn't win it, but he overperforms in New Jersey. Some parts of New York City, these are blue states he's overperforming in, and we're seeing it even in these battleground states. So it is fascinating that he is coming through in a way that suggests we may be seeing a realignment either now or on the horizon.
Why haven't we called Georgia yet? Donald Trump, we've got 93% of votes counted. Trump leading by 2 points.
Yeah, it's probably just not fitting into the model. There are still quite a few urban areas that need to be voted in. I think it's just going to be a very close race. And again, this is the point I was just making is, it's going to be close, so they might not call it just to make sure that military ballots and things like that are all counted.
Well, right before our eyes, it looks like the networks are making a call in Georgia. Jonathan, I'll send it back to you.
Hey, Joe, thank you. A projection. Trump wins the battleground state of Georgia. Trump wins the battleground state of Georgia. I have to say, I remember the night 2016. Yes, things can change. Things can go in a different direction. But at the moment, it's starting to feel like 2016.
Starting to feel like 2016. My phone is reflecting. I'm feeling I'm having deja vu to the end of June when Donald Trump and Joe Biden had that disastrous debate for the president. And basically that meant he had to drop out of this race and Kamala Harris took the top of the ticket. Democrats are saying right now it is a blowout. They're asking, where are the women that were supposed to show up? And they're saying that it looks like more angry men are upset with this economy, which we're seeing in the Washington Post exit poll, that people, 67% of majority saying they are upset with the economy right now, even though the data is so good, 4.1% unemployment rate, inflation, and it has bothered individuals throughout this entire cycle, the #1 issue that continuously showed up in our polling.
Let's get over to Kenny Lyons for the latest on the map. Hey, Kaylee.
Well, John, with that Georgia call, 16 more electoral votes go to Donald Trump, bringing his tally to 246, with still just 210 for Kamala Harris. And what this call means, together with the call of North Carolina for Donald Trump, means realistically the only path to the presidency for Kamala Harris right now would include winning the state of Pennsylvania. She was always going to need one of those three, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia, but those last two now seem to have been taken off the table as networks call Georgia for Donald Trump. And AP has, of course, called the North Carolina for Donald Trump earlier this hour. So really it is going to be all about Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. 86% of the vote is in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump up by nearly 3 percentage points. This has been fairly stubborn for the last little while here. 51% right now in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, 48% for Kamala Harris. But really, I would emphasize how narrow her path is at this point. Even if she were to pick up the 11 electoral votes in Arizona and the 6 electoral votes in Nevada, that's only 17. Pennsylvania has 19. So if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no way for her to make that up with the map that she has left. So that is a big call for Georgia right now, John. Kamala Harris 210, Donald Trump with the addition of Georgia 246.
Kenny, thank you. Appreciate the update. The difference in the campaigns right now. CBS reporting that Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight. I think that speaks to everything that we're seeing play out in financial markets worldwide right now.
How can she speak right now when her only path, she just lost Georgia, her only path is the blue wall, and we do not have those numbers yet. What we do have, though, is that she is underperforming where Biden was in 2020, and Trump is outperforming in some key areas, in some key counties, than he was performing in 2016 and in 2020. And not only is she not going to be speaking there, but I've been hearing that at the Trump headquarters, they're replaying videos of him dancing during the campaign trail. They are excited. The messages I'm getting from Republicans are, wow, blowout, thought we'd edge by. But what they're saying is this is basically the red wave that never came to pass in the midterms of 2022.
The moods are very, very different. And I just want to stress, if you are just joining us, the market started to make a move on this at 7:30 Eastern time. So we're talking 5 hours plus ago when equities started to make a move higher and bond yields started to climb. With more on that, here's Danny Berger.
John, it's a really good point because I've been looking at these markets to see how big of a bounce in yields we might have off of that Georgia call. It's not really much of one. We went from up 12 basis points to basically up 13 basis points. You can see in this chart, we've even been higher on the night in terms of where yields have been. It's because these financial markets have been pricing in Trump winning tonight basically for the past few hours. Small caps, same situation. We are not at the highs that we have seen for small caps. One of these classic Trump trades, we've basically been hovering around a really tight band, a really tight range, because they have been tracking the betting markets. And the betting markets have been showing again for the past hours that both North Carolina and Georgia would be going to Trump. And that is indeed what the results are showing. The thing that has been under pressure in the currency market, let's be honest, all currencies versus the dollar have been under pressure. But dollar mex, the peso especially, really hurting today. Again, off some of the worst of its lows, the highs of the dollar versus the peso, but still weaker by 2.7%. You have some of the rate differential currencies also hurting, but it's clear that when it comes to trade, that's really getting punished today, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Appreciate the update. Just getting confirmation of this, that Donald Trump, the former president, is on his way to speak. He's on his way to speak.
So I imagine he's going to either declare victory or say victory is within sight and tout these margins that he is performing this evening. And you talked about, Jonathan, the moods are so different. The moods from the Democrats and Republicans sending me messages completely different. The moods from the European ambassadors and the watch party they were having completely different. They're scared now of the walls going up and tariffs. Donald Trump going to speak tonight. Kamala Harris is not going to speak tonight. If you are sitting here just past midnight, Wednesday morning in the United States, and this is the trajectory to get to 270, you'd rather be in Donald Trump's shoes.
Without a doubt. Charles, let's read some tea leaves. What are the tea leaves telling you right now?
Yeah, look, it's not looking good. Although in politics, it's never over till it's over, but it feels a lot like 2016. And, you know, Harris would really have to come from behind now in Philadelphia, in Detroit, and other urban areas. But, you know, I think that this is looking like a Republican sweep. I don't know the House, but I think that it's looking much better for Trump. And I think what it proves, you know, interestingly, is that even if you take away a federal constitutional right that affects 55% of the population, men were more angry in general, more worried about the economy, cost of living, and immigration became bigger issues than literally women's reproductive freedom.
You mentioned Erie County a lot this evening, and for our European audience just waking up, can you explain how important this county is for Pennsylvania and the American electorate?
Well, Erie's just one of those incredibly important bellwether counties that almost always predicts the election outcome. So we've been watching Erie very closely and Northampton most closely, and those actually both have flipped to Trump in the last 5 minutes since we've been on air. So I think that even Pennsylvania looks like it's very much leaning Trump here. I wouldn't be surprised if they call Pennsylvania in the next hour or two.
Wow.
And if they do, it's over.
Wow. Jay, hour and a half ago, you said markets were over their skis. What do you think now?
Well, I think I go back to the old adage. I'm just thinking here, listening and taking it all in. And I think of the old adage, would you rather be right or would you rather make money? And, you know, I've been saying, and we've been saying at TBW.
Are you about to say you got the election wrong, but you got the market call right?
I mean, everybody else is saying,
is that where this is going?
Jump in. I mean, you know, we're here for another 5-10 minutes. Let's just get it out there. Yeah, we've been saying a Democratic, landslide was the term that we've used. And we thought the women vote, the abortion, the youth vote, the ground game, all these things would lead to a different outcome. And so we're probably not going to, it doesn't look like we're going to be right. It's not over, but it doesn't look like we're going to be right there. However, we are fully invested. The markets are up. We have 0 in treasuries, which are getting hammered. So we're making money. And at the end of the day, as an investor, that's what we want to be doing. But, you know, we're going to have to take a look, obviously, at some of our positions and think about what we want to do. I do think, you know, there are some interesting situations developing. One is China, right? It's clear, as Charles said, and we agree, tariffs is where Trump can act unilaterally if he doesn't get the sweep. And people are going to be really freaked out about China. However, in our view, Trump potentially being a president was why China stimulated a couple weeks ago.
And you expect more?
And well, we're right in there having their big meeting right now as we speak, and the results are expected at the end of this week. And if Trump is to win, I feel pretty confident that we're going to see a big stimulus out of China because they realize their export economy is completely hostage to whatever Donald Trump wants to do on tariffs. They have to stimulate domestic demand. And so the Chinese equity market, interestingly enough, could be a very interesting opportunity. And that's something that we do believe in, and we have been there, and we continue to think that things like China Tech are very appealing.
Okay, you've been so generous with your time, we're going to let this go, all right? You're going to stick around. We're going to have one final conversation with you in just a moment. The moods in these two campaigns are very, very different right now. At Trump HQ, they're getting ready to hear from the former president. Over at Harris HQ, the campaign co-chair says you will not hear from the vice president tonight. You will hear from her tomorrow. From New York City, good night.
Times and global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. 246 to Trump, 210 to Harris, and a big lean towards Trump in financial markets worldwide. Small caps higher by 2.5%. In the bond market, yields much higher as well. Two campaign headquarters, two very, very different moods. Bloomberg's Akela Gardner joins us now alongside Tyler Kendall. Tyler, let's start with a good mood. Just describe the mood in that room right now.
Yeah, hey, John, as you said, former President Donald Trump heading over to the Palm Beach Convention Center right now. The mood has absolutely intensified, and I can pinpoint for you the exact moment that happened when North Carolina, that critical battleground state, was called in favor of former President Donald Trump. We heard the biggest applause of the night, and since then, the crowd has only gotten louder, and it has gotten bigger. Behind me now, you heard Anne-Marie earlier this hour allude to some more joyous videos happening of former President Donald Trump dancing. I can confirm that's true. We're seeing people dancing, going around, donning their Make America Great Again gear as they wait for former President Donald Trump to take the stage. At this moment, it looks like standing room only in this room tonight.
That's the mood at the Trump HQ. Akela, are people leaving now, given the fact that we know VP Harris is not going to be speaking this evening?
Well, campaign co-chair, former Congressman Cedric McMinn, just addressed this crowd, and he said that Harris will not be speaking tonight. She'll be speaking tomorrow. But even before he addressed the crowd, people had already started to leave, especially those supporters in the bleachers. The hardcore Harris supporters were really hanging here. But now this crowd is really cleared out of here, and people are starting to narrow hope. Harris's path to victory is looking increasingly slim, and tonight is really a stark difference from the enthusiasm and the crowd sizes that we have really seen define the last couple of weeks of her campaign that many people said have rivaled Donald Trump's rallies. That is a very different mood than what we're seeing right now at the Harris campaign HQ.
They're still playing the music. Akela, Tyler, I wonder for how much longer. To the two of you, thank you. I want to finish with a complex question, a difficult one, which of course is impossible to answer. But Charles, I'm going to throw it at you anyway. What's Joe Biden thinking tonight?
That is a very tough question. I have a feeling that he's going to get a lot of blame from a lot of Democrats for not having stepped out of the race earlier, to have given her a better chance, a longer opportunity to really introduce herself properly to the country. He may also get some blame for not having allowed a real primary to happen. But the finger pointing is going to begin probably in the next couple hours. This isn't over yet, but it's not looking good. There'll be a lot of quarterbacking tomorrow morning.
How will history look back on Joe Biden?
I think they'll look back on history. I think the history books will be relatively kind to Biden because in his one term, he achieved more legislatively than most presidents in modern history. CHIPS, IRA, infrastructure, all of those have been transformational. That's the main reason the economy's done so well. It's the main reason the market has massively outperformed over the last 4 years. He will go down in history as a relatively good president. I think that the stain or the challenge will be the fact that he didn't step out earlier.
Well, you mentioned the CHIPS Act. Jay, earlier this week, we heard from Speaker Johnson. He was asked directly from a reporter. He says he didn't hear the question correctly, but he was speaking as close as you and I are right now. And he said maybe that's on the docket. They'll roll that back. And then he had to go out and say, we're not going to. Are you concerned about things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS, being pulled back, that you have been very bullish on in terms of more production in the United States?
Well, that's been the whole game, right? Bringing production back to the United States, making sure we have semiconductor capacity, making sure we can produce electric vehicles, batteries, all the things that Donald Trump has said he wants to get rid of. And I do believe that in a global competition world where we're competing with Asia and with China, which already has the clean energy space dominating that space, catching up with us on the semiconductor and the AI side, I really do worry about the position of the United States in the global context and what that means for the dollar in particular. I think that the dollar is really, notwithstanding the moves we're seeing right now, that's kind of day to day, but structurally, thematically, strategically, the dollar is the most over-owned asset in the world. Foreigners have never held more dollar assets than they do today. We're looking at blowout deficits. We're looking at a Fed perhaps cornered. And I think there's a real risk that people will say, hey, this is not the growth story we thought it was. This is not America competing with China to lead the world. This is a country that's going backward policy-wise, and therefore we want to sell some of that dollar exposure and buy other things. And I think the dollar is at risk to potentially a large downward move at some point in the next 6 months or so.
You think off the back of the deficit concerns? Because obviously we don't see that right now.
Yeah. Right.
What is it that you think is going to take place in the next few months that will ultimately trigger that?
Well, I think it's things like the tariffs, which the president can implement directly pretty much himself. I do think it's the deficit. I think it's the immigration story, right? If Trump, which he can do a lot immigration-wise, if he really does go after the immigration policy mix that he's talked about in a fully employed economy, that's a problem. Yeah. That is a real problem. And so you repeal the CHIPS Act, you repeal the IRA Act. Most of that money has not yet been dispersed. So it is available to be taken back. And if that's the case, then the story of the U.S. being a global competitor in the AI space goes away, because you need semiconductor chips in order to run the AI.
Well, NVIDIA doesn't disappear overnight. Google's not going anywhere. Neither's Microsoft. Meta's doing pretty well. What's there to worry about?
No. Well, I mean, that there have been great places to be. The challenge is that the U.S. will not be producing them here. And that is, I think, structurally, you're then dependent on places like China, where we don't supposedly want to be dependent on. We're dividing the tech stacks between U.S. taking out China exposure and China taking out U.S. exposure. I think the opportunity is more in the China tech space, bigger tech market, cheaper stocks.
Charles, as we look ahead to tomorrow, you said Pennsylvania could be called the next few hours. So do you expect the blue wall to be done and dusted by Friday morning?
Oh, absolutely. I think Pennsylvania will get called in the next couple hours, and if it goes Trump, I think we're looking at him probably winning Wisconsin, Michigan as well, and it's over. I think we'll know by tomorrow morning, meaning in the next 4 or 5 hours.
Charles, this was fun. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
It's going to be a long night, potentially. I think even longer for the likes of the Democrats. Charles Myers and Jay Pawlowski, to the two of you, thank you. That does it for us. Bloomberg special coverage of Election Night 2024 will continue. Anne-Marie and me will be back with you in about 5 hours' time. 5 hours' time?
Thanks, guys.
About 5 hours' time.
We need some coffee.
Donald J. Trump, 78 years old, from Queens, New York City, the 45th President of the United States. Things can change, but right now on course to become number 47. From New York City, now it is truly from us. Good night.
I prided myself, probably wrongly, having worked in many countries, been brought up as a child in the Middle East and in the Far East, having a mother who was not British, she was Hungarian, she was a survivor from Auschwitz, and I was the son of a Holocaust survivor, and being involved with lots of people, I thought to myself, I know a lot about diversity, and I know about inclusion and not being included. But actually, when I came out, I realized that my level of understanding was not very high. And actually, I could see both the support and the rejection of being different, and what you had to do to live a life where you were different. And I'm immensely pleased that I was outed when I was 60, just under 60. Because had I not been outed, I probably would have said I could stay in the closet and still believe that I knew everything, which I didn't. And that was a very important moment for me.
Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Live from our global headquarters in New York for our Bloomberg TV and radio audience worldwide.
Welcome to continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. We've got a long way to go. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew as we enter the 1 a.m. hour East Coast time. Kaylee, we do have some news. The presidential race has not been called, but the U.S. Senate has been for Republicans. That is one box that we have to check, waiting for what could be days for the House. And Kaylee, I don't know, this could be hours for the president. We've had North Carolina and Georgia, two swing states called for Donald Trump.
And that brings his total electoral vote tally at this time to 246. Remembering 270 are needed to win the presidency. Kamala Harris right now is just at 210. Really, her only potential path to victory runs through Pennsylvania now. It is a much narrower path, and Pennsylvania right now is still too close to call with 90% of the votes counted. Even though it remains too close to call, the markets certainly have begun to place their bets on who the victor will ultimately be here. And we've seen this for the past several hours. It is the Trump trade that is on. That is certainly evidenced in the bond market all throughout the curve. We're up nearly 15 basis points on the 10-year Treasury yield, right around 442. We're up even more. The longer duration, you go up more than 16 basis points on the 30-year. When you look at foreign exchange, it is a stronger dollar across everything in the G10 space. The Bloomberg Dollar Index up by about 1.3%, and a huge move for the Mexican peso, which is weaker against the dollar by nearly 3% as we consider the prospect potentially of tariffs and what could be a Trump administration. Of course, when you look at futures, Joe, they have popped higher. Both S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures higher by about 1.2% at 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Even in the wee hours, we are throwing the full resources of Bloomberg News, Bloomberg TV and radio at our election night coverage. And we want to get down to West Palm Beach, where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is standing by. We presume waiting to hear from Donald Trump. We understand, Tyler, he's on his way to where you are now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Joe, as you mentioned, Bloomberg News confirming that former President Donald Trump is on his way here to the Palm Beach Convention Center. He's expected to take the stage behind me shortly. We've seen the teleprompters go up, so it does appear that we are getting ready for a speech from the former president. The mood in here has absolutely intensified, and I said this last hour, but I can pinpoint for you the moment that the mood shifted in here, and that was when North Carolina, that critical battleground state that we have been following, was called for former President Donald Trump. that since then, the crowd has only gotten bigger. It has only gotten louder. And right now, behind me, it seems to only be standing room in here from former President Donald Trump supporters to hear him speak tonight when he does arrive. So far tonight, we do know that he has been at Mar-a-Lago with some of his closest advisors, according to sources close to that campaign that tell Bloomberg News that some of those names include names that we have been following, like Elon Musk and the Trump co-chair of his transition, Howard Lutnick.
Well, and as we await potential remarks from Donald Trump, it's also worth pointing out that the Harris campaign has said we will not be hearing from Kamala Harris this evening. We will instead hear from her tomorrow. She, of course, is spending her evening, I guess it's morning now, in Washington, D.C., and that's where we find Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. So, Mike, as we consider the potential path for Harris here, it really is narrow. There is one state she must win now, and that is Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is really the key to any Harris hopes for a victory at this point, and it's not looking great. She is trailing, according to returns that AP is trailing at this hour, and she is also behind, according to those same early returns in Michigan and Wisconsin, two other states that make up that blue wall that Democrats have been saying they need to defend in order to be able to keep the presidency in the party's hands. They're also keeping an eye as well on Nevada and Arizona, two of the other swing states that Democrats and Republicans have been vying for. And Arizona also has been looking tight and not in Harris's favor as well.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael Shepard and Tyler Kendall reporting at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much. And for more, we turn to our signature political panel. Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University, and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Obviously, the hour is late. We do not yet know who ultimately will win the presidency. But Rick, the path for Kamala Harris is very narrow. It isn't over until it's over, but how close to over are we?
Well, good morning, Kaylee. It's getting pretty close. All these blue wall states that we were just talking about, Pennsylvania, 220,000 votes separate Trump and Harris right now. Michigan, about the same amount, and Wisconsin, about half that. Hundreds of thousands. Now, the entire election was decided in 2020 by less than 100,000 votes total. So this is a bigger lead than what the Harris campaign would have wanted Donald Trump to have on him at this late hour. Two, good news for Harris is that a number of the urban areas in these states have not reported all their ballots, and she's holding sizable leads in those. So can she catch up? The math says she can, but it's getting increasingly difficult to do that with the math that's still left to play out.
Well, we can just go with what we're hearing from the two campaigns. Donald Trump's about to speak. I think we probably know what he's going to say based on past cycles. Kamala Harris waits till tomorrow. Jeannie, what are we doing here? What does that tell you?
Well, what Cedric Richmond said is they're going to wait and make sure every vote is counted. And so I think that that is a sound way to approach this. We still have a ways to go. But boy, is Donald Trump on track to make history here. I mean, if he pulls this through, and that is a big if, this is the greatest comeback in modern American political history.
Step back, Bill Clinton.
I mean, we have never seen anything like this. And the way that he has overperformed, particularly in blue states and blue counties, is astonishing. So, you know, we still have to wait, obviously, but you look, I keep citing New York and New Jersey, areas that are very blue. He has overperformed 2020. This is after he has gone through what he has gone through, including facing criminal trial and being convicted. So quite a comeback if this follows through.
Well, Jeannie, as you raise New York, that, of course, is one of the states that the majority of the House is likely to run through. California, you could say the same, which reminds us the balance of power in Congress is also up for grabs as we speak. And in these same blue wall states we're talking about, waiting to find results from the presidential race, in each of them, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the Republican candidate for Senate is leading. As you talk about Trump outperforming in blue areas as well, are we faced with a higher than expected likelihood of not just a Republican-controlled Senate, which we know already, but potentially they keep hold of the House as well?
It is possible. I still think the Democrats can pull through in the House. We don't know. So you were mentioning, Kayleigh, these races in New York. I mean, New York's polls closed at 9 p.m. yesterday, and we are still waiting on some of these key races. The difficulty for Republicans in the House was that they overperformed in 2022, and now they're defending themselves in reliably blue areas. But to your point, given Donald Trump's overperformance, it is possible. I still think, I'm going to hold out hope, but I still think that the Democrats could take the House. And then Donald Trump and a blue Senate are facing Hakeem Jeffries, and, it's going to be divided government.
So are we going to be in a world at the end of this long, strange campaign where Kamala Harris loses the blue wall but wins Arizona?
Potentially. It's a very close race there, just 12,000 votes separating her and Donald Trump. A lot of votes still coming out of Maricopa County, almost half.
Yeah.
She's running a slight lead in Maricopa County. Usually whoever wins Maricopa County wins the state. So that still potentially could happen. But look, I mean, if Donald Trump sweeps the blue wall states, that's an asterisk in this story. What this story will be is an overwhelming victory by Donald Trump tonight.
Well, and we're, of course, getting more polling in from Nevada, which was late to do it. We had some delays in the vote tally there, but 75% of the votes are now in, and Donald Trump is leading there, too, by a little more than 3%, 50.9% to 47.5% right now. Rick, as you raised this suggestion that we could potentially, if he wins the blue wall and holds on to the lead he currently has in Nevada and Arizona, win every one of the swing states we were talking about, when we were talking about being at a dead heat across them. Once again, for potentially the third cycle in a row, we've miscalculated Donald Trump.
That's right. We've been talking about this for quite some time, but there's polling error, right? And polling error in 2016 was 4 points. In other words, Donald Trump's polls were 4 points less accurate than his actual vote. And then in 2020, the pollsters got a little bit better and, cut it down to about 2%. I'm not sure we improved over that. I think you're seeing today not just a significant sweep by Donald Trump potentially, but he's even leading in the popular vote, right? And this is something that I don't think the Trump campaign had really contemplated. Jeannie was talking about earlier how he's improved his standing even in urban areas of New York City. Clearly, he's starting to rack up better margins. Even though he's losing California, New York, Massachusetts, he's doing better in them, cutting back on the losses that he would have otherwise taken in the popular vote.
Absolutely fascinating moment we're in. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino will stick with us, our signature panel. Kayleigh Lyons, I guess Wall Street may have had this figured out all along.
Well, Wall Street thought they figured it out just about 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. Basically, stocks up, yields up, and the dollar up. Right now, S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures each up a little more than 1 percentage point. And you're seeing a big move in the Treasury market. Yields higher all across the curve, including for the 10-year yield, which is up 15 basis points, just shy of 442. In the FX market, you are seeing a stronger dollar against everything in G10, but a big move specifically for the Mexican peso, weaker against the dollar by more than 3 percentage points. And I would just add for good measure, if we're talking currencies, cryptocurrencies on the move as well. Bitcoin up 8%, trading at a fresh record high of $74,000 and roughly $700. So the markets are trading for Trump here. But it's, of course, still not over and still ahead. We'll take a closer look at the state of Arizona and the voter behavior behind this evening, or I guess this morning's vote. It's all blending together. All I know is Samara Klar of the University of Arizona is next on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
up-to-the-minute business news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Herder in Ukraine, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
I'm Professor Hannah Fry, mathematician and writer. In this series, I will meet the companies, people, and pioneers transforming the world.
It's like the Jetsons meets the Flintstones.
Whatever future you dream of, if it affects us, I will explore it. The future is coming.
Season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Thanks for sharing part of your election now morning after with us as we turn our attention to the battleground state of Arizona. To be clear, very few battleground states, swing states have been called yet. We have North Carolina, we have Georgia. Big questions about the count in Arizona now. Bloomberg's Brendan Case joins us from Phoenix. What do you know, Brendan?
Well, in a nutshell, we've learned a lot about Arizona the last 3 hours, but there's still a lot we don't know. Let me just walk you through some numbers. At the state level, you've got Trump with a very, very small advantage with about half of the votes cast. That's not that different from his performance 4 years ago when he lost the state by a very, very small amount. Then you take a look at Maricopa County, which is, you know, the biggest county by far, big bellwether. You've got Kamala Harris up by about 2 percentage points at the moment. Again, though, only about half of the votes have been tallied. They've still got something like 700,000 votes to get through. We could be getting more information overnight and into tomorrow. There's still a lot in the race in Arizona that could change. Farther down the ballot, it's not all bad news for the Democrats. You've got Ruben Gallego, who is ahead pretty comfortably at this point, up above Kari Lake, his Republican opponent for a Senate seat. There's a couple House races that the Democrats have at least a chance of maybe flipping. And there was also a referendum on abortion, adding abortion rights to the state constitution that appears poised to pass. Again,
well,
all of this
in fact,
is based on
Brendan,
about
just to
half
jump
of the
in here,
returns.
2 networks have now said that abortion rights measure has passed in Arizona. Both ABC and NBC reporting that ballot measure has indeed been approved by voters. Just give us a sense here as we wait to see if Arizona ultimately is even going to make a difference in the total electoral decision of who gets to 270 or not. How long it could take to get to that 100% vote count, knowing roughly half of it only is in?
Well, in Maricopa County, for example, they were saying yesterday that it could take a day, it could take 2 days, could be more. At this point, it seems like they've gotten, you know, a pretty good start with the early voting that they had, and you know, without making any predictions, it seems like you're talking maybe 24 hours, maybe 48. Before you can get something like enough information to really make a call here in Arizona.
All right, Bloomberg's Brendan Case live in Phoenix. Thank you so much. And joining us now with more from Arizona is Samara Klar. She is professor of political science at the University of Arizona, also co-author of the book Partisan Hostility and American Democracy. Samara, obviously, as we just heard from Brendan, it may be some time before we know who won Arizona. But when we break the headline again that the abortion rights measure on the ballot there has passed, according to multiple networks, what does that make you think about the likely prospects for Kamala Harris in that state?
Well, we always knew that this abortion ballot measure could help Harris or could help Trump. It could help Harris by mobilizing voters who are pro-choice. We know that the measure was more mobilizing for pro-choice voters than for pro-life voters. On the other hand, it did allow Republicans to both vote for Trump and also express their support for abortion rights separately on another measure. So, it could go either way in that sense. Now, typically when abortion is on a ballot, it does help Democratic candidates, and it may have indeed helped Harris in this case. Arizona is a state that has more Republicans than Democrats. We've got about a 6 percentage point advantage for Republicans when you look at registration data, and these two candidates are still locked in essentially a dead heat. Either could come out on top. At this point, we don't know.
We have a breaking news headline as the Associated Press calls the first in the nation primary state of New Hampshire, a primary that Kamala Harris was not involved in for the vice president. Those 4 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris. Samara, I just want you to back off this whole thing and reflect on everything that we have seen tonight. We've been talking to you for over a year about the outcome of this election. What would you call the state of affairs at this moment?
Well, we knew from the polls that this was going to be an incredibly close race. And if you're looking at each state independently, it is an incredibly close race. I think the polls are actually quite accurate in this case. We knew that there was going to be 7 states with very, very close races. We have those 7 states. It may end up that Trump wins every single one of them by a small margin. And you know what? That was something we saw as possible going into this thing.
Well, and as we consider margins here, just looking at New Hampshire, which Harris has won by fewer points than Biden won in 2020, that does seem to be a pattern we are seeing throughout this evening, Samara, underperformance of what we saw from Joe Biden 4 years ago. Given your work, and we mentioned you are a co-author of a book specifically about partisan hostility, when we think about some of the rhetoric that has defined this election campaign, the idea that Donald Trump has been cast first by Joe Biden, then as Kamala Harris as a threat to democracy, as someone who is unfit to serve. If he ultimately is the one who gets to 270 at some point here, whenever that is, what does that say about the way in which Americans feel about hostility?
Well, we know that a growing percentage of both Democrats and Republicans really dislike and distrust members of the out party. There's a substantial portion of Americans who don't, of course. Not all Americans hate out partisans by any stretch of the imagination. But the percent of Democrats and Republicans who really don't like out partisans has grown. And what I find in my research, which you just referenced, is that as you increasingly dislike the out party, you become more likely to toe your own party line. You become less likely to stray from what your political leaders are telling you to do. And that may be what we're seeing here. As we see growing animosity between these two groups of partisans, they're more likely to support their party ticket regardless who's on top of it.
It's great to have you back, Professor Samara Klar of the University of Arizona, with the clutch analysis at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Special coverage continues on Bloomberg. Coming up, Republicans winning control of the Senate. We're going to discuss the state of the congressional race in California. It's going to take some time, but could decide who controls the House of Representatives. It's next on special coverage this election night, now morning on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. Now election morning. It's 1:23 a.m. East Coast time. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg World Headquarters here in New York. As we turn to the news at hand, we are watching numbers change here across the battleground states, but only 2 so far have been called for this presidential contest and for Donald Trump. Both North Carolina and Georgia. We're waiting for the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, not to mention Arizona. We can go further out west, Arizona and Nevada for that matter. And of course, we're watching the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Republicans taking control of the Senate. Big questions about what happens in the House. Remembering the conventional wisdom was Democrats taking the chamber, but we've seen some conventional wisdom turned upside down this evening. For more on the congressional race in the state of California, we're joined by Bloomberg's Sarah McGregor in L.A. Sarah, it's great to see you. This is the big prize for the House, 52 seats. Where's it going to go?
Well, anything goes, I think, at this point with the House. I think it's really interesting being in California. You know, obviously, polls closed here just a couple hours ago. Within a minute, it was called for Kamala Harris. You know, she's a lot of support here, obviously, for the Democrats. It's her home state where she lives right now, L.A. She got a lot of celebrity endorsements. There was no surprise there. Adam Schiff, of course, won Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat. He's the Democrat, beat Steve Garvey, the Republican, handily. But the real question is, where will some of these key House races go for the Democrats? And right now, some of the early votes that are coming in from AP for the 5 most watched seats, which were Republican seats that were toss-ups by the Cook Political Report. And it looks like about 3 of 5 of them right now are leaning Democrat, for the Democrats to flip in their favor. So that's, you know, a little glimmer of hope there for the House and the Democrats.
Well, and as we watch those 5 seats, it is possible, right, Michelle, that actually we do know the House majority before we get those 5 necessarily, considering that there were more than 20 House seats that we were watching? Or could we really have to wait until December or whenever, when California finishes the tally?
Yes, California is a little notorious for taking its time sometimes to count ballots. I think there's a lot of mail-in votes here that definitely add to that wait time. You know, it depends. We've been surprised tonight, I think, at some of the races and how tight things have gone all along in this race. So, you know, I would just say basically anything's on the table at this point. And if it does come down to California, again, there's that tiny glimmer of hope right now of some seats being flipped, and another one being Katie Porter's seat. Of course, she was running for California Senate, was unsuccessful in doing so, but she did give up that House seat. And it does look like Dave Min, the Democrat, will take that. So again, that's just another you know, another small kind of victory on the way as we look at the tally for the House.
All right, Bloomberg's Sarah McGregor out in California. Thank you so much. We do not know who controls the House yet. We know the Republicans have won the Senate, and we don't know who will be president of the United States. But this market does seem to have already placed its bets. Stocks up, yields up, and the dollar up. Right now, S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures each up about 1.4%. The 10-year yield 14 basis points higher at 441, and it is a stronger dollar at nearly 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Joe.
Coming up as part of our special election night coverage, we are standing by to hear from Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. We'll bring you there when he speaks, with much more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
European countries need to think, do you want to compete as a small country or do you want to compete as Europe? I don't think they have a choice because the US and China have already started the race. And Europe needs to follow. There isn't a European company in the top 20 largest firms in the world. That is a problem.
But what does it mean for individual countries within Europe?
You can have more control and less growth, or you can have less control and more growth. If countries trust each other more and they build more European champions rather than each country having its own national champion, growth is going to be better, productivity growth is going to be better, the welfare is going to be better. But there is going to be less control at the national level. So right now, each European country wants to have its own telecom company, its own couple of large banks,
Its own bank.
its own large energy companies. And the question is, are you willing to surrender some of this control to European firms, which are going to be more productive, but you are going to have less control at the national level?
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of Election Night 2024, live from Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York on both TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. It is 1:30 a.m. Wednesday on the East Coast, and right now the presidential race remains too close to call. Donald Trump having won 247 electoral votes at this point, at least that's what is projected, to just 217 for Kamala Harris. But for any Harris victory at this point, it would have to run through the state of Pennsylvania. That is literally the only way she could make it to the 270 votes needed to win the Electoral College. And Pennsylvania right now, Joe, is still very, very tight, too close to call. 92% of the votes are in. Trump has 51.2% of those. Harris just 47.8%. It is a very narrow path for her. And right now, the financial markets are betting on a Trump victory.
That's right. If you are just joining us, if you're just emerging from your slumber to find out what's happening, an interesting set of developments here as Donald Trump makes his way to the convention center in West Palm Beach, where he does expect to speak at any moment. We'll bring you there. You can see, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV, the stage is set, the podium set up with the American flag backdrop, and some very happy people are there looking forward to what they hope is going to be a declaration of victory. He doesn't have the numbers yet officially, but Kamala Harris has chosen not to speak tonight. Important noting that she was going to be joining the nation from Howard University, Kaylee, her alma mater, in Washington, D.C. They had set the stage there, too, and supporters had been waiting for hours. Apparently, they will not be hearing from her until tomorrow, which gives us a bit of a sense of where we're going here.
Yeah, again, Kamala Harris only has 214 electoral votes right now, 270 needed to win, and a very difficult path for her to get there based off of what we're seeing right now, although still it is too close to call in all three of the blue wall states. So joining us now for more is Lonnie Chen. He is fellow in American Public Policy Studies at the Hoover Institution, also an alum of the Romney campaign of 2012. Lonnie, thanks for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It does seem that the market has made up its mind. Futures up, the dollar up, yields up. The Trump trade is on. It is still too close to call technically, but what is your feeling here at 1:30 a.m. Eastern time?
Well, my feeling is I'd much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. And I think if you look across those blue wall states that Kamala Harris has to have now to win the presidency, it's going to be tough because her margins in key areas, key parts of these states that she needed to win is not nearly as significant as it was for Joe Biden 4 years ago. So you look at Philadelphia, you look at Milwaukee, you look at Detroit, the three major urban areas in these three states. In all three of those places, we are seeing margins from the vice president that are not as significant as margins that President Biden had in 2020. So that really tells the whole story. You look a little closer at Philadelphia, you realize that in some of those northern parts of the city of Philadelphia, which have high Hispanic populations, Donald Trump is doing very well. And so he's been able to move his margin with Hispanics, with blacks, and I think that explains a lot of what we're seeing this evening.
Lonnie, tell me what this says about the Republican Party that once chose Mitt Romney as its standard bearer. How would you describe its station in the political universe tonight?
Well, it's not your father's Republican Party. It's certainly not the same Republican Party we saw from just about a decade ago. It is a Republican Party that has constituted around a very different coalition of voters. And one questions how much of this, by the way, is specific to Donald Trump versus a broader realignment with the Republican Party. That's something we're going to have to see. I think it's pretty Trump specific, if I'm being honest with you. I think that a lot of the support that we're seeing from these populations that have not voted Republican in a long time, union households, great example, union households traditionally break for Democrats 60 to 70% to 30% for Republicans. We're seeing 50-50 with union households in Michigan tonight. So I just don't know that kind of coalition goes beyond Donald Trump. I guess we'll see over the next couple of years as there's a fight over who will be the standard bearer beyond Donald Trump. And J.D. Vance has a great head start on that, obviously being the potential vice president-elect. So we'll see. But it's a very unique coalition, certainly not one that looks anything like the Republican coalition from when I was growing up and actively involved in presidential politics.
Well, Lonnie, you're joining us this evening from California. We were just speaking with Bloomberg reporter Sarah McGregor out there, who reminded us that it may take some time to figure out who won the House races in California. And of course, the path to the majority might run through that state, New York, as well. How should we consider, as we face down the prospect of a potential Trump victory, the kind of check a blue House of Representatives could provide if Democrats are able to pull it out?
Well, it would be interesting because the House is the majoritarian body in the U.S. Congress. Essentially, if you've got the majority, you can do whatever you want. And so they can send all sorts of stuff to the Senate and it won't get to Trump, but they can send it to the Senate that will put Republicans in tough positions from a messaging perspective. From a substantive perspective, not a whole lot you can do with one chamber being the House. The Senate's the more valuable chamber in a lot of ways because you have to deal with nominations and approving the president's nominations and also some foreign policy matters that run more through the Senate as well. So I do tend to think that it will be a win for the Democrats to have at least one chamber. We'll see where California goes. As you note, we've got probably 4 or 5 pretty close congressional races we're going to be watching very carefully. And given how slowly we count votes in California, we might not know for a few weeks. But that will be dispositive in terms of who controls the House.
Pretty interesting to watch this occur at this hour, Lonnie. Donald Trump is expected to talk this morning at some point, as we mentioned, in West Palm Beach. What's he going to say? What do you want to hear?
Well, I think he's going to declare victory in one form or another, even though, as you note, there are a number of states that are still, pretty close. I think the pathway for Kamala Harris is exceedingly narrow. So I think he's going to claim victory. He's going to talk about maybe a little bit of what his vision is for the next 4 years. Who knows? We might get a surprise. Maybe he's even picked a Secretary of State or Secretary of the Treasury already. It might be a little early for that. But we'll certainly hear from him in the next couple of days what a Trump administration will shape up to be. This Trump administration will be very different from the first one. These guys are ready to roll. In 2016, really, I don't think anybody expected the Trump campaign to be successful. This time around, it's very different. They've got personnel. They've got a list of things that the president will want to do in the first 100 days. And those are all things that we're taking a very close look at because this is going to be a very different scenario than we found the Trump campaign in and the Trump transition in 8 years ago.
Lonnie, just quickly before we let you go, as you raise the prospect of a potential Secretary of State or Treasury pick, keeping in mind he has not yet won the presidency, but do you have any idea of who you think those people will be?
It would just be blind speculation, but obviously there are folks that have been talked about for both of those slots who I think would be tremendously capable. We'll see who he goes with, but certainly in foreign policy, the names that have been thrown out there by and large are very strong picks, and I think will reflect a view of the world that will be a mixture of the Trump view as well as some of the more traditional Republican points of view on issues, for example, relating to Europe and some other parts of the world.
Lonnie, it's great to have you. Lonnie Chen of the Hoover Institution with us as part of our special election coverage here. Election 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Now at 1:38 a.m. Eastern Time, we still don't have calls on Pennsylvania, official calls, Michigan, Wisconsin, but Wall Street's acting like it's done.
Yeah, in fact, we're at session highs right now. When you look at equity futures, the S&P 500 futures right now up by about 1.6%. NASDAQ 100 futures up by about 1.5%. And we can't go without focusing on the small caps. That has been a critical part of the so-called Trump trade. And the Russell 2000 futures are ripping right now, up more than 3%. You're seeing big moves in other asset classes as well, including in the bond market where yields are higher. That's basically all you need to know, but it is higher by quite some degree. On the 10-year yield, we're up 15 basis points. 442 is where we trade. And in FX, the Bloomberg Dollar Index has just hit a one-year high. You're seeing the dollar stronger against everything in G10 and especially stronger against the Mexican peso, which is weaker by more than 3 percentage points. The losses for the euro now have hit about 2% against the dollars. The foreign markets are watching what potentially could come of tariffs if Donald Trump indeed wins the presidency. We're not there yet. We're continuing to watch the count come in, so stay with us for more on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at World Headquarters in New York. We've made our way into the 1 o'clock hour a.m. Eastern Time, with results being closely watched not only here but around the world, including China. And joining us now, Bloomberg's Stephen Engel in Shanghai. Stephen, this presidential race has not been called, but it's certainly leaning in one direction. What are you seeing where you are?
Well, I'm at the China International Import Expo, one of the largest trade fairs that China has. The premier was speaking yesterday. He was talking about the rise of protectionism and unilateralism. He didn't mention the United States, but on the eve of the U.S. vote, it was clear he was mentioning indirectly the United States. And of course, Donald Trump has at least proposed an across-the-board tariff of 60% on all Chinese imports into the United States. And that's going to affect a lot of the people here in the booths behind me. I'm at the USDA, the Department of Agriculture booths at the CIIE, including California wines. Believe me, the bottles of wine have already been opened and they are drinking. Back behind them is Idaho Grains and Pulses. And I heard one of the persons there manning the counter. He was asked by a Chinese media about the election and who was better for his business. He says, if Harris or Trump, we're still going to do business. But keep in mind, that's a big tax on products coming from China, across the board 60%. And I talked to the American Chamber of Commerce Shanghai chairman. He said, look, it looks as though American companies are going to have to be prepared for a longer tariff era, regardless of Harris or Trump in the White House. Because keep in mind, Joe, the Biden administration, they did not remove any of the tariffs that Trump imposed, $360 billion US worth of goods from China, and they added to them as well, including export controls on sensitive semiconductor and computer products.
Well, that's an excellent point, Stephen. Of course, it becomes a question of scale as Donald Trump is talking about significantly larger tariffs that could be potentially much more economically damaging to both China and the U.S. With that in mind, is there a feeling in China that that could actually mean more domestic stimulus comes?
Yeah, that's right. There's a big reason why the National People's Congress, which is essentially the legislature of China, the all-powerful standing committee of that body, has been meeting this week in Beijing. They usually have that meeting at the end of October. They delayed it. We're going to get a meeting ended on Friday, and we're likely to get a stimulus number of fiscal stimulus. And there's a lot of speculation that they've waited to see the results of this election to see where that fiscal stimulus, trillions, potentially trillions of dollars of stimulus, where that will go. Exporters are going to be hurt further, potentially, by a rise of tariffs, no doubt. And they are really hedging their bets that perhaps if Donald Trump does come back as the results are coming in right now, that there's going to need to be more aid for exporters here at a time of persistent deflation, industrial overcapacity, a slowing Chinese economy. So absolutely, all eyes are watching that U.S. election results. In fact, state media has been keeping quiet until today. Front page articles saying, calling the American election unprecedented chaos and money-burning display. They're kind of bringing out the knives right now to attack American democracy. We'll see what they have to say tomorrow.
All right, Bloomberg, Stephen Engel, live in Shanghai. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York, where we're joined by our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino. So while around the world they do seem to be bracing for a second Trump presidency, Jeannie, it is not yet a done deal. Kamala Harris has 214 electoral votes, Donald Trump 247. It all, though, is going to run through the state of Pennsylvania. 94% of the votes are in, and Donald Trump is up by 3 points. Jeannie, do you see any way that Kamala Harris pulls this out?
There is a way still, but it is, as you mentioned, increasingly narrow, and it all goes through the Keystone State. It's something we said over and over again, and I think in the aftermath, if she does indeed lose this thing, a lot of questions are going to be asked, including why didn't she choose the very popular governor of Pennsylvania as her running mate? Why did she go instead with the governor of Minnesota? But I suppose there's a lot of time for that after we have a decision.
Hindsight, no doubt. It'll be quite the unpacking of this campaign. But just as we sit here now, Rick, think of the evolution we've gone through just in the past couple of days, thinking it would take a week for us to know who would be president. I'm not going to suggest who's about to win here, but it seems like we're going to get a call imminently. How were we so far off on that?
Yeah, first of all, shout out to all the election workers who took their time and felt pretty threatened by some of the press and local people who thought that they were in part, responsible for losses that Donald Trump had in 2020. So great job. To the people who have done this. It's really quite commendable. There's been a lot of changes over the last 4 years to improve the timing of the count, and I think this is proof that worked. So I think that's one of the things that we'll take away from this election is how well run the presidential race was and all the down ballot races. That being said, these are pretty insurmountable numbers we're seeing now. I mean, a couple 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania and Michigan, 150,000 in Wisconsin. I don't think there's enough left on the table to overcome that. I would anticipate that if these margins hold up, this is not the kind of situation what we had in 2020 where some of these states were literally just a few thousand votes different between the winner and the loser. So this is a definitive win if they hold up in the blue wall and other states like Georgia and North Carolina. They aren't close. Donald Trump was able to establish early leads and hold them. And I think it's a commendable approach that the Trump campaign took to really double down on their base. That's where his improvement came. It came in the rural counties of America, really focused on white working class families who felt like they had not benefited from the Biden administration. So there'll be a lot of, sort of slicing and dicing, but I think this is a definitive win by Donald Trump if all this holds.
Yeah, and of course, we are still waiting to see if Donald Trump does indeed win Pennsylvania or any other of these battlegrounds. Only two have been called, Jeannie. Georgia and North Carolina both called for Donald Trump, 32 electoral votes with them combined. But just by simple math, Kamala Harris cannot win at this point without winning the state of Pennsylvania. We had been having conversations, to Joe's point, just in recent days about momentum Harris was experiencing, specifically with women in America. This could potentially be twice now that a female has been a major party nominee and not won the presidency. As Hillary Clinton talked about in 2016, that highest glass ceiling not shattered. What at the end of the day will we have learned about the power of the female electorate or not in this country?
I think that I hope this doesn't speak to the fact that it's going to be a long time before a woman has another chance at this. But I think the reality is the fundamentals were all working against the Democrats in this race. Number one, a very unpopular president at the top. Dissatisfaction amongst Americans, 2-1. They are not happy about the direction of the country. It's all about the economy, and with the inflation we've had, costs and everything else. And as we look around the world, incumbents this year have had a really tough time. So I think this speaks less to the issue of gender and more to the fact that people in the United States looked around, they were unhappy, dissatisfied, and quite frankly felt that they were not having their lives economically and otherwise secured by the leadership in this country. And so they are looking for a change. So from that perspective, not unexpected.
Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, thank you for the insights as always. They'll stick with us, Kaylee, as we watch the market reaction to this unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, the market seems to have made up its mind. The Trump trade is on. S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures each up more than 1.5%. Treasury yields are higher. We're now at session highs on the 10-year yield, up 18 basis points to 444. The dollar is stronger. In fact, the strongest in a year on the Bloomberg Dollar Index. Bitcoin is ripping higher. The peso and the euro are weaker as we stare down the prospect of tariffs. But again, it is not over, Joe. The presidency has not been called at this time.
But we are going to be hearing from Donald Trump, likely imminently. We'll bring you his remarks live and unfiltered here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, as we're now just over an hour away from European markets opening, as votes are still being counted here in the U.S. We do not have a call in the presidential race, but Donald Trump is set to speak shortly, having had a pretty good night so far, and Kamala Harris has postponed her address to supporters until tomorrow. We're seeing a live view of the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the stage is set for Donald Trump. And joining us now is Bloomberg's opening trade anchor, Kriti Gupta. Kriti, it's great to see you. Good morning. How's this being viewed in Europe?
Well, Joe, Kaylee, this, of course, has international repercussions, and a lot of the issues that may be dominating the domestic agenda, it's a very different set of issues dominating the international one. A lot of that showing up in the currency market already, especially when it comes to the story of defense and when it comes to the story of tariffs. That's where Europe is kind of stuck in the middle of basically two major superpowers. And Joe, Kaylee, that's the conversation that people are having across Europe. Simply this idea of what does this mean in terms of additional aid to Ukraine? What does this mean in terms of kind of continued spending in terms of NATO? Also, what does it mean in terms of the tariffs, not just with China, but in terms of tariffs for Europe as well? Remember, there are quotas right now in place over steel when it comes to Europe, quotas that have really been putting on ice for the next administration, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, to decide whether or not those tariffs that were formerly put in under the Trump administration will actually stick. Those worries, those jitters, all that showing up in the currency markets, the commodity markets, and certainly in the equity markets this morning.
To what extent, Kriti, for all of those markets, does the balance of power of Congress matter as well? As you raise the prospect, for example, of what's going on abroad in the war in Ukraine and the idea of whether or not funding from the U.S. to Ukraine will continue, that will ride on the power of the House and Senate. How's that being viewed?
It's being viewed with a ton of caution, Kaylee, not just in terms of defense spending, as you lay out, but also in terms of the deficit. And that's where you're really seeing those jitters show up in the bond market. I'm sure you and Joe have been covering this all night long, but this idea that you are seeing a almost 15 basis point move in the long end of the curve is that deficit story that's also concerning a lot of investors internationally. This idea that the deficit ceiling gets hit January 10th, 10 days later, the new president gets inaugurated. That means that Congress's hands are kind of tied in terms of dealing with this fiscal deficit. In addition to your point around the spending story, around the tariff story, the jitters are certainly there. And again, you're seeing it show up in the long end. Of course, European and Asian traders have been really trying to play this market, trying to navigate this market in a lot of ways. You can see it show up in the bond story, showing up in the dollar certainly, and selling Europe, selling Asia seems to be the trade of the morning.
All right, Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta, thank you so much. As we're seeing, obviously, a powerful market reaction to what has already taken place here in the U.S. as it's approaching 2 a.m. Eastern time. We would remind you this race has not yet been called. The scores as they stand right now, Kamala Harris 214 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 248. 270 are needed to win the presidency, and no one has achieved that number yet. Back with us for more now as we await expected remarks from Donald Trump down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Florida, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zano. So, Jeannie, while we are expecting we will hear from Donald Trump and could very well hear him declaring victory before we firmly know that yet, we know we will not be hearing tonight or this morning, at least for the time being, from Kamala Harris. She is choosing not to address her supporters at this time. And for all of the talk on this campaign trail about democracy, about accepting the results of an election, about the idea of concessions, while she has nothing to concede at this point, the race has not been called. Is it a mistake for her not to speak?
No, I think it makes sense. You know, Cedric Richmond came out and said they are going to wait for the votes to be counted, and that's what they should do. And then if they think that there is a question or they are extremely close, they have every right, as Donald Trump did in 2020, to legally challenge those. But after that, in a democracy, once you go through those challenges, you concede the race. So it's still early. The race hasn't been called. I think it makes sense for her to wait. But after that, if she can't challenge because she's not within the state laws to do that, she should concede. And, you know, at this point, as the path narrows, that could happen as early as tomorrow morning, which is not unlike what happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton.
Rick Davis, bring us inside this moment we're about to witness in West Palm Beach. It seems that Donald Trump is going to speak a little later than first indicated, and the people in the room don't seem to mind. They're having a great time. We saw people wait 18 hours to witness a rally yesterday. This is an important moment for the campaign. You've helped to plan events like this before, whether it be a victory or concession speech. This is the moment that will go down in history. How's this campaign going to handle it?
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting because, one, what kind of speech are they going to write for the former president?
Will he read it?
And will it be a focus on unity? Will it be a focus on, you know, bringing together the country at a time when it's been splintered apart by a very divisive presidential campaign? And then, as you say, Joe, will he pay any attention to what's on the teleprompter? It's a good question. You know, we could have Donald Trump unhinged or Donald Trump very focused tonight. I would say I'm a little disappointed in Vice President Harris not addressing her audience. One, she just let it filter away. There was no real explanation as to what was going on, which I thought, you know, was not really a great thing to do for your supporters who gathered there, who, you know, fought hard for her election. Two, she really needs to think through what would be a challenge. I mean, there's no reported irregularities in this election. I mean, this is an election that has been incredibly well run. And so, you know, if you're going to take it to court, what are you going to take to court? Just your disappointment? That's not a legal challenge. I think that we need to get beyond this notion that somehow we have to litigate elections and hold them open as long as we can. I mean, you know, John McCain gave one of the most important concession speech in modern political history in 2008, where, you know, he stood before his supporters and said, "I lost, and it's important that we respect the transfer of peaceful transfer of power." Yeah. And that sealed the beginnings of the Obama administration. And why in the world wouldn't you look at these results that are on the table now and either wait for a network designation of a win, but plan on making that statement as soon as possible. The country's institutions need to be rehabilitated, and only through those kinds of actions will that happen.
Well, Jeannie, as Rick makes an excellent point about the potential legal challenges or not that we could see in the aftermath, we have spent months talking about the potential for litigation in the days that follow November 5th, potentially all the way up until January 20th, when whoever wins will be inaugurated. Is it possible that that won't materialize at all, that there will not be challenges to the outcome of this vote?
I think it's actually likely that that is not going to happen this time. As Rick mentioned, unless there is something to challenge and it's within the state laws, you know, many of these states, they all have different laws. Many say if you're within a certain percentage or a certain amount of vote, you have a right to ask for a recount, or there'll be an automatic recount, or if there was some malfeasance we don't know about yet, absolutely she could challenge the count. But it doesn't look likely. I mean, We're still very early, but it doesn't look likely at this point. And I think she will concede at that point, and she absolutely should concede. And I would hope that had Donald Trump been in this position, he would have as well. Although, given his rhetoric, I'm not sure we can be confident of that. But she should absolutely, as should anybody. Somebody's always going to lose these things, and you've got to concede the loss when it happens.
Well, so much for declaring victory, I should say, early. Rick Davis, do we think Donald Trump's actually waiting for these blue wall states to be called?
You know, it's not totally clear to me what would be holding up the train, moving into the convention center there in Palm Beach, but he very well could. Typically, you would wait to be determined a victor. There's only one state that has to.
Be the most normal moment of this campaign.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, look, I think there's one thing we got to take a step back, as Jeannie was saying, is like, we haven't seen the tumult around this election, either before the voting began, where we thought we'd see a lot of nuisance suits. There was a little effort at that about a month out, and it all resolved itself very quickly. We didn't see the protests and disruptions at the polling places that we had anticipated might occur, and we haven't seen any disruption, in election day activity, and not a whole lot of complaining by Donald Trump and his forces about anything being stolen. There's some tweeting that happened early on in the election, but that's just working a ref by my estimation. So the reality is we should be celebrating a very successful election in the United States, one that a lot of countries and a lot of people domestically thought wasn't even going to happen. So so far, I think that this election is actually starting to look like a traditional presidential election, and the candidate would likely wait until the last state before going to 270 was called, and it's kind of inappropriate to do otherwise. And so I'm sure President Trump is very impatient and would like to get out and address his crowd. They're all looking at the monitors, still sitting there waiting to go, right? But when you're going to receive good news, you want to stay all night long. When you're not going to receive good news, you're thinking about, well, maybe it's time to get some sleep.
Well, Rick, as we consider Donald Trump probably thinking he has more good news than bad at this point, he could potentially here win the presidency with the knowledge that he also has the Senate along with him. That has already been called for Republicans. The House, though, as we have mentioned repeatedly this evening, may not be the case. It could take a long time to figure out who won the House. So when he gets up at that podium and wants to make a bunch of promises to the American people about what a second term for him could look like, how should we expect to see restraint showing up if it is a blue House? What realistically will he not be able to achieve?
Yeah, it's hard to tell what he wants to achieve. If you believe what he has said during the campaign, there are trillions of dollars in tax breaks that he's going to want to try and implement. He's going to have to determine what he wants to do with his existing tax cuts that he put into effect in 2017. They expire at the end of next year, and so something has to be done. There'll be probably an effort to find some common ground around a tax reform initiative that they can get through the House, because the House will have a big say as to whether or not any of that happens. He's going to have budget issues as soon as he gets into office. And there are quite a few Republicans who want to change the approach that we've had to budgeting. So I think that there are going to be a lot of fiscal issues relevant. And then, of course, he's going to be putting together a brand new administration. So the House kind of takes a second seat.
Rick, I'm just going to interrupt you because a red headline has just crossed the terminal. According to multiple networks, Donald Trump has won the battleground state of Pennsylvania, and therefore the 19 electoral votes that go with it. That eliminates any potential path Kamala Harris would have had to 270 electoral votes, and therefore the presidency. 3 battlegrounds have been called on this election, what is now morning. North Carolina, Georgia, and now Pennsylvania called for Donald Trump by multiple networks. That would mean that he becomes the 47th president of the United States, Joe.
That's right, and we're going to apparently be hearing from him shortly. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where this news just came up on the big screens. Of course, they've been high-fiving for some time there. Tyler, what's it like in the room?
Yeah, hey Joe, when this happened, a huge eruption of applause from the crowd here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Rick alluded to it previously that former President Donald Trump might be antsy to get out here. I can say that the crowd is in good spirits, but definitely waiting for him to come and address them. The teleprompters have been set up. We'll have to see what former President Trump does have to say. I just want to quickly give a little bit of context to how we might have gotten to this point. All week, actually all year leading up to this election, we have been talking about how the economy was the top issue for American voters in this election. Going into tonight, our latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll showing us that former President Donald Trump was leading Vice President Kamala Harris by 5 percentage points when it came to likely voters in these critical battleground states' confidence in handling the economy. That same group of voters, 68% of them in our Bloomberg News Morning Consult October poll felt that the country was on the wrong track. Statistics like these were some that the Trump campaign were banking on going into Election Day. It'll be interesting to see if former President Donald Trump hits any of these issues in his speech that we're expecting here shortly.
Well, so Tyler, as we await Donald Trump's appearance, he will, of course, be addressing the supporters gathered there in Florida, knowing that he has 3 battleground states called for him that could put him over the edge. He only has 267 electoral votes right now. He still needs to get to 270, but we're still awaiting results from Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Incredible to consider, and probably something the campaign wasn't bracing for, that it could be called this early, and that potentially a lot of these Western states, Tyler, won't ultimately have mattered at the end of the day.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. I can tell you the exact moment that the mood really shifted in here, and that was when North Carolina was called for former President Donald Trump, the first of those key battleground states that he needed in order to get to this poised position where he is today. Now, I spoke to a Trump campaign official earlier today who was harping on this issue of the economy again and seeing how that could potentially help them in some of these blue wall states that we are still waiting the election results in. And as you alluded to, some more of these Sun Belt states to fill out the rest of the Electoral College as we do await those results to come in.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino back with us as we reassemble our political panel. Tyler, thank you so much for the report from Florida. Need to hear from both of you on this. Bloomberg Politics contributors with us on the road for this entire cycle. Jeannie, what do you make of the fact that this has been wrapped up so early and the fact that it's Donald Trump?
You know, I have to, this is just the biggest political comeback, and you've got to give Donald Trump credit for that, whether you love him or not, that he has surmounted this comeback, becoming only the second president, if he does get to the 270, which looks increasingly likely, only the second president in American history after Grover Cleveland to be in office, defeated in office, and to come back in the way he has, and to do that given everything he was facing from the criminal trials, the civil trials, and everything else. I think if and when we do hear from him tonight, we're going to hear from an elated, but also an extremely exhausted president who also is going to be one of the oldest presidents to be inaugurated. That's right. And of course, that opens the possibility that he is going to have to lean even more than some of our past presidents on his vice president, who's a sitting Ohio senator who's going to be, if indeed they do win, going to become the vice president. So it is quite a moment, and it is historic. Again, if it does happen, I think we have to say, but it's looking increasingly likely like that's where we are. And I don't think any of us thought it would be this early, although I have to say, Rick did say it was going to be faster than I thought. So now I'm going to owe him 2 steaks on top of the Texas steak I already owe him, Kaylee.
That's a big one.
Well, so Rick Davis, jump in here, because Jeannie says if, and yes, the presidential race as a whole by the Associated Press has not been called, but the math simply can't work for Kamala Harris to get to 270 at this point. Correct. With Pennsylvania gone. Your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, look, Alaska, 3 electoral votes is going to be for Donald Trump. That puts him within 2 Electoral College requirement for 270 electoral votes. That hasn't been called yet, but I think we can anticipate Alaska doing what it usually does, which is vote for Republicans. The interesting thing about all this is it's really not a story about Kamala Harris and her campaign. It's really an extraordinary story about how Donald Trump overcame incredible obstacles, as Jeannie said, starting the campaign season with numerous legal problems resulting in convictions of a felony. By anybody else's standards, you would have thought that would end his political career in the tracks, but it strengthened him, and he overcame a number of other obstacles, including the top of the ticket on the Democratic Party, which is 90 days out. So it's really been a election of firsts. And as Jeannie pointed out, this will be the first time in over 100 years that somebody has been president, sat out a term, and then come back to win another election. So, but he's done it by increasing the amount of vote that he got in 2020. He did it with addition, not subtraction. And so kudos to them for running a great campaign. And I think it's going to start a conversation within the Democratic Party. And I'm a Republican, so I'm probably speaking out of turn. But I think if I were part of the Democratic establishment, I'd start thinking about how you adequately expand your party base in order to support national candidates again in the future.
Wow, that is something else. Jeannie, if Kamala Harris really has lost, does she run again in 4 years, or is this a one and done? This is a one-time opportunity.
I think she will be one of the leading contenders in a Democratic primary in 4 years without question. One of the things I think we have to remember is Democrats were, to a certain extent, robbed of a primary this time around. Joe Biden thought he was able to run. He put himself out there and then withdrew so late that she was anointed, and I think we forget, 90, 100 days ago. So she had a very short period of time to do this, but I think she'll certainly be one of the leading contenders. There's a lot of Democrats who will also be out there. And one thing I think we should remember about Donald Trump, if he assumes the office, which again we assume he will, he will enter as one of the most powerful presidents ever in American history. He now has a Supreme Court which has said he has almost complete immunity in office, and he has consolidated his power. And as he has said repeatedly during this run for the office this time around, when he came to Washington last time, he didn't know people in Washington. He didn't know who he wanted to appoint. But he has been working at this now for 4 years. So this is a man who comes as arguably the most powerful president ever to assume the office, certainly in modern history. So it is quite a change, even from when he assumed the office in 2017.
Well, certainly we see markets reacting to this change that we are seeing take place in America at 2:15 a.m. on the East Coast. We are at session highs on equity futures right now. S&P 500 futures up nearly 1.9%, 59.20 where we trade. NASDAQ 100 futures up by about 1.8%. And there is a massive move in small caps, very sensitive, of course, to the Trump trade. The Russell 2000 futures right now are up about 4.25%. We're seeing movement in the bond market as well, up 15 basis points on the 10-year yield to just shy of 4.42. The dollar is stronger. The peso and euro are weaker. And a headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Joe Matthew. Traders are paring back bets on Fed cuts next year. They now see just 100 basis points by September, which is a reminder to all of us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It is currently Wednesday. Yep. That means tomorrow we get a Federal Reserve decision in addition to all of this.
It's 2:15 a.m., right? Not p.m., so we're almost 24 hours out. Remarkable to consider the way forward here on this week. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael Shepard now from Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. bureau. Mike, we're waiting to hear from Donald Trump. He's going to be talking, we're told, at least soon from Florida. We're not sure what the holdup is. But why did Vice President Kamala Harris not speak to her supporters? Why not come on stage to say, hey, we're still in the game, we're still counting votes? They let everybody go home.
Well, it is looking like they don't have very many votes left to count that they could put back into their column to maybe eke out a victory. The path had been narrowing through the night for Harris and her campaign, and it's just become, as we've been noting in the conversation just now, almost mathematically impossible for her to reverse the course that we're on, which is really pointing toward a Trump comeback victory over Harris here.
Well, yeah, as we consider the mathematics here, keeping in mind she has won just 214 electoral votes at this point, Mike, even if she were to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and even the 3 in Alaska, that gets me by my math to 269. That's not enough.
It's not enough, and in a way it really is a repudiation of the strategy that they had tried to employ in those swing states and in her final push in Pennsylvania. She had spent the entire day Monday campaigning there with 2 big events, and it still wasn't enough to motivate enough voters to get out there and to flip any remaining undecided voters after all of that. And keep in mind, Kamala Harris didn't have all that much time to mount a full-fledged campaign. It was basically a 100-plus day sprint against Donald Trump after President Joe Biden decided not to seek re-election after his disastrous debate performance. So she was starting from the back foot in a way, with former President Donald Trump already having built up a lot of momentum heading into the summer.
But Mike, I'll be the first to start with the what ifs. What if she had chosen Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, to be her running mate? This could be a very different scenario right now.
Perhaps, but we also have to think about how Shapiro might have played elsewhere, and would he actually have made the difference and tipped the balance in his home state? Theoretically, maybe, but we don't know whether the message was really the problem. Remember, voters, and we've seen this in the exit polls, voters are expressing a lot of misgivings about the economy still. Some of the results that we're seeing from exit polling gathered by the Associated Press and some of the other television networks shows that voters are feeling singed by high prices for gasoline, for housing. And of course, Kamala Harris has offered a proposal to address housing supply and house prices, but still voters are feeling that that wasn't enough. And they are remembering with some nostalgia the economy that they thought they enjoyed when Trump was in office.
Well, Mike, as we consider here what may not turn out to be a success for Kamala Harris at the end of the day, there are some successes that we've celebrated, and Rick and Jeannie have called attention to them just within the last 20 minutes or so, that at this point, this does look like this was an election that ran safely and smoothly, and that the issues that we were watching that could have potentially taken shape really have not materialized. And the same might go for the concerns we had around artificial intelligence and mis and disinformation. These are things you track very carefully for us here at Bloomberg. You really spearhead our coverage on this. What really happened over the course of this election in those areas? To what degree was it not as bad as feared?
This up because this emerged as topic A in the final weeks of the election, and we saw so many concerns raised about whether there could be some sort of disinformation effort that would foment violence or cast immeasurable doubt on the results. And so far we haven't seen signs of anything truly becoming consequential in that regard. We've seen scattered reports. We've seen reports of phony bomb scares being phoned in today. We've also seen some debunked videos on social media about, for example, ballots having been destroyed in one Pennsylvania county, but those haven't really amounted to much. And in a way, the system worked. We saw authorities and even citizens, voters, discerning the nonsense from what was real out there. At the same time, there was quite a bit of false information and bogus claims shared on social media, including by former President Trump and one of his top backers, Elon Musk, who happens to own the X social media platform formerly known as Twitter. And to his 200 million followers, Elon Musk was able to broadcast some of those same sorts of claims that many experts have debunked.
Shep, thank you. Bloomberg's Michael Shepard with us in Washington as we bring our panel back in. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano watching this happen along with us here this evening. Rick, while we're waiting to hear from Donald Trump tonight, I want to point you back to the Senate. This is clearly not Mitch McConnell's Republican Party. Now, the Republican Party has control of the Senate. Donald Trump is being projected to win the presidency now that the state of Pennsylvania has been called. What will this leadership battle to replace Mitch McConnell look like just a couple of weeks from now?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question, because I think with Donald Trump, if his ascension to the presidency is complete, I think he's going to want to put his own stamp on Senate leadership, and it may not include the current contestants. Wow. He may decide that he would like to put someone who maybe has a closer personal relationship with him. It's been talked about in the past that Steve Daines, who has been the head of the campaign committee for the Senate, who's, if all of the current elections hold in a way that continues to elect more Republican challengers, we could see a pretty sizable majority, and that will have been something that hasn't been accomplished for some time. So, you know, do you reward him with a leadership post? So I think that we're going to see more tumult in Washington as these kinds of leadership battles go. And by the way, I think that would go in the House too. We're not giving up the House yet right now. I mean, it hasn't been decided, and the way tonight's going, nobody really knows what's going to happen. So maybe there'll be a new Speaker of the House, in addition to a potential stamp that Donald Trump might put on the Senate.
Well, if we consider that, though, Mike Johnson does have a close relationship with Donald Trump by most accounts, Jeannie. So what does his future look like, knowing it may not be clear whether he's going to become a member of the majority or the minority, but can he still be a leader either way?
You know, I think if Republicans lose the House, Mike Johnson is going to take a good deal of the blame for that. And so, you know, it's hard for me to believe that he would still be in leadership. I think there will be a struggle for leadership on the Republican side, something we're used to. But that, again, that's if Republicans lose the House. If they retain it, I think Mike Johnson will certainly be the Speaker once again. But that's the real question here. And of course, on the Democratic side, we have Hakeem Jeffries, who has really done a very good job for a new leader, consolidating what was the minority. If they become the majority, you know, there are questions there. You know, does he face some of the same difficulties that the Republicans have faced from, in his case, the left side of his flank on issues like Israel, on, you know, those kinds of issues that he has had to walk this line, but it's been easier when he's been in the minority. When he's been in the majority, if he's in the majority, they may be expecting a lot more from him.
You know, Kaylee and Shep reminded us of an important point, and I'm wondering your thoughts on this, Rick. We never saw the protests that were expected and predicted materialize at the DNC. Never saw the attacks on polling places that we expected. We haven't seen violence break out really in any meaningful way before or after this election. It does seem like, as I consider the framing of that question, we're going to be hearing from Donald Trump right now. There you have it, being introduced along with J.D. Vance, his running mate. This is live video and audio from West Palm Beach, Florida, as we bring you to the convention center right now. The podium set up and the American flag. And I'm sure we're going to hear from Lee Greenwood here for a bit, so we might want to let this breathe. This song's got a couple of minutes in it, Rick. Now that we're actually seeing them on stage here, that, by the way, includes the former First Lady, Melania Trump, who has spent very little time on the campaign trail alongside her husband. His sons are with him, along with several other family members and other supporters. He was with Elon Musk and Dana White at the dinner earlier at Mar-a-Lago. Michael Whatley, the chair of the Republican National Committee, who was with us earlier on the broadcast, Kaylee, on the stage as well. Looks like he's not going to wait for this song to complete. Maybe he will. The whole family is coming around behind the podium. Rick, this is an incredibly important moment in Donald Trump's political career. Bill Clinton is apparently no longer the comeback kid.
Yeah, that's right. I think this is going to take that crown. And, you know, we see Barron Trump, first time in the campaign, really participating on stage. But I think, you know, this is the new Camelot, if you really want to stress out and say this is a family that is going to be involved in politics for a long time. I think there were real questions as to what their longevity would be if Donald Trump didn't win tonight, but that is settled. At least we think it's pretty close to being settled. So expect to see and hear from family members, especially Donald J. Trump Jr., who played an instrumental part in recruiting J.D. Vance onto the ticket.
Well, yeah, that's right. As we see both of the sons on the stage, Melania Trump, the former First Lady, looks like on track to be the First Lady once again on the stage, as well as the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is there, who we were just discussing, Jeannie, in the final moment here before Donald Trump actually decides to speak. He's still soaking it up. What tone do you expect we'll hear?
You know, I think he's going to be, I would think, gracious to all the people who supported him and helped him in this. I think we're going to, you know, this has got to be a very excited but very tired person. He was out late last night campaigning. He probably hasn't had a wink of sleep in a week. He's got to be exhausted, but boy, what a comeback this is.
This is going to be an extended, potentially, round of applause and a standing ovation here as the music comes down and the chant. USA in the West Palm Beach Convention Center. There is a massive crowd there tonight. Let's listen live to Donald Trump.
Thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. So, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Republican candidate Donald Trump addressing his supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Donald Trump thanking those supporters for what he says was his being elected president. That hasn't technically happened yet. 267 electoral votes have been called for him. He needs 270 to win. He could take any remaining state on the board to get over that threshold. Meantime, Kamala Harris has just 224 electoral votes. At this time, with still some states left to be called, Donald Trump is also winning the popular vote. And he says America has given him a, quote, unprecedented mandate. We want to go now live into the room in West Palm Beach, Florida, where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining us live at Trump HQ on what has turned into an election morning, nearly 3 a.m. on the East Coast. Tyler, what is the energy like in the room?
Yeah, hey, Kaylee, former President Donald Trump declaring a victory as he is poised to become that 47th president of the United States. But as you mentioned, it hasn't quite happened yet. The energy in this room is incredible. You have all of his supporters cheering him on as it intensifies in here, as well as in his VIP section. We saw Elon Musk as well as Dana White invited up on stage. Former President Trump started his remarks by calling this the, quote, greatest political movement of all time that will, quote, reach a new level of importance to help our country heal. Importantly, I want to point out that he also spoke about how Republicans have taken back the Senate. That is going to be absolutely critical to any candidate's agenda going forward, but perhaps particularly for former President Trump when it comes to his economic policies, as he has put forward a litany of tax proposals that will need to get through the new Congress. He also called out all of the battleground states so far that have officially gone to him for their total helping, saying that that is what ultimately propelled him today. But he did his signature weave, hitting many issues, including immigration, also taking shots at various news organizations. I will quickly add that he did invite up his vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, onto the stage. Our Bloomberg News viewers might know him first as a venture capitalist and a member of the Senate Banking Committee. He did seem to hone in on one of the Trump campaign's main messages, which is this idea of an economic resurgence. We know, Kaylee and Joe, throughout this whole campaign, the economy was the #1 issue for U.S. voters.
You said it, Tyler Kendall, with us from Trump HQ in Florida tonight. Thank you. I suspect that party is going to go on for a while as we bring our panel back in for their thoughts on what we have just seen and heard. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are still with us at now the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Pretty remarkable to see a victory speech like that, including the head of the UFC, among others, called to the podium. He was on the script. He was off the script, Rick. To think that we're getting this done tonight, though, is pretty remarkable. incredible when many folks thought we'd still be talking about this next week.
That's right. I don't think anybody would have anticipated that within 12 hours of the polls closing in the East Coast, we'd have an election declaration by one of the candidates and uncontested by his opponent, Kamala Harris. We've heard nothing from her, no congratulations or concession otherwise. So
important to note that.
Yeah, we've moved along, and I think that's sort of the idea of American politics now. Is you go out, you declare victory, and it looks like the numbers are all going to add up for him. He's going to have a big night. Looks like a potential clean sweep of the 7 targeted states that we started with 2 years ago, and have now decided Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States.
Incredible. And of course, it's not just those here in the U.S. that are watching this. The world is watching this, Jeannie, and beginning to chime in, including the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, whose office just put out a statement on X. Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. He says your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. There are many domestic policy implications to consider with the results of this vote, Jeannie, but foreign policy as well.
Foreign policy, certainly. And, it is a fraught time in the world. So, obviously what is going on in the Middle East, what has happened in Israel and on the Gaza Strip. We know that Donald Trump was close to Benjamin Netanyahu. They had a slight sort of break, if you will, after Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on his win in 2020, but they seem to have patched that up. But certainly what's going on in Israel is at top of mind. Also, we need to look at Europe. I think everybody in Ukraine has got to be wondering what happens now. U.S. funding, U.S. support for the war, that is all up in question. All members of NATO have got to be concerned. We've also got President Trump talking about the word he loves more than anything, which is tariffs. He has said he will put very, very large tariffs, not just on China, but on Europe, on Mexico. The list is long. We don't know if he will fulfill that. So there is a lot, I think, of open questions around the world. I think we're going to hear more congratulations to him once he officially gets the to 270. But I also think there's a lot of concern around the world about what this means as the United States changes hands once again, going back to Donald Trump.
Well, we are hearing from at least one member of NATO, Emmanuel Macron of France, congratulating Donald Trump on the election win. Viktor Orban of Hungary, the biggest comeback in U.S. political history. Congratulations to President Trump on his enormous win, a much-needed victory for the world. You made an interesting point earlier, though, Rick. This has not been officially called, but there has been no word from the Democratic nominee. Should Kamala Harris be issuing a statement tonight?
Yeah, sure. I think that maybe they're waiting for an official AP declaration of victory, but it's all but in the books at this stage.
It's got to have been written, correct?
Absolutely. I think that the Harris campaign is probably in a state of shock. It's very hard to get over a stunning loss like this. She had a lot of momentum. She was very excited about the prospects of changing history, and I think that the reality, though, is they need to overcome that. They need to move on. They need to try to solidify the country around a new president. And as difficult as that may seem, and unfortunately having been in that position many times in my past, it's really important to the political system that we have this kind of change. And you don't want to get too bollocksed up on the technicalities. Donald Trump's going to win. She knows it, and her campaign knows it, and they should address it.
Well, and we'll see when they do so. For all of the time Kamala Harris spent on the campaign trail talking about Donald Trump's unwillingness to accept the results of the 2020 election, we'll see how she accepts the results of this 2024 election. For all of the conversation, Rick, that has been had, first with Joe Biden, then with Kamala Harris, about what they described as Donald Trump posing a threat to democracy, as being unfit to serve, someone who wouldn't abide by the Constitution. The American electorate, everything is showing us, has still chosen him. He will perhaps not just win the Electoral College, but the popular vote as well. What does this teach us about where America is right now?
Yeah, look, I think that they're not buying that, characterization of Donald Trump. I think you have to rely on the institutions that we have that make our democracy strong, and know that, even under threat, they'll stand. And look, I mean, I think we have to wait and see how Donald Trump approaches the presidency. And you can sort of trust but verify in this case. We don't know what his approach is going to be to the rule of law and these kinds of things, because we've seen all sides of him, right? And so given time, we'll learn more as we go along. But I think that when you look at the results of this election, you look at the widespread support that he got that is beyond what he got in 2020. The Ohio River Valley has now become a bastion of Trump support. Southern Florida, Dade County, a county that went with Joe Biden in 2020, overwhelmingly for Donald Trump this cycle. I mean, everywhere you look, there's improvement by the Trump coalition in adding votes to his tally. And as you described, to the point where he's actually overcome a Democratic dominance in modern presidential campaigns of the popular vote to looking like he's going to wind up winning the popular vote too. So it's something we have to deal with, and I think we have to step off from this point on and realize that if you believe that you've been promoting the peaceful transition of power, it has to come with the package that we've got on the election night tonight, and that's Donald Trump.
I'd love your thoughts on this, Jeannie, as the nation puts 2020 behind it. January 6th, stop the steal. Does the Democratic Party need to move on and signal that to voters?
I think they absolutely do. I don't think we could ever forget what happened on January 6th. It's critically important that we think about ourselves as one people and what has happened. So I don't mean we should move on from it in that way. But I do think that the Democratic Party is going to have to try to figure out how it goes and appeals to coalitions that it has long served, that seem to be, it's still got a robust following, but that seem to have been looking for something else. And I think, as we look at the numbers, the number of people who say that the United States is moving in the wrong direction, the number of people dissatisfied with the direction of the country, that is problematic. And so I think we all have to consider that. And I do think that was a hard sell on the democracy front from Biden and then Harris, primarily because the American people saw Donald Trump as president, and they knew he hadn't acted in a way that destroyed the country. And so they didn't seem to buy that argument. And so from that perspective, they do have to move on. But to Rick's point, we also have to make sure that Donald Trump, how he approaches the office and issues of law and order are critically important.
Well, and there is a reason that there are checks and balances in the U.S. government that goes across the different branches, one of which, of course, is the legislative branch. We do not know yet at this hour who will win the House of Representatives. We do know, Jeannie, that Republicans will control the Senate. The question is going to be the majority. We know it will be at least 51 to 49. But in the blue wall states, one of which Pennsylvania has now been called for Donald Trump, in each of them, the Republican candidate is leading the Democrat right now. What difference would a 54 Republican majority Senate mean over a 51?
Every vote counts and every vote matters. So that would be very, very important. Traditionally, they do need to break that filibuster. And so you would need to get to 60. But the closer you are, if they can pull over some Democrats, it could help them do that. So, of course, for Republicans, that would be important. And, we've been living the last few years with such a narrowly divided Senate in which one person like a Joe Manchin from West Virginia can make such a difference. So really, really important for the Republicans to try to get there. And obviously, Democrats would like to hold Casey where he is right now, but we're going to have to wait and see if that happens.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, having heard the victory speech from Donald Trump live here on Bloomberg, let's get a check on market reaction now as well. Having just heard from the former president, here's Bloomberg's Valerie Title. Valerie?
Good morning from London. As Trump was speaking, we had U.S. equity futures hit all-time highs. We are continuing to see a good outperformance when it comes to the Russell 2000 index. That's the index of small caps. It reached a near 5% level as Trump was speaking. And then flipping to FX, the Bloomberg dollar index is still trading very strong this morning. And if we take a look especially at tariff-exposed currencies, I'm thinking of the euro, of dollar MEX, of dollar CNH, the Chinese yuan. Those have all taken quite a beating so far in this session. Now, it was notable that in Trump's speech that we just heard, he did not express any language when it comes to tariffs. So we haven't seen necessarily these currencies weakening any further, but they are still at session lows. Back to you.
All right, Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel in London. Thank you so much. As we continue to view the reaction across the world, across the markets and the political sphere alike, we want to return now to Florida, where we just heard Donald Trump speaking from at his election night now morning headquarters in West Palm Beach. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is still there. Tyler, obviously there were a ton of supporters in that room, Donald Trump himself, members of his family, but also some other familiar faces. And I wonder how we should view the roles of some of those people that were there with him on that stage and what role they may take in a future second Trump administration.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. Bloomberg News reporting that there's already starting to be some jockeying in a potential Trump administration. We know that he spoke about this idea that Republicans have taken over the Senate. That is going to be critical not only to his agenda, but also for confirming cabinet members and critical personnel. There's over 3,000 open roles that he is going to have to fill in a new administration. We know that he called out Elon Musk, gave him a big thank you, not even 15 minutes into the speech, so very high up, thanking him for his support. Musk has pledged billions of dollars to help get former President Donald Trump elected, as well as other Republican allies. He's formally talked about this desire to help the government cut down on fiscal waste and spending. Whether or not that position would actually come to fruition, we haven't gotten concrete details on that yet. He also called out RFK and his health policies. Now, Howard Lutnick of the Trump transition team has said that RFK is not in the running for HHS secretary, but we'd have to see if he would come on maybe in some sort of advisory role. So we're looking at some of these key advisors, these key political backers, and how they might play a role in a future Trump administration.
Tyler, there's a lot of people behind you there still. I believe the candidate has left the building. You can correct me if I'm wrong. What are we doing at 3 o'clock in the morning? This party continues?
That is a good question. Actually, the media is going to have to get out of here soon. We're starting to see people flow out of West Palm Beach Convention Center, but the mood in here is still pretty elevated. You can probably hear the music is up pretty loudly. We're seeing Make America Great hats scattered all around as his supporters do start to celebrate and think about what is going to happen tomorrow as we get the certified results in and we look ahead to what a future Trump administration could look like.
Well, yeah, as we consider what that could look like, we know, Tyler, that ultimately the shape of policy could be defined just as much by Congress as the presidency. We had a leader in Congress, House Speaker Mike Johnson, up there on the stage with Donald Trump this evening, as well as Donald Trump talked about what he wants to do with the country in a second term. There is a reality check that we should keep in mind this evening.
Right, exactly. And Bloomberg News actually one of the first to report that House Speaker Mike Johnson was coming from Louisiana here to Palm Beach on this early expectation of optimism that Republicans were going to do well tonight. We've been talking all night. Joe and Kaylee, you have been covering how critical these down ballot races are and this idea of whether or not we will get a divided government, because in any new administration, any legislation, any agenda does need Congress's buy-in. And I had mentioned former President Donald Trump's litany of tax cuts and incentives, particularly when it comes to the corporate tax rate and his pledges around that. When that new Congress is elected and in session back in January, we are gearing up for what is expected to be a potential tax fight as they overhaul the code. Former President Donald Trump has said that he wants to see his 2017 tax cuts extended, as well as other changes to the corporate tax rate and some personal tax incentives that we'll be paying close attention to.
All right, Tyler Kendall, thank you. In West Palm Beach, Florida, where we just heard from Donald Trump and saw many of his family and supporters up on the stage. We want to reassemble our political panel as we're just helping who are helping us to understand some of the things that have transpired over the course of this evening. We just got a congratulatory note from Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. This is something that we were talking about a bit earlier, the way that he would interpret this news and what it would mean for Ukraine's war effort with Russia. I will be honest, we've spoken with a number of officials from Ukraine who have been very careful, Poland as well, about what they said about Donald Trump, knowing that he may well win the presidency. Rick, what does it mean for the future of Ukraine in this effort?
Yeah, I don't think we know for sure. Sometimes Donald Trump's rhetoric doesn't match his actions. I remember many cases where members of the Senate would tell me, don't listen to what he says, just watch what he does. And there is an inconsistency there. So I think it doesn't take much to realize that there's a majority in Congress that supports Ukraine, and he's going to have to pick his fights. I doubt if he'll want to fight them all. And I think this is one that he'll obviously put some effort into trying to find a peaceful solution to the conflict. If that's rebuked by either the Ukrainians or the Russians or both, then he's going to have to deal with the issues on supporting NATO and the European response to this. I think we've seen a buildup by the European NATO countries in support of Ukraine, with the expectation that something like this could happen, and they'd want to make sure NATO was fully funding Ukraine war effort before this election happened. So there's been some hedging, and I think we'll see what happens next.
Well, in the interest of hedging, I would just point out it isn't yet official. Donald Trump has not crossed the 270 threshold it takes to win the Electoral College. He is still at 267 electoral votes. Any remaining state on the board, if he wins it, he will get to the number required to win the presidency. So it does feel, Jeannie, like right now it is only a matter of time. As we consider that, though, to the point Rick was just making, watch what he does. There is a difference between trying to win a job and what you do once you're actually in it. How should we be considering that tonight for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, he made a lot of promises on the campaign trail. I was just listening to you talk about Ukraine. I mean, what did Donald Trump say? He said he would end that war on day one. And so we will have to watch and see what he has in store, because when he's been asked and pressed, even from friendly interviewers, he has said he couldn't reveal how he was going to do that because he didn't want to give it away. So now, if he indeed, to Kaylee's point, does have the job and is inaugurated in January, how does he end this war between Ukraine and Russia on day one? And that's a promise he's made in so many areas as we think about what is going on in the world. He has said repeatedly that when he was president, there was not this kind of chaos as he describes it and the wars going on in the world. So, is he able to, live up to his promise of peace and prosperity in the world once he gets here? And if so, how? So we're going to have to just watch and see, because it is a very different thing to promise on the campaign trail and to deliver when you're in office.
How true. Jeannie and Rick, thank you so much. Great analysis here. The opening trade is up next. We'll have a lot more to follow here. Special election coverage 2024 on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies
that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling.
Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
I'm Professor Hannah Fry, mathematician and writer. In this series, I will meet the companies, people, and pioneers transforming the world.
It's like the Jetsons meets the Flintstones.
Whatever future you dream of, if it affects us, I will explore it. The future is coming.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to special extended coverage of the 2024 election on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from global headquarters in New York. I'm Caitlin Lines alongside Joe Matthew. It is nearly 3:20 a.m. Eastern time on the East Coast. And we do seem that we are tracking toward a final result here. The Electoral College, as it stands now, 224 votes for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. The threshold required to win the presidency, 270. Donald Trump only needs to pick up one more state, Joe, no matter where it is, that would secure him the victory.
That's absolutely right. It's not official yet, but it could happen at any moment. Of course, you'll learn when it does happen here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It has not kept Donald Trump from declaring victory, though, and many congratulations now coming from around the world, Kaylee. Of course, the markets, the financial markets, had been moving in this direction since long before the first state was called. We saw the reaction around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time as investors thought Trump was the winner.
Yeah, and certainly you're seeing global leaders react as if he is officially the Prime Minister of the UK. Keir Starmer congratulating Trump on his election win, as has the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, the one person we haven't heard from, though there's many, but one in particular we haven't heard from at this time is Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's bring in now from Washington, D.C., Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. Washington, of course, where Kamala Harris was spending her evening. Mike, she chose not to address supporters. Do we have any idea when we can expect to hear from her?
Kaylee, it's a great question, and we don't yet have a sense of timing. Her campaign co-chair spoke to reporters and supporters who were gathered at Howard University a couple of hours ago to say that she would be coming out sometime later this morning, but we don't really have a sense of timing. And by later this morning, it really sounded like it would be daylight hours. And they're going to have to think about how they regroup and how they message this, not only to their supporters who worked so hard to try to get her elected, but also to the nation, which really experienced a tumultuous, chaotic, and divisive at times campaign, and how the party will regroup going forward, but also look to work with the incoming administration.
So what's tomorrow going to look like in Washington, Shep? You've seen a couple of these happen before. There were a lot of supporters of Kamala Harris who went to Howard University this evening and waited around for hours, only to be told to go home, that she would not be speaking this evening. There's going to have to be a series of events, assuming this is made official between now and sunrise, a series of events starting in the morning that are coming from Harris HQ.
Well, in a way, this is a reprise of what we went through in 2016, when it became clear in the overnight hours that Donald Trump was going to prevail over Hillary Clinton. And in the same way, there was that first sense of shock and disbelief and disappointment that rumbled through the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign. We're sort of seeing that same moment of angst right now with the Harris campaign, but they will have to pick themselves up and message it, as Rick was indicating in one of the earlier segments, that they, as the party of trying to promote a peaceful transition and transfer of power, they're going to have to walk the walk in addition to talking the talk in terms of handing the reins of power from President Joe Biden over to Donald Trump in an orderly and respectful fashion, which is different than what we all remember having taken place under Trump in 2020.
Well, as we consider what took place in 2020 and then into January 2021, I guess we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get any kind of repeat of that this time around. Mike, we've been discussing this with Rick and Jeannie. We've talked extensively about the potential for a lot of litigation in the aftermath of the result. But with the way things are tracking now, is it likely that those lawsuits trying to change this outcome in the courts is something that's really going to happen?
You know, the Democratic Party may try, and they have mobilized well ahead of time, just like the Republican Party had done as well, an army of lawyers prepared to contest any sort of irregularity that they may run into. But looking at the margins that we're seeing in a number of these states, it's going to be very difficult to mass a case that would collect enough votes that could reverse any one of these results. The other thing I think we'll want to watch out for is, will there be any trouble on the ground as a result of this? And we did see, after Trump's first victory in 2016 and around his inauguration in early 2017, some trouble in downtown Washington. There were protests, there were a few windows broken here and there. And as you remember, before leaving for New York, they were boarding up some of the storefronts in our neighborhood here in downtown Washington around our office. But it's unclear whether any of that will happen, and if there is a gracious outreach from the Harris campaign toward the Trump camp, we may see something calmer and less of the unrest that many people have been fearing.
Yeah, no shortage of fencing and plywood going up in the nation's capital ahead of this election. Mike Shepard in Washington, D.C. Thank you, sir, for staying up so late with us. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano now with some final thoughts. We've been through a lot together here. I don't know what your thoughts are on tomorrow. We'll see if this is officially called tonight. Does Kamala Harris need to schedule something first thing in the morning?
I think she does. Once the results come in, she should schedule it. I suspect we may hear from her, just a guess, around 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow. I think it is fair for her to wait until these results come in, but once they do, she's going to have to come out and say some words to her supporters and concede the race. And Mike is absolutely right. At least at this point, these margins don't seem close enough for her to contest. If they are, she has every legal right to challenge them. But at this point, we haven't heard anything of that sort.
Well, so Rick, as we close out at least our coverage here from New York for the day, which has stretched well into the early hours of Wednesday, what is your final thought on the way this has all gone down?
Yeah, I think that we should plan not to ever be surprised in politics again. This has been one of the most tumultuous, campaigns over time. Incredible twists and turns, things that we never even imagined would enter into a presidential campaign. And I'd say I think we're just as surprised by the outcome of tonight. And so I think this is sort of the new politics of the American democracy, is that you can't really expect or anticipate anticipate what's going to happen next. I think pollsters are all going to be looking into their models and say, what did we do wrong again? Although I thought it was a pretty well polled election. We knew there was a polling error somewhere in there, and we found it was probably the same as 2020. A couple points for Donald Trump. And that was the point I think we were making at the very beginning of the night, is that just 2 points any given way would result in a landslide. And that's what we saw tonight.
You've been saying that all along, Jeannie. What's the pollster inside you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think we have to go back and we're going to have to look at these models that we've been using. The non-response bias is a big problem, but I think we're also going to have to think about what this campaign teaches us about money in politics. Kamala Harris outraised and outspent Donald Trump by large amounts and did not win. And of course, Rick and I spent a lot of time talking about the ground game. Kamala Harris had an enormous ground game. Donald Trump outsourced to Elon Musk and Turning Point USA. It was unclear whether that would be successful, but boy, these results
turned out to be the smartest move of the campaign.
Turned out to be enormously important and helpful for him. So a lot, I think, to reflect on as we go forward about how this really does change the game. And this is the comeback of the century, if not beyond. I mean, wow, what a victory for Donald Trump.
That's the Democrat talking. Rick Davis, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, thank you so much. Happy election day after, Kaylee. The markets are moving.
Yeah, they certainly are. The victory is not official yet, and yet we are seeing trading acting as if it is such. S&P 500 futures up 2 percentage points. Russell 2000 futures, small caps, are roaring up 5.3%. We're seeing a big move in treasuries as well. The 10-year yield up 13 basis points to just shy of 4.4. The dollar is stronger. The peso and the euro are weaker. It is incredible as financial markets and the world as a whole has watched what has gone down on this election day. Thank you for sticking with us through the long haul here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The Electoral College, as it stands right now, 224 for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. He is on the cusp of clinching the 270 he needs to win the presidency.
You said it. We'll meet you back here at high noon on this day, Eastern Time. With Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew on Bloomberg TV and radio.